Hasan Piker, socialist, communist,
radical left influencer.
Hasan Piker.
Dirtbag left.
Hasan Piker.
Pro-terrorism, pro-Hamas.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker. Going on this vulgar rant, mocking wounded war vet for losing his eye fighting for our freedom.
Have you ever heard someone mention the Streisand effect and wondered what they were talking about? This phenomena is named after actress Barbara Streisand. Sometimes when you try to cover something up, you end up bringing more attention to it than if you had just let things be.
We won't condemn Hasan Piker. Remember that shit?
The assemblyman will not denounce Hasan Piker, who said,
America deserved 9/11, dude.
The assemblyman just said in his response,
Hasan Piker says America deserved 9/11.
There you go. There you have it.
My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty.
Now to the Michigan Senate race, where El Sayed is campaigning in Michigan.
Appearing on stage at 2 Michigan campaign rallies.
He's proactively campaigning alongside Piker.
The man who says Hezbollah's flag is his favorite because it's dope.
Why would you align yourself for raging anti-Semites?
Who has defended Hamas terrorists.
Calling them the lesser of two Israels compared to the evils. Lesser of two.
That's what I find a bridge too far.
When I went up to my good friend Chat and said, hey, can you walk me through some more controversial statements of Hasan Piker, even ChatGPT went out of its way to soften the edges of Hasan and give me context. Thanks, but no thanks, ChatGPT.
Hasan Piker is campaign poison. Placing yourself on the wrong side of a 90-10 issue is only going to make you look bad. It's going to be good for me. It's going to be good for the candidates that I work with. Turns out it was true. Abdul El Sayed at 27%. Oliver Larkin. Amelak Heroes, everybody.
Nice to meet you, Hasan.
Welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you for having me.
Oh my gosh.
What's going on, man?
What's up, dude? Good to see you again. And I really enjoyed that, yeah.
How you been?
He's trying to get that out.
Wow.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Thursday, also known as Norm Day. Norman Finkelstein. Whoa, what the fuck? You good? You good? What are you looking at? Anyway, we're live. We're live. And yes, I got a haircut. You already know. Get out of here. It's already the Kaya show. She's out. She's out and about. She got activated. All right. We're live. We're alive. And I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. Okay, she's back in. She's no longer out. She's back in now. She's both out and in at the same time. All right. Anyway, we're live. What a way to start. We're live. We're live. And I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. It's Thursday. It's Thursday. It's 7:30, 2026, 11:05 a.m. I am right on time. Nothing to apologize for. It's a big day. It's a beautiful day. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news before we get into what's going on in the real world for all the parasocialists out there. Some of you have probably been aware. We're 76 degrees and sunny here in Los Angeles, California, sitting on stolen Tongva territory. And we have an incredible show for you today, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Hasan Piker. It is my real honor. Patiently waiting for a tank top stream. It's going to happen after. I can't do it today because I got the Norm. I got the situation with Norm. So the expectation that I would do a tank top stream today is pretty crazy. What color is that suit, please? This is not a suit. This is a sports coat, and it's dark purple. But, folks, folks, we're alive. Personal news-wise, you already know I'm a chud-ass loser. I was preparing for the interview, the maiden voyage, the maiden interview of the new book that Norm Finkelstein wrote, Gaza's Gravediggers. He sent it out to me and my team, and basically, look at this. Look at this. Look. What do you do? She just likes to pop it open a little bit. Ever since she figured out how to open this door, it's been really funny. She just likes to pop it open a little bit and just go. She just wants to take a look. She's a guard dog. Anyway, it's so funny. She thinks she's a guard dog. In any case, yeah, she is a curious cat. So, as I was saying, I was doing my final touches on the interview questions, going through the book once again, and that's what I did all night. And other than that, I did pretty much nothing. Woke up early today, went to sleep early, woke up early today, and got a haircut, obviously, because, I suspect Michigan, Wisconsin, that's where I'm going to be tomorrow. I'm going to be in Michigan tomorrow and Wisconsin over the weekend as well, for both Francesca Hong, but for Abdul Al-Sayed, for Donovan McKinney, for Walter as well, and whoever else is going to be out there. So obviously we got a lot of doors to knock, phones to bank, all that good stuff, canvassing to do. And if I get cooked while I'm out there, if I get snapped while I'm out there, Fox News, big terrorist, he's out here in Michigan, Big T, big turkey, big terrorist, Big T, he's out there. I got to look a little bit more presentable. Okay. That's how it goes. That's how it is. That's what we had to do. All right. And then after that, I played a little bit of basketball, not too much. I thought you were the terrorist. Yes. No, that's what I'm saying. When they call me Big T. They call me Big T around these parts. Anyway. So that's what I got. Shouts out to the non-union Fox News interns that are watching right now. They have the best Turkish coffee shops in Detroit. I bet. You betcha. Yes, I saw that I was on The Daily Show. I was a joke on The Daily Show, which is interesting. I didn't realize I was at that level at this point in my life. I didn't realize that I was like a meme reference that one could make, but I guess we're there. But yeah. Help, I'm about to board my flight and I have a tummy ache. I think you should free your bowels and free yourself and take the L and drop one in the air. The real Mile High Club, as a matter of fact. A lot of people think the Mile High Club is when you have sex on an airplane, but the real Mile High Club is actually when you dookie on an airplane. A lot of people think it's gross, but it's not. It's actually fine. It's actually fine. I've done it. I've done it many times, as a matter of fact. I've done it many, many times. But yeah, that's it. That's all I got for personal news. Let's just blast off and get right into it. We got a huge Emerson poll that came out that is probably causing a lot of panic among centrist Democrats in Washington, D.C. Big surge for AES, actual existing socialism. Abdul Al-Sayed, you already know. Big races coming up next Tuesday. Strait still closed. Situation monitor. U.S. strikes back. Norman Finkelstein interview for his new book. Gaza's gravediggers. Later. Get in now. Advanced encryption standard be winning? Yeah. This is I'm a little stressed about this interview. I won't lie to you. I've been very worried about this interview because like this is it. I mean, this is a man whose work I've read, whose lectures I've listened to for years. This is a man who's played a formative role in not only shaping my understanding of Israel's apartheid occupation, its sieges on Gaza, but on top of that, this is a man who has given me the tools to combat the misinformation and disinformation, the Hasbara, the propaganda. Someone who I greatly admire and appreciate. So I'm actually I'm a little bit nervous. I'll be honest. I won't be fanboying. I'll be very serious about it. But it's like, have you ever spoken to him before? Never in person, and never. I don't think I've actually ever spoken to him. But anyway, that's what we got. So yeah. He does seem intimidating. Norm Finkelstein? Are you kidding me? Of course he's intimidating. He is the Encyclopedia Britannica definition of a curmudgeon. He is the most stubborn man I have ever encountered. He might be the most stubborn, the most proud man of all time. Okay? He is straightforwardly going to, I'm worried that he's going to be like, you are insufficient with your knowledge on Palestine. I read the New York Post article written about you, and I found out that you goon as well, Mr. Pickle. Mr. Piker, I know you goon. I've seen it. And I know that's a precursor for growing nascent fascism. Make sure you don't be a fantastic moron in front of him. I know. I will die. I will die if he just hits me with you are a fantastic moron. When I found out Norm is a former Maoist, it made so much sense. Yes. Norm just called, he canceled. Yeah, I flew him out here too. Whether you've leveled up your interview skills, you are at least on level with Crystal, BJG, or Katie, or some of the others he speaks to with greater regularity. Hopefully. I don't think I'm that good. But anyway, are you going to hit the soundboard in front of him? I'm going to hit him with this.
Israel comes to me in my dreams.
Are you going to use that voice during the interview? No, I'm not. Anyway. Yes, Norm is going to be here. He's going to be here. He's going to be sitting right there on that seat in the building. Okay? Live and alive. Anyway, I know for a fact that I can say all this stuff and Norm will never hear it because he does not have internet. Not only does he not have internet, Norm Finkelstein also doesn't even have a cell phone. Do you guys understand? Like we had to be, constantly surveilling his movements to ensure that he was able to get off his flight and, get into his hotel, all this stuff every step of the way. And it was shocking in some ways because it's like, he's not grandpa maxing. Like that's how people used to live. Like I'm 35 years old. As you guys know, I'm Unc. And that's how we used to live as well. It's kind of wild to think of a world where you just don't have a personal computer in your pocket that has access to the internet at every moment, that you can track people all the time. But back in the day, this is how it used to work. You would, make a phone call via landline, which is the only way to contact Norm Finkelstein. Okay. You make a phone call via a landline, and you schedule an arranged meetup at a time and place that you're supposed to both arrive at, and you just hope that they arrive at that location at the right time. Like I caught the tail end of this as a 35-year-old, but like MapQuest was a thing in America, right? Like we used to look at maps, like actual maps, bro. We used to like, do you understand? Chatters. No internet on your phone, no cell phone internet, okay? Cell phone service exists at this point, but no internet on the cell phones. So there was no, you had to look at the road signs, and you had to like bust open a map and be like, where am I at on this map? Like I've done that. Which is crazy to think, because I cannot even comprehend how I did that. Do you understand? I don't know how I lived like that. It's like, it feels like a forgotten era. Perhaps it's because it was, I was on the tail end of it. You're so uncomfortable. Oh my God. Wait, why? My parents went on their honeymoon and they made a stop in the USA. And like months before, we agreed with friends to meet up somewhere and everyone showed up. Yeah, that's an insane thing. Bro, I'm 44. We used to navigate by the sun. Okay, dog, you're 44 years old. What do you mean? Navigate by the sun? What are you, Christopher Columbus? What the hell? Like you're making it seem like you used a sundial. Dude said, I'm Odysseus. Dude said I was traversing the Aegean Sea, avoiding the sirens, hoping Poseidon doesn't take note. Get the sextant out. What are you talking about? You were navigating by utilizing the sun. What are you saying? Bro said I'm 44, not realizing he meant 444. No, 4,044. That's what he meant. I am from the Hittite civilization. And we had to, back in my day, we had to use the sun to navigate. He said 44 BC. Anyway, that's all I got. Let's get started. There's obviously a lot going on. Like I said, Emerson Surge is here. Trump's overall approval rating now stands at just 34. You know what? We'll get started with this very funny moment. Okay, very funny moment.
Approval rating now stands at just 34%, and that matches his career low following the January 6th insurrection.
That's awesome. AOC was on Majority Report. Nice. Nice. Your interview with Mehdi Hasan also dropped. Yeah, my interview with Donnie O'Sullivan, pieces of it are also out. Look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this. He's just teasing us at this point. Little tickles, little teases. Look at that. It's coming out on Sunday, baby.
Guys have failed so publicly and so spectacularly that it has caused people to seek out alternatives.
I see challenges from the quote progressive left unquote, and these people are too hard-headed to know that they're not popular. People don't like them. They don't win elections. They never run against Republicans. They just run against other Democrats.
It's so funny. This is literally the same meta always. Okay. You wearing the same jacket? I am. There's nothing different about what James Carville is saying than what Neera Tanden is saying, than what the dumbest like liberal on Twitter is saying. They all repeat the same talking points over and over again. It's so funny. It's just such a dumb thing to say. Carville's married to a Nazi, by the way. Carville is a Nazi himself. Hold on one second. No tank top. Damn, man. Let down. Dog, I'm not going to interview Norman Finkelstein for his new book coming out. And I'm not gonna like this is an interview that is like a decade in the making. This is an interview that's especially 3 years in the making. I flew him out here for it. You think I'm gonna wear a fucking tank top for probably one of the most important interviews of my career, from my perspective at least? What are you, nuts? Sex sells. Y'all are. Sometimes I forget that this community is comprised of older folk, but still gooners nonetheless. Okay? You think I am going to show up like it's casual Friday? You think I'm going to show up in a tank top where Norm Finkelstein is going to say, "You are a gooner," to me, to my face? Stop being silly, please. Okay? Yes, I have to wear my Sunday best, dude. I'm in the presence of a goat. Both greatest of all time, but also a stubborn goat of a man as well. Something that is an admirable quality for someone like Norman. Anyway, you built this community brick by brick. I know.
And their only message is, we're going to blow everything up.
James Carville says this is all going to implode at the general election.
Yeah, as opposed to previous neoliberal Democratic candidacies that have been spectacular successes so far. Hillary Rodham Clinton in 2016 and Kamala Harris in 2024. There are a lot of people who are just like, this is not working. Cost of living crisis is completely out of control. Democrats haven't done anything about it. Republicans haven't done anything about it. There has to be a different alternative.
I have one simple philosophy about politics. Winning is everything, stupid.
Okay. Then win the primary. Like, does he not realize that the primary is also an electoral competition? I just do not understand what the argument is here.
Let's think of somebody. Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders ran for president twice.
Yeah, he lost. He lost. Great point, right? Great point. So why are you complaining about your guys losing the primaries? You literally saw a couple insurgent candidates. You saw a couple insurgent candidates, DSA candidates, win their primaries against long-term incumbents. And you immediately said, we got to do a schism. We got to do a schism. Get it out of here. That's not my party. It's so funny. It's so funny. He's like, but also Bernie lost. Okay, well, now you're losing. You know what I mean? Old people in this country want to burn it before they die. No, every day. Look. We're going to be talking to one of the best and brightest in the boomer class today. So I can't be doing too much generational resentment. But every day that goes on, and I know this is reactionary, the only politics that matters, the only struggle that matters is class struggle. There is no such thing as generational politics. However, every damn day that goes on, every time I hear from the old guard, like a James Carville type, or just the average boomer that's being interviewed as a median voter on television, I'm like, oh my God, these people, they want to literally destroy the planet before they go out. That's all they care about. It literally feels like boomers live for one thing and one thing only, which is to ensure that the generation that comes after them eats shit and lives in a worse predicament overall. It literally, I feel like boomers love two things: voting, well, three things: voting, fucking, okay, and making sure that ladder is pulled up. Boomer resentment and boomer entitlement. Oh my God. Wait, Mandela Barnes suspended his campaign for governor? Shut the fuck up. Last ditch effort for the establishment. They're going to consolidate behind Crowley. That's unbelievable. Are you joking or are you being for real? No, that's crazy. He fell on the sword. Norman Fickelson belittled Rabbi Shmuley on Piers Morgan in 2024. He's suffering from some form of Judeo-dementia. Norman is scheduled to appear on a Hasan stream today. It's going to be amazing. I've been trying to tell you this. No. I mean, I don't think it's going to work, but it's crazy that Mandela Barnes dropped out. He was the only one with viability. That's insane. Mandela Barnes considering dropping out of the Wisconsin governor race. You know what's really funny about this? I mean this seriously. I hope he does this, but I don't think people realize this will, this is yet an, should I even say it? I don't know. I feel like I got a lot of ops watching me as of late, and I feel like they've started to take me a little bit more seriously. Dude, there's something so funny about this. Oh my God. Chat. You know how the last poll showed Francesca Hong at 44 and Mandela Barnes was in second place at 16%? Mandela Barnes voters are probably going to coalesce around Hong. She's going to win by 60%. Oh my God. She was slated to hit 50 plus in the crowded primary. I think she's going to hit 60%. Oh my God. Look, there was a likelihood that she was going to get the majority vote even with the field as it stands currently. I think now there is a likelihood that she's going to put up 60% in the primary. Oh my God. Oh my God. Do you think she has a chance of winning? Do I think Francesca Hong has a chance of winning? I think Francesca Hong has a chance of putting up Assad numbers in the primary and then comfortably coasting to a victory in Wisconsin, dramatically changing the history of the state with a trifecta that they will never lose for the next couple decades. That's what I think about the Hong momentum. These people have no capacity to believe. These people are doubters. These people are doubters. They're haters. They're terrified, not of our failure, but they're terrified of our success. Francesca Hong has had the mandate of heaven. Wisconsin will forever be known as the Hong dynasty. That's what I think. That's what I think. But fear not. Instead of punishing the non-believers, we will welcome them into our fold, okay? Oh my God. Oh my God. Hong momentum. That is incredible.
Last night I had a very difficult conversation.
Come on, man. This is your fucking... Mandela, you're doing your goodbye speech. You got to fix the audio, my man. That is crazy. Right off the rip. Right off the rip. I need you guys to understand something here, okay? I need you to understand something. This man, I don't know what he did. I don't know what he did. I have no idea what he did to just piss off the centrist Democrats. Okay? Not to give them any ideas at this point. I feel like it's far too late. But if they were smart, they would have backed him. I don't know if he has some skeletons in his closet. I don't know if they just fucking hate his ass. I don't know if there's like some kind of like sexual assault allegation or something that's been brewing in the background that like all of the establishment Democrats knew about, which is why they considered it completely inappropriate to back him, because he was cooking. Like, he was the only one that had a shot against Francesca Hong. He also came super close. Lol, careful with that, damn. No, I'm not. There have been allegations brewing in the background of like misconduct, but it doesn't make any sense. The reason why I'm saying this is because he actually, if the Democratic Party's forces coalesce behind Mandela Barnes, he could have actually been a reasonable opposition for Francesca Hong. He actually could have. And yet the party did not back him at all. And I found that very strange, because I found that strange for two reasons. One, because he's like, fake enough. He's phony enough, right? You're a little wild for putting that out there. Okay, when it actually comes out, you'll understand, because it doesn't make any sense. I'm telling you, I don't know anything. I don't know anything about Mandela's background. But I need you to understand something. There is 0% chance that the Dem establishment would not have backed him like this. There has to be something devastating. I've been hearing this too. The conversation come as some Democratic officials in the state brace for damaging media reports about Barnes, which are expected to hit in the coming hours. The insinuation is being made in the Politico article as well. There was obviously something brewing in the background. I had seen an article. What was it called? Like sexual relationality or something? Is that what it was? There was like a Milwaukee Badger article or something. I forget. I read it. I read the fucking cliff notes of it basically, and I think there was always like something going on in the background. Like it was always like brewing in the there was always something brewing in the background about like, potentially some allegations against them. But I don't know what it was. Oh yeah, this is it. Yeah, it's not the Milwaukee Badger, it's the Milwaukee Beagle. Mandela Barnes and relational exploitation. Milwaukee Beagle recently acquired a letter that appears to have been written to then Democratic Party Wisconsin Chair Ben Winkler in 2023, which was sent again to David Remacher, Winkler's replacement as chair, as well as three other candidates for governor, Sarah Rodriguez, David Crowley, and Kel DeRoy. Find a transcription of the letters as we received this slightly blurry photo, so apologies if everything is mistranscribed below. Our source says this letter has been circulating widely in Democratic Party circles. Now, this is old. This is an old story. And the reason why I didn't touch on this at the time, now that he's actually dropping out, I'm bringing it up. I didn't want to touch on this because there wasn't enough evidence. Okay, there was just simply allegations brewing in the background. Okay, but something didn't make sense because Mandela Barnes had the pedigree. He was definitely, I guess, quote unquote, pragmatic enough to present himself at times, first as a progressive, then as a reasonable moderate, and yet the Democratic Party never backed him. The DSCC very famously did not support him at all, and he came within 1 point in a race. The DSCC, at the time we thought in 2022, when he was running for that Senate race, we thought, wow, what a missed opportunity. Here you have a relatively progressive guy, and the Democratic Party totally dropped him for no reason and basically hung him out to dry. Like they said, no, we're too busy. We're too busy focusing on all these other like unwinnable races in the fucking South. We had to dump millions of dollars, and it was a huge It was a huge deal. Yeah. The SEC chose to give Val Demings $44 million to lose by 20 points to Marco Rubio instead. And like a couple million would have gone a long way in his race because he came within the margin of victory, right? So this was in 2022. And he also at times had a progressive streak. Once again, he was a shaky progressive, though. He was a Mallory McMorrow style progressive, the Goldilocks progressive, right? Which, ironically enough, as we found out in these past couple of primaries, puts you not in the best zone, but in the worst zone. If you're too progressive, or you're seen as too radical for the moderates and the establishment, and you're seen as too phony for the actual progressives, especially if there's a real progressive in the race, a real leftist in the race, a democratic socialist in the race, right? So for that reason, I always found it very strange. Yeah, he lost. Look at this. Look at this margin of defeat against Ron Johnson. He came so unbelievably close. And I remember at the time we covered it. I remember at the time progressives thought this was a massive winnable race that the Democratic Party had fucked up. Okay? So then I forgot all about Mandela Barnes. But Mandela Barnes still had ambitions, right? I believe he was the lieutenant governor, right? If I'm not mistaken. I don't want to get it wrong. But, he stayed within the Wisconsin Democratic Party political circles, regardless of his defeat. He was the lieutenant governor for Tony Evers. So he had I don't know what's going on with my voice. So he had the experience. But he did not have the backing. Okay? And it was kind of shocking, as Leftwig also points out. Why didn't he get the same progressive endorsements Bernie et al. He did in 2022 and Box hung out? Kind of baffling. Now, those guys probably haven't been paying close attention. There's a lot of people who are like on the left curious election Twitter circles that have consistently underestimated Francesca Hong. They constantly talk about how she's like engaging in pie in the sky idealism. She's one of those like crazy, too woke to play type candidates. They're wrong, and they've been wrong, and we will prove them wrong, right? Luckily for us, Twitter, and especially election Twitter, does not have any impact in real elections. And I hope that all of these fucking haters, okay, who have at the very least come to terms with very good candidates that we've been backing, we've been endorsing, and we've been working with, from Abdul al-Sayed to Zohran Mamdani to numerous others, will recognize the error of their thinking. Okay? I don't know if they will, but I hope they do. Because there are a lot of people I have seen. There are a lot of people that have underestimated Francesca Hong. They will learn that they were wrong. So, what's really interesting about Mandela Barnes is that he was the magnet for second choice. Okay? A lot of people's second choice, like Mandela Barnes had the greatest opportunity here to actually consolidate support behind him. Okay? And yet, the establishment did not back him at all. And I suspect there's something significant behind why they didn't, because he has the perfect qualities for an establishment safety pick, especially when they're worried that there is a real socialist that's running for that seat. He had the ground game in comparison to everybody else, which was nothing in comparison to Francesca Hong's ground game. He had a decent debate performance. He had the credibility with at least some of the progressives, which is part of the reason why I think him dropping out is actually going to be even better for Francesca Hong. Because I think a lot of his voters will then turn around and vote for Hong instead. But let's take a look at this video now.
Last night I had a very difficult conversation with my staff. Now we're incredibly proud of all the things that we've accomplished and all the resources that we have raised to spread our message. But it's become very clear who our nominee is going to be. Now I said from the very beginning when I launched this campaign that the number one goal was taking on and defeating Tom Tiffany to deliver big wins for Democrats up and down the ticket. And now it's our time to come together, to focus our efforts on that one goal. We have to do everything to beat Tom Tiffany. This is life or death for Wisconsinites who are losing their health care under a Trump administration. People who can't afford child care. The folks who are being squeezed by bills while the rich continue to get richer. Now I got in this race because we're living in a rigged system. The rich are getting richer while the rest of us are left scrambling for crumbs. I know this firsthand. That's why I've always fought for better. As a legislator, as an organizer, as a lieutenant governor. Now while I may be suspending this campaign, I'll never give up my fight for Wisconsin. And I'm incredibly grateful for all the folks who joined this campaign, for the people who believed in me and this movement, knew that we had a real shot at creating opportunities through bold action to improve quality of life for every single person that calls this place home. Now, we have to do everything we possibly can to defeat Tom Tiffany. And that's exactly what I'm committed to doing for the next 96 days. Last night,
Damn, Brothers Bridges dried up so fast he lost the mic as well. Yeah, so look, it's a really, really, really interesting. It's a really interesting situation. He hasn't endorsed anybody. But once again, like when people say, "Oh, he lost to Ron Johnson," like that was an incredible race. Like he had to do that pretty much on his own. Okay, he had to do that pretty much on his own. So it's actually kind of shocking. Like he would have been the sweetheart pick in this race if Francesca Hong wasn't the actual real alternative, the actual real left flank insurgency. Okay? And even then, for a lot of these like Mallory McMorrow style advocates on election Twitter who aren't like socialists themselves, maybe they're DSA curious, maybe they're somewhat DSA aligned, but they always have to make like the it's better to moderate to win elections type fucking arguments. They always underestimated Francesca Hong, and they would talk about Mandela Barnes. And I never understood why the establishment didn't seize on that opportunity. Because he was the electability crowd's number one pick. The reason why I say this is because he outperformed Francesca Hong against the Republican in the general, in the polls. They were just not capable of making it out of that primary because Francesca Hong was a goddamn behemoth, okay? Francesca Hong is a fucking monster when it comes to on-the-ground organizing, okay? That's it. She's charismatic as well. I would go so far as to say she's more affable and more personable than she is telegenic. Some people might get mad at me. These guys like Mandela, all these other people, like they've been yapping professionally to win elections for far longer than Francesca has, and you can see that. But she shines in a one-on-one situation. She's incredible and very personable. She's not very good in a televised debate situation. She could come off maybe a little bit more aggressive. It's something you can work on. She also did all of this without any major endorsements. I mean, her biggest endorsements are literally fucking me and Michael from Pennsylvania. Like, which is, by the way, a major mistake. And I hope, and I'm going to reach out to as many people as possible, that they seize on this opportunity and they pounce on this opportunity, and we bring in the Bernard Brigade, AOC, all of these people, and you know, after the primaries are over. Yeah, it was like Ro Khanna and Ilhan Omar, I think. I was joking when I say it's me and Michael from Pennsylvania, obviously, but like none of the major national figures on the progressive side, on the left side, that you see in all these other races actually endorsed her, which is interesting. But I think Francesca Hong is also a good testing ground for this theory. Like, if you're personable, if you're really good, and if you have tremendous ground game, and if you have good policies, does it really matter all that much if you're not very good on the debate stage in comparison to everyone else? Because like Abdul is a killer, right? Abdul is an assassin on that debate stage. He's a podcaster. He knows how to yap. He knows how to have those piffy sound bites. And unfortunately, in this day and age, like, that's what you need to do to, you know, really expand your reach. Francesca is very good, very personable, has incredible policies, but hasn't dialed in that like piffy soundbite, talking in like, you know, short bursts that you can boom, 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 cut and neatly package into a Fox News alert or a CNN alert, in the same way that Abdul has been able to do. In a contentious debate, she's far too kind. In a contentious media environment, she's unfortunately far too kind. And I think AOC has a similar, let's just say, weakness as well. So it's important for that reason too. I think Francesca is incredible. And you know, we've already seen instances where people like that have actually still destroyed, right? Call it an area of improvement. Yes. Terrible phrasing for the Clippers. Yeah, I think she's too kind. There's also the obvious double standard for women in this field as well. You aren't exactly concise, Lamau. I know I'm not, but I'm not running for office. I'm a Twitch streamer whose primary purpose is to fill the airwaves for 8 hours, talking about politics, being as entertaining as possible. I'm not trying to communicate an agenda in a contentious media environment for 30-second sound bites. If I were to do that, this entire broadcast would be unfucking bearable. You would literally lose your mind. Didn't Zoran have that problem too? No, Zoran actually got very, very good at debating and doing that intellectual judo. Zoran is very good at that, actually. Flipping the script, answering in a easy to understand manner, and then immediately flipping the script and turning around and talking about the policies. Like, he was really, really good. He's generational talent when it comes to that sort of thing. So what I'm trying to say is Francesca Hong is brilliant, amazing. I'm very excited for her candidacy even after all of this. This is actually not a bad thing, but a good thing. Yeah, I would say that like the only area of improvement is that she got to be more of a shark, more of a killer. But then there's also the double standard, much like with AOC and with Summer Lee as well, especially being a black woman herself, and also Francesca Hong. These are women of color. So the way that women of color obviously are like socially conditioned to behaving in a professional setting is very different than a white man and very different than a man in general. And especially on like the debate stage, you don't get to have the same like baked in confidence, I guess. Like Graham Plattner could do whatever the fuck he wanted, and most people would still go, that's a white guy, I trust him. It just sucks, but that's just the reality. If you're a woman, you're shrill, you're hysterical, you can't get angry, you can't be emotional, you can't show your emotions like that. You're a stereotype. So the balance that you have to strike as a woman of color in these environments is far more difficult than being a white guy, for sure. So, Yeah, they'll say you're bossy. They'll say you're hysterical. And if you're too meek, they'll say, oh, you're, too meek. If you're too well put together, they'll say it's fake and phony. So all of those qualities end up getting overemphasized, right? So there is that hurdle, but Francesca has very clearly been able to climb over that hurdle because, once again, she's fucking incredible, okay? She's so personable, and the policies are good, and when she talks to people, she convinces them that she is going to fight for them. And that is clearly a lot more important than being well put together, right? Like being well positioned as a telegenic candidate designed specifically to talk in 30-second sound bites that will come across as piffy. So yeah. How do you think Gretchen Whitmer pulled it off in Michigan? She's a white woman. Different, like still a delicate balance that you need to strike in comparison to a man on that stage. But being white definitely helps. Especially being a white woman definitely helps. Being white is pretty OP in these sorts of situations. Let's be real, it's kind of a cheat code. So she also obviously had like the corpo expenditures backing her as well. Michael from Pennsylvania, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Michael from Pennsylvania did the maiden voyage of the Francesca Hong media. Literally the first ever big media appearance was on Michael from Pennsylvania stream. It's true. Got to give him credit for that. Now, of course, we destroyed him because he could not out fundraise us, obviously. Let's, a little bit of healthy competition between two content creators, but one from Taiwan, Michael from Taiwan, one from Beijing, Hasan from Beijing. It's fine. It's not a big deal. He also literally gave her food ahead of time before she came over here so that she would be far less receptive. She would be far less receptive to my version of Korean food. It's fine. It's fine. It's not that big of a deal. I'm not butthurt about it. I'm not butthurt about it at all. But wait, she told you that? Yeah, no, I don't even want to talk about it any further. Okay, so that's fine. Let's not bring up the cheese gate, okay? Hasan Pecorino. All right, here we go. The cheese fucking puns again. She was not afraid to denounce your cheesy kalbijim. Stop! That was a traumatic moment. That was a traumatic moment for everybody involved. In any case, as I was saying, this is interesting news, but also very good news. And I suspect that there is a reason for this. There has to be a reason for this. There has to be something really damaging happening behind the scenes that the establishment was aware of. I just wanted to be clear to everyone that nobody has accused Mandela Barnes of sexual misconduct. There have been anonymous allegations of misusing his position for access to consensual sexual relationships. No woman has come out and accused him of anything, and there's no Plattner-style allegations. There are campaign finance allegations, however, so let's be cautious and not lump this in with Plattner until more information is out. Yeah. No, for sure. The reason why I'm saying this, though, is because, like, even if he was in consensual relationships, like that's not, there's no fucking way that the establishment Democrat lost a gem of a candidate that could have actually made this race far more difficult for the actual true insurgent candidate. There's no shot. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I don't think the establishment Democrats are that fucking stupid. He either like rat fucked a race or did something behind the scenes that like the establishment fucking despised so much that they just refused to back him against the close race that he had in 2022 and refused to back him as the actual alternative when he was the lieutenant governor. That's still a huge predatory power dynamic issue. Dog, this is the party of Bill Clinton. What are you saying? I'm not talking about morals. I'm looking at this as like pure, cold, calculated, like snake style politicking. Hello? You think establishment Democrats are going to shy away from a candidate if the only thing he did was like abuse his position of power in a consensual relationship? What are you, fucking nuts? That's like saying Republicans won't back a pedophile. Are you kidding me? It's more likely that they will back a pedophile. Republicans would be like, oh, you got pedophilia allegations? Sign right up, sir. We love to have you. Oh, did you break the collarbone of your 2-year-old daughter and put a gun to the head of your ex-wife? Max Miller, we would love to have you run. Oh my God, your ex-wife is actually the daughter of the current senator, the current Republican senator of Ohio, Bernie Moreno? Shut the fuck up, Bernie Moreno. Don't say anything about it. We'll talk about Max Miller in a second. But do you understand what I'm saying? Democratic Party and Republican Party consultants do not give a shit. It really is lower than dirt that Bernie Moreno will not stand apart from the man who broke his granddaughter's collarbone. I know we're going to get into that. It's fucking insane. But do you guys understand what I'm saying? Like, there has to be something that Mandela Barnes did. I'm not accusing him of anything. I'm just saying that, like, he either like destroyed the chances of someone's nephew running for a position or something. Like, there has to be something that he did behind the scenes that caused the establishment Democrats to go, nope, this guy is forever blacklisted. Because this was the race. This was the race where he was consistently in second place and early on had a chance to actually defeat Francesca Hong. So I don't know why this is happening. I don't know why the establishment did not back him. And I also think that among Barnes voters, obviously the 27% of Barnes voters, their first pick or their second pick is Crowley, but 26% will go to Hong, which means that even if all of the Mandela Barnes voters consolidate their support behind Crowley and everybody else, like the rest of the field clears up, there is still a decent chunk of Mandela Barnes supporters that are probably going to vote for Francesca Hong, which means that if last week Francesca was likely to clear 50%, as of today, she might clear 60%. Which is incredible. Okay? Oh my God. Oh my God, look at this boomer. This boomer is watching. This boomer is watching with a delay. It was common to have entire books of maps under the driver's seat in your car. Yep, classic. Dog, we talked about that an hour and 8 minutes ago. That chatter rewinded and forgot that he rewinded, and that's why they're responding to me from an hour ago. They're going to be really upset in an hour when they find out that I'm calling them out. That's so cute. Okay, Betelgeuse, buddy, you got to break out the compass to navigate your way back to this conversation? That's crazy. Leave Unc alone. You're so mean today, Law. I'm just playing around. I'm in a playful mood. I'm not being mean. Anyway. Okay, guys, we'll do the fucking Chuck Schumer shit in a second. Okay, God, every time something happens to Chuck Schumer, everyone in here nuts, and they're like, you have to cover the Chuck Schumer thing. Calm down. So Abdul is going to break 60%. How do you feel about that? I feel pretty good about that. I feel pretty confident about that. You said something, I think it was like a week ago, where I was far more worried about Abdul because of the Gretchen Whitmer endorsement. I think the establishment is lower than dirt at this point with the broad electorate, especially in the primaries, that like key pivotal endorsements don't even move races anymore, which is kind of wild. And I don't know if that's because Haley Stevens is just like a uniquely bad candidate, or if it's because she is just such like, or it's because, you know, pivotal endorsements are no longer pivotal. It is actually shocking because I thought this would be a closer race, and I don't anymore, which leads me to believe that we probably should have focused more on Hartzell Gray and Cori Bush. I think Abdul is going to hit 55, though. Zoran, Bernie, and AOC have credibility, which reminds me we need them to endorse Fran. Yes. I'm working on it. Yeah. Francesca Hong's victory is going to be really nice, though, because there's a lot of like Adam Carlson, Zaid Jelani types who are just like on the edges, who just constantly shit on Francesca Hong, and it really pissed me off. I did not like that. I didn't like that they were unnecessarily critical of Francesca Hong, kept saying over and over again, she's doing a rally with Ilhan, right? And me. As a matter of fact. But yeah. So, serious question. Where does one get a shirt like that? This shirt is, my dad got it made for me in Turkey. It's tailored. It literally has my initials on the arm. I don't know if you can see it. Can you see? But the little like tie clip holes, this one is made specifically for a tie pin, or not a tie pin, but like a collar pin, but it's the holes are too tiny for the pin that I have. Michigan voter here. My apolitical brother texted me, fuck Whitmer, when her endorsement came in. Michigan Democrats are very mad at her right now. Her endorsements came at the worst time. Yeah, I think this is going to be a devastating blow for Gretchen Whitmer's career as well. I think her career might actually be over. I think she's just going to go to corporate lobbying route, potentially. If she played her cards right, if she didn't have that like Donald Trump covering her face moment, she could have possibly been like a viable, establishment-friendly, relatively progressive white woman alternative. That could have been like if Gretchen Whitmer designed her career, she had the opportunity to move up the ranks. If she had aspirations for higher office, she could have actually done some real damage, right? She obviously would have been an anti-Medicare for all pick, which would have given her a lot more credibility within the establishment. And she could have been relatively progressive if she stayed out of this race, right? Or even endorsed Abdul El-Sayed in the primaries. Like that would have given her tremendous credibility for the progressive wing, right? She's just doing like all the worst things right now, which leads me to believe that she's not interested in running for president. Maybe I'm wrong, but the data centers thing was so devastating. She should have played her cards. She should have played her role a lot better. I think she had the opportunity to be like a somewhat, Elizabeth Warren style, maybe maybe more, maybe even more establishment Elizabeth Warren style candidate that would have been anti-Medicare for all, but like still, you know, a competent governor in a swing state, right? In a pivotal state. But I don't think she's running for president any longer. I don't think she even has any interest in running for president. I think she's just setting herself up for a cushy corporate lobbying gig. That's what I think. Whitmer is Brandonian in her politics, military Keynesianism. Yeah. So let's get back to Mandela Barnes, which is what we started off with today. It's the top news story of today. All of a sudden, this just came down the pike. Sorry. I just got too excited and swallowed my spit. Went down the wrong hole. Okay. Mandela Barnes considering dropping out of Wisconsin governor race. Former Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes and his team are discussing dropping out of the crowded Democratic primary for Wisconsin governor. He already dropped out. This is an older story. He dropped out of the race. It's become very clear who our nominee is going to be, he said in a video posted to social media while not directly naming another contender. We have to do everything to beat Tom Tiffany, he added, referencing the likely GOP nominee. The announcement comes as Democratic officials in the state brace for damaging media reports about Barnes, which are expected to hit in the coming hours. Barnes and his team have been on calls Thursday discussing whether to drop out, Politico reported earlier. A spokesperson for Barnes' campaign said in a statement that there are no allegations of misconduct or wrongdoing against Mandela. The primary becoming increasingly messy as more moderate-leaning Democrats have tried to stave off Hong's rise, worried that the Democratic Socialist victory could boost Tiffany. Wisconsin Governor Tony Evers' endorsement of David Crowley, who re-entered the race in the final stretch after the current Lieutenant Governor Sarah Rodriguez's campaign imploded, further complicated the moderate coalition. Democrats, including some close to Barnes, are hoping the last-minute drop will allow voters to coalesce around Crowley, who is set to hit the campaign trail with Evers next week in the final stretch, according to 4 people with direct knowledge of the matter. Evers is also slated to appear at several fundraisers for Crowley in the coming days, including one in Madison on Thursday and a Friday event in Milwaukee. Hold on. Those Democrats believe Evers can help boost Crowley's support with older voters to challenge Hong's base of younger Wisconsinites who are not as reliable of voters. Crowley still faces a major uphill battle, but that's the only path to challenge Hong. So, yeah, the establishment in this race fucked it up. Even if they didn't fuck it up, Francesca Hong has been such a titan that it would have been difficult to defeat regardless. She would have been difficult to defeat regardless, right? Having said that, they really fucked it up. I mean, one, they cleared the field. David Crowley exited so that they could clear the field for Sarah Rodriguez. And when Sarah Rodriguez's campaign imploded, they brought David Crowley back. All of the established Democrats tried to coalesce behind Sarah Rodriguez. Literally, like 3 days after that move, Sarah Rodriguez's campaign imploded. Okay? The campaign manager was allegedly embezzling funds or like grossly mismanaging funds. It was crazy. Okay? And then right after that, the establishment was panicking. They were like, oh my God, we lost it. We got to bring back Crowley. They brought the former governor, the outbound governor, Tony Evers, to come out and endorse David Crowley instead of Mandela Barnes. And the entire time, this was a race between Francesca Hong and Mandela Barnes. The entire time. Do you understand? And they never pushed it. The decision by Barnes came amid reporting by the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel about a 2025 state Democratic Party review into allegations that Barnes was taking advantage of his role in the party to have sexual encounters with young adult women. Okay? Here's the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel. Molly Beck. Wait, isn't Molly Beck the one who also wrote that hit piece on me? Or am I misremembering? The decision by Barnes came amid reporting by the Milwaukee Journal Sentinel into allegations. Can you shut the fuck up and not give them advice? No, it's too late in the game. Plus, they don't listen to me. They literally listen to me and do the exact opposite. You guys realize that, like, the establishment Democrats listen to things I have to say and then do the exact opposite every single fucking time. I mean, here's a great example of it. Let's play this one more time.
I think these guys have failed so publicly and so spectacularly that it has caused people to seek out alternatives.
I see challenges from the quote, progressive left, unquote. And these people are too hard-headed to know that they're not popular. People don't like them. They don't win elections. They never run against Republicans. They just run against other Democrats. And their only message is, we're going to blow everything up.
James Carville says this is all going to implode at the general election.
Yeah, as opposed to previous neoliberal Democratic candidacies that have been spectacular successes so far. Hillary Rodham Clinton in 2016 and Kamala Harris in 2024. There are a lot of people who are just like, this is not working. Cost of living crisis is completely out of control. Democrats haven't done anything about it. Republicans haven't done anything about it. There has to be a different alternative.
I have one simple philosophy about politics. Winning is everything, stupid. Let's think of somebody. Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders ran for president twice. You know what he did twice? He lost. By a lot.
Because for progressives, getting out of the primary is a far more difficult battle than winning in the general. This is our theory. The reason for that is because Republicans don't have a vision for change. Socialists do.
Yeah. So obviously it's a much longer conversation that I had with Donnie. But my attitude on this is very clear from the start, right? Yes, I'm wearing the same suit jacket, chat. Shut up. My attitude on this has been very clear. If the establishment Democrats coalesce behind socialist candidates in the general and use their turnout machine not against the socialist candidates, but instead in the direction of socialist candidates, it would be over. There would never be another Republican victory for the upcoming 10 generations, okay? This would be a one-party state. This would be a one-party state de facto, okay? The problem is Democrats, or at least the center of power in the Democratic Party, is unfortunately far too invested in the corporate oligopoly that exists in the same exact way that the Republicans are. The center of power needs to shift away from these establishment Democrats. That's it. And for the longest time, they have been able to successfully keep out socialists. They've been able to successfully stop their left flank because the electability argument was successful. It was successful in not winning elections necessarily, but it was successful in stopping voters in the Democratic Party primaries from voting for a candidate that they actually liked. You on drugs? No. Caffeine and nicotine. But now, after this second humiliating defeat against Donald Trump, establishment Democrats can no longer convince voters in the Democratic Party primaries to vote for the establishment on the electability argument. The electability cudgel is no longer working. That's it. It's no longer working. Part of that Part of that is because, like I said, they lost. They presented. I think you are undervaluing how DSA being an outsider and not supported by the establishment is good for them. Yes, but once we get to the general, we can't be fighting against the establishment and the Republicans. Okay? That's the real secret sauce here. That's the real secret recipe. And I don't think you guys are ready for that conversation yet because you've never actually experienced this yet. Because Bernie lost in the primaries, right? What worked in New York City when the establishment Democratic forces coalesce behind a spoiler like Andrew Cuomo will not work in Wisconsin. It will not work in Michigan. Okay? Guys, this is where there is a little bit of you know, there's a little bit of social engineering that we have to engage in, okay? You're wrong. You're objectively wrong. Of course, Zoran is going to fucking defeat the establishment Democrats and the establishment Republicans in fucking New York. But if there is additional hurdles presented by establishment Democrats in places like Michigan, in places like Wisconsin, that will be a toss-up. If the establishment forces coalesce behind the socialist flank, those will be easy-ass elections to win. I'll give you an example, okay? It's not a secret, even in this new poll that just came out in Emerson, where Abdul El-Sayed is surging, is coasting. Not a secret that Haley Stevens has been doing incredible numbers with the black voting bloc, okay? It's like 60-30, give or take. It's true. And black voters are fundamentally important for Democratic victories in every state. Okay? In every state. So if there is a similar situation to what's going on with Jasmine Crockett in Texas, but this time in Detroit, in the general election, which is going to be different because Haley Stevens is not a charismatic black woman that was beloved by the black voting bloc. They're just kind of voting for her because they think she is a reliable establishment pick. Some people are voting for her because they think Barack Obama endorsed her, whatever, right? But if establishment Democrats cynically weaponize boomer black voters against the inevitable victor of these primaries, this will turn winnable races into losses. Okay? That's not the primary. We're now talking about the general. That's different. So in Texas, for example, Jasmine Crockett is very clearly positioning herself against Tallarico, running purely on spite, which is wild because Tallarico isn't even like an insurgent left candidate, right? Tallarico is backed by Liz Smith. James Tallarico is backed by the same exact forces that were backing, doors open. Sorry. Tallarico is backed by the same exact forces that the majority Democrats, right? The same exact forces that have pushed for a lot of moderates in a lot of races and were backing Mallory McMorrow in the Michigan primaries. So, like, it's not like James Tallarico himself is this, like, crazy socialist. Okay? And yet, Jasmine Crockett has not shown full support to Tallarico for one reason or another. I think I know what the reason is. that creates a little bit of a threat, a little bit of a dangerous predicament. I don't know if that's going to discourage older black voters from going out and voting for James Tallarico, but the fact that she has been openly antagonistic towards James Tallarico after she lost the primary is not helpful. Okay? Same goes for community organizers or community leaders in Wayne County. If community organizers and community leaders in Wayne County feel like, they really backed Haley Stevens, they really wanted Haley Stevens for one reason or another, I won't say what those reasons are, Israeli donations, and they just refuse and they try to keep up the same exact, pseudo-ethnic tensions that exist that aren't that significant or not significant enough at this point, but really try to lean into that to depress the black voter turnout. This will be a difficult race for Abdul El-Sayed in the general. Bro, you can't say, I think I know what the reason is without stating the reason and expect people not to speculate the wrong reason. You got to state it, bro. I did. I literally jokingly coughed and said, cough, Israel, cough. It's AIPAC. Oh, my bad. I guess gaming and watching is bad for me. Sorry. No, it's all good. Why are the transitions hard cut and doesn't have the fade in transition? Oh my God, dude. What the fuck? It's because we swapped it. When I have interviews, it's better for the editors to edit if it's a hard cut instead of a fade transition. So we shut down the fade transition because I'm going to have an interview later. But that is crazy that you noticed that and you're mad about it. That blows my fucking mind. That blows my mind that you are paying. There's a chatter in here who just said, oh, I wasn't listening because I was playing a video game. And then there's another chatter who's like, I'm the most autistic chatter. Give me the award. I didn't even know we had video perverts. I know we have audio perverts. I didn't even know we had video perverts in this community. Pay less attention, please. Or perhaps pay more attention to the words that are coming out of my mouth rather than the video no longer having the same 5 millisecond transition in between screens and scenes. This is my first time seeing font in blackface. This Haley Stevens for Senate literature is targeting black voters. Democrat Haley Stevens for Senate, standing up to Trump for Michigan. Michigan's effective fighter. Most effective Michigan Democrat in the House. She was a critical part of my team that helped the American auto industry come roaring back. Barack Obama.
And pussy too.
Stevens served as chief of staff to the U.S. Auto Rescue Task Force. Stevens' detailed grasp of the issues facing manufacturers earned her the respect of labor organizations. Anyway, Charles Gaba says, honest question, what exactly about this flyer is specifically targeting black voters? It looks like her standard talking points and resume stuff. Sam Robinson responds, good question. The design, the colors of the pamphlet, and the font being used. Perhaps Charles Gaba should stay out of, black issues. Perhaps. I know Charles Gaba is one of those guys who's like a big healthcare guy who now is insane Israel brain poisoned guy. He used to be a big progressive, I think, or maybe I'm misremembering, but another one of these guys that like is so Israel brained that he is antagonistic to all things progressive now. Blue sky liberal. It literally looks like a HBCU brochure. Yeah, I mean, it's clear what the signal is here. In any case, this is the kente cloth of campaign flyers. Yeah. So the new Emerson poll shows something crazy. What you'll see from centrist and anti-Syed pundits is that Stevens is up 32 with black voters, but the only age cohorts where she's not double digits underwater are 60 to 70 plus 9 and 70 plus at plus 19. Need to see the full crosstabs, but I bet Syed carries with black voters under 50. Yes, that is the case. I've told you that is the case. The problem is, just as this is the case with every other demographic, with black voters, they vote by Assad numbers the older they get. Because what have I told you already? Boomers love to fucking vote. This is across the board. It doesn't matter where a boomer is from, what a boomer's racial background is, what a boomer's ethnicity is, what a boomer's lived experience is, or even what a boomer's ideology is. Boomers love to vote. They love to hold on to their real estate. They love to ensure that the policies that they're leaving behind destroy the next generation's life expectancy, destroy the next generation's material conditions, and they fucking love to vote. That's it. There is no difference. Black boomers, white boomers, Hispanic boomers, they fucking love to vote. It's their favorite activity. It's their favorite activity, and also it's a voting in the direction of ladder pulling. Okay? But there is one thing that a lot of these pollsters have missed. Millennials. The millennials are coming. The fail-ennials have been showing up with incredible numbers for progressive candidates. Oh my Lord, it is our time, folks. Fail-ennials are the motherfucking sweet spot for these left flank insurgency candidacies. Okay? Fail-ennials, rise up. It is our time. Central Committee says in New York's 7th Congressional District, where Ms. Valdez won, younger registered Democrats turned out at a higher rate than older registered Democrats, a rare occurrence in a primary election. Search that in the article I just sent you. Yep. Millennials had a higher turnout than boomers in Claire Valdez's race. Millennials are the communist coalition in this goddamn country, okay? As a voting bloc. The HasanAbi head coalition. It's great. Yeah, El Sayed is doing best with 40 to 49-year-olds. The generation that was told that they bought too much avocado toast and therefore they could not buy a house is now coming back resentful, coming back angry, demanding necessary changes. That is what this is. For Gen Z is the microplastic generation. Millennials are the avocado toast generation. For every generation, there's always been the older generation that tells them, oh, you can't buy a house not because of systemic forces, but because you just fucking purchased something stupid. I don't know what the Gen Z avocado toast version is. Maybe vape pods, Uber Eats, OnlyFans subscriptions, Starbucks, Labubu. I don't know. Nothing has been as like singularly focused on as the avocado toast. I think for the Gen Z, the avocado toast is just fucking groceries, honestly. Kind of sucks, but for Gen Z, we're going to be telling them they can't fucking own a home because they eat too much food. You bought lunch? How dare you? You're supposed to skip breakfast and perhaps lunch as well if you want to be able to have some money on the side to be able to put a down payment on a home. Rotisserie chicken. According to the Wall Street Journal, Gen Zers and millennials are swimming in student debt and may never own homes, but they're splurging on gut-healthy juices and rotisserie chickens. In any case, we just think the world is going to end or the boomers will kill us to avoid paying taxes. I mean, both of those things are going to happen, and both of those things are related to one another, and both of those things are true. I genuinely think boomers would probably murder every single Zoomer, like including their own immediate relatives, if it meant that they get to sit in their fucking retirement homes and the value keeps growing for some reason until the day that they die. I think that there's obviously going to be like this massive wealth transfer that people are talking about. It's like fucking trillions of dollars just trapped in the oldest, the oldest coalition of voters right now. And all of that is going to be dumped into palliative care, retirement homes, like old folks' homes and like those kinds of communities. All of that money is going to exchange hands, not from them to you necessarily, but it's going to go directly into these scummy, predatory ass businesses that will most likely torture these fucking boomers till their very last breath. Anyway, my fiance works in hospice care, and let me tell you, business is booming. Yeah, because the only money that is in the American economy right now is in the hands of fucking boomers. In the Western world, look, here's the secret. In the Anglosphere, the only wealth that exists and the only like additional wealth that's growing outside of the stock market is in homes. And who owns the homes? Old people who at least had an opportunity to be able to buy a home back in the fucking day. And once they did purchase a home, they were like, going forward, the price of my house has to always go up year over year. Now, of course, this is beneficial for the fake economy because it looks good. Oh my God, America is such a wealthy nation. I bought this house for $100,000 in 1993. Now the house is valued at $10 million. Look at me. I'm a 10 millionaire. That's how it works. Obviously, I'm a fucking exaggerating, but like, That's usually how it goes. Every homeowner is a fucking millionaire because every home is worth $1 million or more than $1 million. That's what the wealth is. People talk about how like there's, hundreds of thousands of new millionaires being minted in the United States of America every year. And they're like, wow, America's growing. The American economy is exploding. It's like, no, it's not. It's not. What's exploding is the fucking housing market. What's exploding is the speculative housing market because we're not building fucking homes. Yeah, passive artificial asset appreciation. No one is actually experiencing a better real economy, but the fake economy is fucking booming. It's like Elon Musk. After his IPO of SpaceX launched in these mysterious, with these mysterious circumstances, he was a trillionaire. What does that mean? Does that mean you made more money? Does that mean you are having an easier go at it? Are groceries fucking cheaper? No. It didn't do dick for you. It didn't even do anything for him. Let's be real, because it's fake. It's bullshit. He was a trillionaire for one day and then back to being a 100 billionaire broke boy in the next. And then we still sit around and act like all of this stuff is real. It's fucking insane. It's fake, man. I always say this. Look, I'm not the smartest guy when it comes to, anything past the point of micro and macroeconomic principles 101. Okay? Having said that, with my dumb guy brain, I look at the situation and I think to myself, money is fake. It has never been more fake than it is at this very moment. It'll be more fake tomorrow. Okay? It is so fucking fake. Money is so fake. Anyway, let's look at these Emerson poll numbers. I mean, what a surge for Abdul. Holy shit. Emerson, Michigan Senate Dem primary. Abdul El-Sayed at 54%. Haley Stevens at 39%. And with leaners, any leaners in the chat? Abdul El-Sayed goes up to 57. Haley Stevens goes up to 41. By age, Abdul El-Sayed between 18 to 29 at plus 41, 30 to 39 at plus 24, 40 to 49 at plus 54, 50 to 59 at plus 12, 60 to 69. All of a sudden, Haley Stevens gets a plus 9 advantage, and 70 plus Haley Stevens is doing crazy at plus 19, but still not enough. Remember one thing I told you? This proves my theory that the boomers are also not as bad as you think they are. Okay? I know you look at this and you go, oh, what the fuck is wrong with boomers? I just did a whole, the whole hour on how boomers deserve less. But actually, what this shows me is that the boomers are all right too. Okay? The boomers are all right too. Hear me out. Only plus 9 for 60 to 69 and only plus 19 for 70 plus means that a shit ton of boomers are still voting for Abdul El-Sayed. That's what that means. And it's very important because boomers love to vote. Boomers love to vote. That is a very large chunk of the voters. Sometimes in races, it's like 50 plus percent of the voters are boomers. So that means, and this is something that we saw with Maylot Kiros in Denver. This is something that we even saw with Daria Liza. Boomers are still not leaning in the direction of the establishment pick by the numbers that Haley Stevens needs to defeat Abdul El-Sayed. Okay? That's what this means. And we saw this. And this was my prediction for Maylot Kiros as well. Remember, if you recall, I told you that the boomer vote percentage would shock you. Okay? This is that reality unfolding. For Stevens to comfortably to comfortably win the primary, she needs far higher boomer turnout in her direction. Boomers see the youth momentum and they get very excited about it. That's the one thing that's catnip for these boomers. Because boomers love watching television and voting for what television man tells them to vote for. Okay? They love it. They'll turn on MSNBC. They'll turn on CNN. They'll hear Jake Tapper talk about how Abdul is a filthy terrorist, and they'll go, I'm going to vote for whoever Abdul's opponent is. Oh, my God. I love it. But the one thing, the one way to defeat that, the one way to surefire penetrate the boomer collective psyche is by putting a 20-year-old at their door who is excited to vote for Abdul El-Sayed. When boomers fucking see, because it's not healthcare, it's not policies. They already have free healthcare. They don't give a shit. They go, Medicare for all? Excuse me? Yeah, Medicare all for me. I already have it. They don't give a fuck about Medicare for all. They do not give a fuck. But what they do get excited about more than anything else is when they see young people excited to vote for a candidate. Okay? When they see a young person, and that means they're boomers, so they're like, this is 40-year-olds too, okay? 40 and below. From their perspective, you're basically a baby. Okay? But if boomers see 20-year-olds, 30-year-olds in a rally for a particular candidate, they go, oh my God, look at how exciting this is. Look at how exciting it is. All of the youngs, all of the youths are excited about this guy. Now I'm excited about this guy. I am telling you, okay? It is fucking catnip. So if we can't win the mainstream crowd, which we will never win because they're backed by corporations, and corporations are obviously antagonistic to our left flank insurgency movement, we will defeat the establishment by bringing forward a groundswell of youths that are backing our candidates. Okay? They love that shit. I've seen it with my own two fucking eyes. I've talked to Abdul about it as well. Remember that famous quote that he has about how, like, you know, I go to these town halls and there's a lot of old people, and the old people are there, and there's a lot of young people. The old people are there and they're always like, wow, why do you have so many young people here? It's so exciting. And I asked all the young people where they heard about me, and the young people always say HasanAbi's broadcast. Yeah, boomers think they're succeeding as mentors when any young person is excited to vote. It gets their atrophied little civic heart thumping. Yes. I mean, it makes sense. Some of you are into Warhammer. Some of you are into D&D. Now imagine if someone who was like super old that was also into Warhammer figurines or D&D, you'd get excited, right? You're like, oh, I'm sharing my hobby with someone that is from an unlikely background, an unlikely demographic. For boomers, voting is Warhammer. For them, voting is Dungeons and Dragons. For them, voting is collecting Pokemon cards. They fucking love that shit. So when they see a 20-year-old get excited to do the one thing that they love, they lose their fucking minds. They lose their minds. They're like, oh my God, This is my favorite thing. And now young people are doing my favorite thing, which is voting, exercising my civic responsibility. That's how it works. That's it. Bingo and voting. This is, I genuinely believe this. This is how we've been able to crack the 65 plus demographic so that it doesn't swing wildly in the direction of the establishment Democrats and make these races closer. Okay? That's what it is. Look at this. My dad voted for Abdul today. You know what's funny? My dad is pretty centrist in my opinion, but when I was over in Michigan for the holidays, I was ranting about Israel, and he was like, Netanyahu needs to die under his breath. I was like, huh? Yeah. People also fucking hate Israel. That's the other thing. It is not good. It is not looking too good for Israel, okay? Of course, we disavow the violent rhetoric coming from centrist liberals. I would never entertain such a violent thing. You guys know this. Yeah, this CNN poll is also wild. The Dem establishment is cooked. Dem base loathes its party establishment, and it's why democratic socialism rates so high. The more David Axelrod's lash out at DSA, the more credibility the Dem socks gain. Yep. Most Democratic-aligned adults would be upset if their party nominated a candidate who agrees with Trump's policies. Democratic Socialists at 73%, co-support for Israel at 69%, nice. Attacks opponents at 24%. For over 20% supports Trump's policies at 12%, accused of sexual assault at 4%. That means they're enthusiastic or okay about someone who describes themselves as a democratic socialist at 73%. Someone who believes U.S. should cut support to Israel is at 69%. And someone who frequently goes on to attack against their political opponents is at, 24%.
Why?
19-year-old Brandon Young from 6 Mile says he's voting for Abdul Said because Haley Stevens is pro-Israel. She's too much of a corporate Israel shill. Young says, okay, which one of you is this?
Don't like Haley Stevens? Easy. She's like too much of a corporate and Israel shill. Like one of her like most famous quotes is that Israel comes to her in her dreams. Fuck that. I'm so sick of America like bending the knee and like getting on its knees for Israel. And Haley Stevens doesn't really seem to be against.
Okay, come on. Come on. Come on. Which one of you is this, bro? Which one of you is this? There is 0% chance that this is not a HasanAbi head.
Abdul al-Sayed doesn't take like any corporate funding. He just has endorsements from the UAW and Bernie Sanders. Haley Stevens is basically like being groomed to be in the Senate to make more favorable changes for Israel, and I'm not okay with that. I already don't like indirectly supporting a genocide just by collecting a paycheck or by buying literally anything in the
This is just a confirmed citizen, bro. Chill. Okay.
Country, because I know it's all going to eventually go upwards and then outwards to Israel. And if I can like say that my own state's responsible for that, I'd feel.
Do you not think people can come to these conclusions on their own? I find it a really good thing that people are coming to this without you laying the path for them. Things are changing. No, I know, but this is, come on, dude. Come on. Dragon Ball Z t-shirt, rollerblade gloves, dudes talking about Israel comes to my dreams, 19 years old. It's in the pocket. Like if this was like a 75-year-old white guy, I'd be like, that's not like that there are
deeply ashamed. So I'm just gonna vote for the guy that's not doing that.
Where do you live, Brandon?
Not far from here. I live on a 6 Mile.
All right, what's your last name?
Young.
Brandon Young. Thank you so much.
Also, I'm making a joke regardless. But it does strike me as a possible Hasanabi head. 19 is too young. Oh God, dude, 19-year-old who's giving a 19-year-old who voted in the fucking primaries. There's not that many of them out there, okay? There's a reason. There's not a lot of 19-year-olds in this community in general, but if there's a 19-year-old who's voting, they either love me or fucking hate me, okay? Wake the fuck up. Every single 19-year-old that votes in a Democratic primary in the fucking midterms either is one of the most annoying election Twitter weirdos or is most likely a HasanAbi head. Y'all are so fucking dumb. Gaming Black Jesus. I'm very happy to see young black kids are caring about elections, man. It's boomer. Boo. There you go. This is what I was talking about. This is what I was talking about. Boomer. See? It gets the fucking blood pumping. Boomer. I was just saying it. You see a 19-year-old get excited about going out to vote in the primaries. It does something to the boomer consciousness, okay? If you're over the age of 60, if you're over the age of 50, and you see someone so young get excited to vote in the fucking primaries, of a midterm election, it does something to boomers. I'm telling you, it's motherfucking catnip, dude. Is catnip. Nothing gets boomers excited. Nothing gets boomers excited like seeing younger folk also get enjoyment out of exercising their civic duty. It's their favorite thing to do. So when they see other people enjoy their favorite thing to do, which is voting, they lose their fucking minds. This is why Abdul, Mela Kiros, all these other insurgent left candidates have been able to activate at least some of the boomers to vote for them, which is why those races are not being won by like 4 points or 5 points, but instead 15 points, 20 points. Okay? My friend hates politics and hates you, but is voting for Abdul because he hates Israel. All right, fuck it. Let's go. Put that down. Also, that I don't understand. Where someone is like, I fucking hate Israel, but also I hate Hasan. Who hates Israel more than me, motherfucker? What are we talking about? We take those, though. I don't give a shit. It's like those people. It's like those people that have just been like duped by a lot of reactionary propaganda, oftentimes coming from like Zionist outlets. Like they get duped by the Hasbara machine, and they will repeat talking points that they've heard from like ultra liberals, ultra Zionists without even realizing, but they think that they're like mounting reasonable critique from the left. I see it all the time. I see it in like especially the ultra community, like Maoists, the TikTok Zoomers that love Red Shambhala edits, and the TikTok Zoomers that do like Thomas Sankara edits and Maoist edits. Those guys fucking hate me. They literally are always like, "Oh, dude, you're you're a fucking DNC shill. But then they'll just like write an entire screed that is basically a Destiny subreddit post, or they'll be like, he actually said that, like, there will be people who are claiming to be further to the left than me while simultaneously saying that I like deny rapes that took place on October 7th and that's why they hate me. I'm like, brother, what are you saying? Like, what is your, what? You're over here being like, Hasan Piker is not sufficiently in support of Jusha, but then you're also like reheating propaganda from, you know, reheating propaganda from like ultra Zionist outlets. Establishment Democratic Party strategists will see this and think, it sounds like young people want more plucky, upbeat, short-form, vertical videos. Yeah. They're already doing that, by the way. They're already doing that. I saw there was an article that came out with the Associated Press, which briefly mentioned me as well. But holy fuck, I didn't know this was going to do such crazy numbers. Oh my God. I said, this is what is destroying gaming, by the way, not woke DI or whatever the neckbeard streamers and slop tubers want you to believe. Damn. That shit banged on Twitter. Okay. Where is it? Where is it? There was a new Associated Press article that came out about like the New Left media and how New Left media has played a formative role in getting Abdul out there in front of a lot of people. Dave Weigel tweeted about it as well. Here it is. This is really smart. Ali Swenson's story about the rise of progressive media, which I think has been a massive factor in Michigan Senate. El Sayed ran for governor in 2018. There was no breaking points, no Zateo, no drop site. TikTok wasn't a big deal yet. Reels didn't rip it off yet. Traditional media mattered a lot more, and getting your message out without it was pretty tough. In the 2018 campaign, El Sayed had to fend off a long challenge to his residency, which hurt both his fundraising and his media reach. Is a channel going to send a producer and crew for a candidate who might get tossed off the ballot? El Sayed built his own media profile after losing that race, books, podcasts, and got better at winning the For You page. There's also just much more media that gets in front of normal voters now, and he was all over it, while that same media was mocking Stevens. I didn't even mention Hasan the Hun. A turning point in Michigan Senate was McMorrow condemning El Sayed. Haley Stevens did that too, by the way. Not just McMorrow, for campaigning with Hasan, something that most people clearly don't find offensive. Made her look like a hand-wringing scold while El Sayed was going for a new audience. So here's the interesting thing about this analysis. There is some truth. There is some truth to this. A new media ecosystem is taking root on the left and reshaping Democratic Party politics. These are all, you know, this is our backyard, right? We've been doing this for the last decade almost, right? This didn't just like materialize out of fucking blue, out of the blue. This didn't materialize out of thin air. This is something that we have been developing for years and years. Okay. It's been even longer than the last 10 years. I would say it's, you know, I've been around for even longer than that. It was TYT, Majority Report, Air America that like then merged into all of this stuff. But it's New Left media. Okay. Did you get a bump in viewership after getting more mainstream attention? Barbra Streisand effect? Not necessarily. I don't think I did. I don't think it's been all that helpful in terms of like bringing in new audiences. I think nothing aids on Twitch and on YouTube. Nothing is as powerful as the algorithm is. Nothing is as powerful as like key collaborations are. I don't think like being talked about in mainstream media actually gives me any boost in my analytics. I haven't seen it. It does give me real credibility in the real world, though. Like, I think it puts me in front of a lot more people. I will say anecdotally, from my own personal experiences in the real world, a lot more people recognize me in public now. more than ever before, even. And there were plenty of people who would recognize me in public in the past as well. So that definitely has like I get more normie recognition overall. So mainstream media does have that that capacity to boost your normie recognition. So there's IRL growth, but I don't think I have a lot of like newer viewers that came in because of the positive or negative coverage from mainstream media at all. I've said this before. There was a period of time when all these articles were being written about me, all these profiles were being written about me about how like I'm the, Joe Rogan of the left, all this shit. And none of that did anything to my real analytics on Twitch as one Theo Von appearance did. One Theo Von appearance was far more impactful than anything else. I just think about you being on CNN or whatever while flying back and the guy next to you looks at you. Yeah. But in any case, it's fine. This is why Hannity won't have you on. No, Hannity, it doesn't have any motion. It would be impactful for him if I actually had him on. It would be better for him if I went on his stream than it would be, or his podcast, than it would be for me. Yeah, you're just consistent, 25 to 30K for 6 years. You don't really get interviewed on CNN mainstream news, to be fair. Yeah, I don't. I'm not going to lie, Hasan, you got a workshop that whole sitting with politician doesn't help me at all. It definitely does help. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. You guys are wrong. There's two different worlds out there, okay? The real world, the IRL world with the normies, and the world that like mainstream media cares about, and then the internet world. On the internet world, me doing all of this shit with politicians don't give a fuck, don't matter even a little bit. Like, here, I'll give you an example, okay? This corner of the internet that we're on, specifically on Twitch or TikTok or all these other places, like, they don't care about real world impact at all. They care a lot more about what the algorithm shows you, right? They care a lot more about what the algo shows you. And what the algo shows you is, clips, oftentimes out of context, or bad clips, negative clips, in my experience, and then sometimes good clips as well, drama, all this shit. That's what gives you, that's what boosts your, that's usually what boosts your profile. Like going to the streamer awards or doing the streamer games like Ludwig streamer games or going to streamer university would be unbelievably impactful, like far more impactful as far as like putting me in front of a lot of new eyeballs than doing a million mainstream media interviews. Yeah. Doing real life political work, whether it be interviewing candidates or whatever the fuck, is far worse for the algorithm. It's not fun content that people enjoy. I mean, you guys are obviously hyper autistic and you think it's good, but from a pure analytics perspective, it's not. This is what I do. This is my fucking job. Okay? I'm telling you. I do it because that's what matters the most to me, but I don't do it for clout. Yeah, it doesn't seem to have helped you with viewers, which sucks for streamer Hasan, but for Hasan, the political actor, it's huge. It's bought you a lot of credibility with journalists, candidates, and people in policy circles, so it was a double-edged sword. Yeah. Well, hopefully one day I can rebalance it a little bit better and do more normie focused, like fun content and more collaborations and stuff like that with other streamers so that we can still bring in a newer audience, a younger audience as well, and get them more primed to be excited to go out and vote and engage in political activism, political advocacy, and establish a better base for them and their understanding of the world in general. Because right now, there's still a lot of resilient, like anti-woke tendencies amongst Gen Z that are quote unquote apolitical. And those people still are, those younger apolitical people still are like, yeah, Hasan fucking sucks. He's a real evil villain. But the anti-woke stuff is breaking. So our time will come again. Because there's an inevitability. There's an inevitability to those guys growing up and finding their own footing in the political universe. Believe it or not, I actually found you through JCS Reacts and recaps on your back and forth with Video Game Donkey. Anecdotal, but even among the politically obsessed, that the fun stuff brings people in. Yeah. No, for sure. Anyway, but this has been impactful. Farrah Barron, a physician assistant in Holland, Michigan, used to learn about politics from channels like ABC, CBS, and CNN, but that changes as she decided that coverage of the war in Gaza was irreparably biased. Another thing that I fucking called out for the last 3 years. If you remember, I said establishment media, mainstream media, is destroying its credibility by defending Israel, by defending the American State Department project, first under the Biden administration and then certainly under the Trump administration. This is forcing people's hand to seek out alternatives. We are the alternatives. We are actually offering real, on-the-ground coverage from the people who are being attacked. We're putting the camera on the people who are victim to the strikes and not going and talking to the people who are doing the strikes. Okay? As Amy Goodman likes to say, point the camera at the victims rather than the perpetrators. Mainstream media always points the camera at the perpetrators and here's their perspective. And people were sick and tired of it after fucking 2 years, 3 years of this carnage that they were seeing and no adequate coverage over that carnage. Right? Brandt is among many progressive-minded Americans who have sworn off legacy media institutions. They're turning to a widening mix of independent podcasts, social media accounts, and digital news sites. Now, lucky for the Associated Press, the previous iteration of this establishment media credibility sink came with COVID. And what people were seeking out at that time was really bad alternatives. People who were insane, people who were objectively anti-science, people who were reactionary, right? We can have a conversation about whether or not mainstream media should have lost their credibility because of their COVID coverage. I don't think they should have. They were doing the right thing at that point. They were trying to manage a novel virus that was killing people by the millions. And they were trying to communicate complex epidemiologists, the complex, the complex prevention spread of disease, like disease prevention messaging, and disseminate that to a broad audience to the best of their ability. There was obviously a lot of things that even the epidemiologists, scientists got wrong. It was a novel virus, right? Not that complex. Yes, it is complex. They were trying to contain this thing. They were trying to educate people. People didn't want to fucking listen. So they sought out people like Joe Rogan. But this time, lucky for the population, I guess, people were actually looking for credible reporting. Not simply seeking out like their own, biases, but actually working against the bias of mainstream outlets. Do you understand? Wait, what the fuck? shit. I got a signal message. Freaked me the fuck out for a second. All right. Bro, look at NMP Law Twitter ASAP. Stop. On April 6th, Abdul al-Sayed had only a 27% chance of winning the Democratic primary. On April 7th, he campaigned with Hasan the Hun. Look at what happens to his odds of victory after that moment. The establishment thought elevating and attacking Hasan would help them, but it only helped clarify for Dem voters which candidate actually stood for human rights. Yeah. I hate that it's a Kalshi post, but I will say that I think Kalshi and Polymarket do look at whoever I'm collaborating with and campaigning with, and it greatly boosts their fucking odds. I don't know if there's a bunch of degenerate gambling addicts in this goddamn community, but every single time I've worked with a campaign, they fucking immediately skyrocket on Kalshi, and they immediately skyrocket on Polymarket. I normally don't even want to mention this at all because, you know, as you guys know, I'm anti-gambling. I'm certainly anti-Kalshi, certainly anti-Polymarket. So I rarely ever bring it up, but it is a thing that I have noticed as well. What is this? Guys, I got a new tattoo. What do you think? Making his mama proud. That's what he's doing. People treat them like polls, which is stupid, but I do think there's something to be said about the betting markets being a metric for momentum and overall energy in a race. Even if there's truth to that, I still don't want to rely on it.
Did you vote for Abdul?
Somebody different.
Somebody different.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Instead of going with the, you know, yeah, we need changes and shit, you know what I mean? Fuck it.
We take those. They are not. Behold the magic of prediction markets in action. Thinking that the race would be competitive until Emerson Poll said that it isn't competitive. Truly, we've never seen anything like it. That's a dope hat. Anyway. Yeah, this is the very funny bargaining process for Shannon Watts and all these other established Democrats, which we're going to talk about. Anyway, let me finish this article and we'll get back to that. Barand is among many progressive-minded Americans. They're looking for an alternative. Liberals remain more likely than conservatives to trust mainstream outlets, but the splintering echoes how conservatives skeptical of the party created a collection of insurgent news sites years ago. The shift has elevated individual commentators with opinions on the news, some of whom have proven influential in driving people's votes. Ryan Grimm, a co-founder of Dropsite News and a veteran of online political debate, said progressive politicians have sought out his platform to reach voters in a change from previous election cycles. They have ways to get covered, even if the mainstream just basically ignores them. One of those candidates is Abdul al-Sayed, who is running for U.S. Senate in Michigan and faces more moderate rep, U.S. Haley Stevens. Moderate U.S. Rep Haley Stevens in the August 4th primary. I think in a lot of ways where traditional media has been gatekeepers, we're watching that gatekeeping function fall away, al-Sayed said. Anti-establishment media has exploded lately. These changes have been on display this year in places like New York City, where a slate of progressive congressional candidates endorsed by Mayor Zohran Mamdani defeated establishment-backed candidates. Sarah Heiler, a policy analyst in East Harlem, originally planned to support incumbent Rep Adriana Espaillat in last month's Democratic primary, but then Heiler started learning about progressive outsider Daria Liza Avila Chevalier through YouTube videos and podcasts, including from the liberal media company Midas Touch. This is why I still respect Midas Touch, by the way, because they are agnostic. They do lean on the side of the establishment Democrats in many instances, but they are still somewhat agnostic. when it comes to showcasing outsiders as well. They're not as antagonistic as CNN, MSNBC, and all these other mainstream media outlets are. Okay? And until they become that way, I will stand by their side. Okay? Listen, liberal boomers need an outlet to watch 700 different Trump is dying tomorrow videos as well. Okay? I would have the exact same opinion. Midas Touch also has like a ideological diversity as well, in comparison to, David Pakman, for example, who has increasingly become more hostile to the left flank insurgencies as time has gone on, which has been very disappointing. Midas Touch is operated with a primary function. Obviously, they're not like More Perfect Union, who I admire, adore, and find to be far closer to me ideologically. Okay? But Midas Touch operates with one primary function. And I would go so far as to say Pod Save America, which is a little bit more ideologically minded than even Midas Touch is. They fucking hate Republicans. Okay? Those are the good liberals. Some will say, never trust liberals. They will always betray you in the end. I say there is still established Republican hatred. And if you have that hatred in your heart, then you're good in my book. As long as you don't hate the DSA, or as long as you don't hate socialists more than you hate Republicans, we're fine. Okay? We're fine. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Okay? We'll cross that bridge when we get there. If there's a problem there, there's a problem there. But for the time being, as long as you fucking hate Republicans like I do, we're good. Great message, very mature. Yes. Yes. My actual beliefs are to the left of the Democrats. I don't want a moderate, said Heiler, who ultimately voted for Avila Chevalier in hopes she could help nudge Congress towards progressive policies. The rise of independent media has been a part of a digital transformation that transcends politics as chronically online Americans are turning towards news from social media and content creators. But it's not just the popularity of smartphones driving that change. There's a complete lack of trust in any and all institutions now, said Mike Nellis, a Democratic consultant who hosts a podcast, writes a Substack, and posts political analysis on social media. That has led people to turn to individuals, and so now you're picking your flavor of person to listen to. Among conservatives, faith in mainstream media and more moderate wing of the Republican Party faltered years ago with the rise of the Tea Party movement, paving the way for an alternative right-wing media ecosystem, including sites like Daily Caller, Breitbart, and The Blaze. Trump also tapped into a loose constellation of podcasts, including the Joe Rogan Experience, for his successful comeback campaign. Now, here is one very important distinction. With the exception of like the Joe Rogan Experience and the Theo Vons of the world, or like the Andrew Schultz, there's one huge exception here. Conservative media, whether it is quote unquote independent or whether it's mainstream, still is functioning as a party apparatus. The Ben Shapiro's of the world are funded by the same exact mega donors that fund the Republican Party. The Tea Party movement itself was established by the Koch brothers. So it's always astroturfed, and it's always still churning out American Enterprise Institute and Heritage Foundation talking points. Steven Crowder, Ben Shapiro, all these other quote unquote independent outlets are still not exactly independent. The liberal to progressive side of independent media is very different. With the exception of maybe like Chorus, which even still represents ideological diversity, regardless of my criticisms of some of the more prominent Chorus actors. There are still plenty of people on the Chorus payroll that are abso-fucking-lutely pro-Palestine, very much in support of people like Melai Kiros, right? So there is no established pro-Democratic Party propaganda apparatus on the independent side in the way diversity of what? Like Rachel Cohen. Yeah, Rachel Cohen's a great example. Rachel Cohen, half of the fucking people that I met at the Melai Kiros rally that are, indie content creators like TikTokers and whatnot, some of them have been paid by Chorus. Some of them work with Chorus. So, the point is, independent media on the left flank is antagonistic to the establishment Democrats. Independent media on the right flank is in support of the establishment of the Republican Party. That's a major difference. Okay? That is a major difference. Reese Peck, a media culture professor at the College of Staten Island, said left-wing version of what has happened slowly, beginning with the momentum of Senator Bernie Sanders' first presidential run in 2016. At the time, left-wing anti-establishment YouTube accounts and podcasts like The Young Turks, Chapo Trap House were gaining attention but didn't reach the majority of Democratic voters. Now Democrats have realized their faith in institutions didn't prevent Trump's return. The ground has been made fertile for an anti-establishment media politics where it just wasn't quite there when with the voter base in those previous cycles, Peck said. Even older, moderate liberals, he said, have started to throw their hands in the air and look for alternatives. I can give you my own personal experience with this. There have been plenty of establishment Democrats that have wanted to come on this fucking stream. So just remember that. YouTube accounts like Secular Talk and Breaking Point, streamers like Hasan Piker, and the new digital journalism organizations like More Perfect Union, The Lever, are among those that have seen their audiences multiply. Grimm said Dropsite amassed 800,000 free and 60,000 paid subscribers since launching 2 years ago, more than he'd anticipated. We played a big role in that as well. Saul Levin, a Michigan progressive organizer who recently started his own podcast about artificial intelligence data centers, said Trump's attacks on the existing media landscape are a part of the reason for that growth. The investigations and raids on numerous different journalists, the appointment of specifically aligned billionaires to lead various major news agencies is very troubling, he said. Creators and new media outlets are stepping in to try to fill the gaps. Alternative media is prominent in the Michigan primary. The Michigan primary will be the latest test of the evolving media ecosystem, with El Sayed, a longtime podcaster himself, has tried to harness. Various progressive outlets, creators, and organizers have aggressively promoted his campaign. El Sayed said the rise of independent media has let voters compare news across different channels to notice biases, but he doesn't turn down opportunities on legacy media either. I go on Fox News, I go on podcasts, I Twitch stream, we have a YouTube channel, he said. Stevens, who received endorsements from outgoing incumbent Senator Gary Peters, Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer, has a more traditional approach. She's also backed by the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, which has spent close to $30 million on the race, more than 30 now, because there was another $5 million that they infused into the race yesterday. Stevens' campaign declined the comment for this story. Ironically enough, this is the problem with Stevens. She doesn't even do traditional media. She's just being coasted. She's just being carried by 54, 55, almost $60 million, $60 million in outside expenditures. Reporting from progressive outlets has influenced how the race has unfolded. For example, Stevens parted ways with a campaign consultant when Dropsite revealed that she has also worked for the tech company Palantir, which is controversial in liberal circles because of his government contracts involving immigration enforcement. Democratic officials said Trump's return to the White House has also revived interest in the party's official channels. The DNC, relatively new digital media offering, a rapid response clipping and messaging account with the handle FactPost News, has amassed more than 2 billion impressions on Threads, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Blue Sky in 2026 alone. I remember thinking to myself, there's a chance that this flops and doesn't get any traction, said DNC Deputy Chief Mobilization Officer Paulina Mangobat. It's been really, really successful. At times, the mix of new voice on the left has erupted in public tensions. Grimm recently faced criticism for boosting failed Democratic candidate Graham Plattner in Maine, and he was accused of trying to undermine the credibility of sexual assault allegation that torpedoed Plattner's campaign. Grimm said while he recognized people were angry, his reporting on the allegation was meant to share additional context. If we're going to litigate allegations in the court of public opinion, we can't pick and choose what the details we want to share with the public out of fear of how they'll be received. More recently, when Dropsite interviewed progressive U.S. Representative Ro Khanna of California, one of his journalists pressed Khanna on whether Hamas was justified to it. One of its journalists. That's Jeremy Scahill, man. That's fucking nutty. Associated Press. Put some respect on Jeremy motherfucking Scahill. Jeremy Scahill is one of the last remaining investigative reporters in this goddamn country. Some of the major investigative reporters have unfortunately found themselves, caping for Republicans at times. Some of them have had unique and eclectic interests and opinions. Jeremy Scahill has not. He's one of the best investigative reporters. It's him and Olivia Reingold. Yeah. Just him and Olivia Reingold of the Free Press. But Grimm said, those are the kinds of tough questions independent media are there to ask, and that American voters increasingly want to see their representatives in Congress answer. People want to see you being accountable to questions, and if they don't agree with you, sometimes that's fine. He said, I think the smarter politicians are starting to recognize that. Yeah. I think people need to chill on Ryan Grimm. Okay? I see a lot of Ryan Grimm hate over the Graham Plattner stuff. Look, there have been plenty of instances throughout both of our careers where I've found myself sometimes disagreeing with Ryan Grimm. You guys need to fucking calm down, okay? I'll say it. Sometimes you're not going to agree with Grimm's coverage on certain issues. Who cares? You're wrong on this one, King. No, he still is a phenomenal reporter overall. He's been going off about Fauci. Oh God, stop. Look. All right, there you go. I shouldn't have even brought it up. I shouldn't have even said anything. Yeah, I don't care about the Fauci stuff. And I don't care about it's a losing battle always. It's just I'm literally about to interview Norman Finkelstein, okay? One of the biggest issues I think that we will forever have is turning disagreements that we have with coverage or with attitudes, with opinions, into irreconcilable issues. Okay? I'm not even going to gloss over it beyond that. Chris Van Hollen becomes the first U.S. senator to call Israelis terrorists. Oh my God, my goat. He is popping the fuck off. Yeah. What's the right mentality to have on these issues? Oh, dude, I just ignore it. I look at the broader output and the years and years of good work. That's it. Same with Norm Finkelstein. Norm Finkelstein, before October 7, had an entire period where he was like leaning into somewhat of a reactionary and, dare I say, transphobic perspective. He was so brain broken by identity politics and how it was weaponized against Bernie Sanders, how it was weaponized against like left flank movements, that even if there was some legitimacy to his commentary there, he went above and beyond. He was like almost singularly focused on it. He might even still bring this up. He might still even have that residual resentment. Okay? He don't got internet. Ultimately, I'm not going to cast aside the good work that he's done in his particular field. That's it. And I hope people can also make that same calculation and be a little bit more tactical in general. I think you guys also do that for certain reporters that you like. That's it. Why no Starlink for him? Important lore update. Adam Mockler went to high school with this girl. I deadass went to high school with her. She was not well liked. Oh my God. She was an asshole. She wasn't liked in high school. Fully grown adult posting like a Stargate child. She was an asshole. She got into an argument with our autistic classmate about clothes during this presentation, lol. Why are people defending this person? Why are people defending the coochie mogger? What the hell is going on? Is that all you had to see was just a fucking piece of the labia? That's it? You got a crumb of cooter and you're like, I will die for this woman. That is insane. Fucking gooners, man. Who the hell is out there being like, dude, are you fucking kidding me? She's awesome. She's just reading talking points while showing you the outline of her pussy. I'm not even being like misogynistic when I say this.
Can we please?
She literally is doing just that. Okay? Like under different circumstances, you could be like, wow, you're objectifying a woman. Like, how dare you not listen to her brilliant commentary? Like this is, she's not even hiding it. Like this is straight up. Obviously, what she is doing, she hikes up the pants so you can see the outline of her crotch. She has an OnlyFans, which I have no issue with, okay? Sex work is real work. I love sex workers. They're great. She's doing sex work, but in the direction of fascism. This is not objectification, but objective description. Thank you, chatter.
Stop addressing Ilhan Omar as a congresswoman. I mean, she's literally a fraud. This is a person who came to the USA to corrupt its people and resources. She went from negative $65,000 net worth to over $30 million and denies it. She denies it and she blames it on an accounting error. That's not all. Then there's the winery with no clear location, no wine at all, no phone number, no visible operations. It seems abnormal, doesn't it? And then she proceeds to insult the reporter asking about these things, asking her to explain it to the people. And on top of all of these unknown things, she calls World War II World War XI. So
no one, and I mean no one sits like this unless they are at the OBGYN. Okay? This is OBGYN stance. This is the OBGYN stance. She just sitting comfortably? Really? Anyway, let's get back to what we were talking about with the Abdul El Sayed situation. So, yeah, new poll comes out. Abdul's surging basically with every demographic with the exception of plus 65. And also, in the crosstabs, black voters are plus 33. Breaking for Haley Stevens. Okay. It's he's going to win the primary, hopefully, inshallah. Okay. And it's great. And we're very excited about it. There are other races in Michigan that I'm hoping to also be able to push a little bit. Will Lawrence, Donovan McKinney, Kyle Blomquist. There are some in the different districts. The poll of black voters only included 146. I mean, it's probably statistically representative. I mean, they've weighted that. Like, there's no. That's crazy. 149 is probably an adequate sample size if the overall sample size is like, I don't know what the over that actually might even be. Aisha Faruqi as well. Why do you say it will shock the world? Are you talking about the margins? I think, it will. I'm talking about the margins, and I'm also talking about what the establishment has claimed was going to happen. That's why I'm saying it'll shock the world. Anyway, Will Lawrence is also still surging, regardless of the establishment Democrat push for Matt Mazdam. Right? Isn't it Matt Mazdam that's being pushed? So that's good. Will Lawrence is co-founder of the Sunrise Movement. He's goated. They tried to hit him with he's anti-black. The argument that he was anti-black. But it hasn't worked. And this district is actually a swing district as well, which is why it's interesting. Matt Mazdam is a former Navy SEAL backed by Elisa Slotkin. And I think Jasmine Crockett is doing something with Bridget Brink. I don't know why. But it doesn't matter. Will Lawrence is goated. Big time anti data center guy. Oh, yeah. This is an incredible fucking. We'll get to that in a second. This is an incredible Haley Stevens impression. Jasmine Crockett is heading to Lansing, Michigan to support Bridget Brink, running against Lawrence and Mazdam, hosted by Joe Tate. Don't know why Jasmine Crockett is pushing for Bridget Brink while Elisa Slotkin is pushing for, and this is Elisa's old seat, Elisa Slotkin is pushing for Mazdam. But hey, once again, established Democrats failing to consolidate behind one candidate. Great for us. Will Lawrence has a lot of on-the-ground excitement as well. Now, this is a shaky district overall. It's a blue wave year regardless, but whoever makes it out of the primary, in my opinion, is going to have a far easier go at it than what people predict. And I think Will Lawrence has a better shot from previous polls that have been shown. Will Lawrence has a better shot against the Republican than Matt Mazdam and Bridget Brink, ironically enough. But that hasn't stopped the fucking dumbass establishment Democrats from actively trying to undermine him and rat fuck this race as well by calling him a fucking anti-black racist. It's disgusting, but he's still doing very well. Meanwhile, if you go down south to Detroit, you have Donovan McKinney. Okay? Donovan McKinney is black. Detroit is, very black district. Shri Thanedar, on the other hand, has gotten the endorsement of the Congressional Black Caucus. CBC PAC is backing Shri Thanedar, and so is Hakeem Jeffries. Other prominent CBC members have actually broken rank with the rest of the caucus to endorse Donovan McKinney, who is fantastic. We've had him on the stream, if you guys remember. You are on CNN right now. Is it the Donny? Someone send me the live CNN link, please. I don't have the live broadcaster link. They are calling you reprehensible. Okay, quick, give me the fucking link. Give me the live broadcast link.
In the Republican Party. It's all aimed at overthrowing the establishment. The juxtaposition between Carville and Piker is very interesting to me. Carville's a guy who's won, I don't know, hundreds of political campaigns in America over 30 years, 40 years. Hasan Piker is an influencer who abuses his dog on camera. And he's very popular with a certain fringe bunch of people out there, but he doesn't care if the Democratic Party succeeds.
I'm assuming
he wins
motherfucker.
if the Democratic Party loses, and he wins if Democratic Socialists win. His interests are not aligned with winning in purple states, in swing
They're
states,
getting
and the
nasty.
like. And that's
Now
the
they're
problem
doing
with the DSA,
defamation.
and a lot of DSA leaders admit as much.
Yeah, I think that what you're seeing here
That's
is
crazy.
that voters want.
This is something that most mainstream media has not touched because they know it's defamation. It's actually kind of wild that they're in such a panic state that they're now moving on to like Fox shit that Fox News won't even do. Like Fox News won't even cover that. Fox News won't even say that because they know it's defamation. That is unbelievable that CNN is now entertaining defamation when Fox News wouldn't even touch that.
Is that a majority of Americans wouldn't vote
Wow.
for a Democratic Socialist for president. So what Democrats are going to have to confront over the next year and a half is who is the nominee that can actually ultimately win in a general election. And those two things are very different, the primary electorate versus the general electorate. At the end of the day, we saw what happened when in 2020. The Democratic Party brand was also not great.
That's
Democrats,
wild.
at the end of the day, picked
They must
someone
be
who
fucking-
could ultimately win.
they must be
And I do think
scared,
that the way
dude.
the Democratic map is now for 2028 with South Carolina first, et cetera, will potentially produce a nominee that can ultimately win in the general election.
I just want to push back on the idea that Zoran Mamdani is like delivering. I mean, he's delivering great social media content. Agreed. And a lot of these folks,
they're
the
so
Sheens,
butthurt.
one of the
Oh,
difference
they're
between-
so
between
mad.
Hasan Piker and Nick Fuentes is production value, about 6 feet, and somebody who can bench maybe 300 pounds in Hasan Piker. And I don't know what Nick Fuentes can do, but he's got a little noodle
I
on.
can't, but thank you.
But when it comes
Glaze!
to Zoran Mamdani, he's doing this fantastic social
On
media
cost.
content.
He is delivering on cost.
How? He hasn't done that yet. I mean, he's balanced the
What is
budget.
he delivered on cost? He's
a bunch
frozen
of
the
pension
rent,
obligations.
things like that.
Yeah, freezing the rent, which is good if you're in a rent-controlled house, which a lot of those.
Which a lot of people in New York City are.
And so
But this,
when you,
I think this is the central point, which is that it might work in New York City.
It does not
may
going to work
not
everywhere.
in Michigan
Correct.
or the
That's
rest of the
right.
country. And
That's
that's
you
right.
can get away with it in the short term, but eventually it's all going to come crashing down, and I guarantee you I know who they're going to blame.
All right. Donnie O'Sullivan, thank you so much for being with us. It's really interesting set of conversations you've had here. And please don't miss Donnie's episode of The Whole Story. It's going to air Sunday at 8 o'clock Eastern, right here on CNN, and you can watch it the next day on the CNN app. Coming up next year, Congressman Jim Jordan will join us in the arena to talk about the new CNN polling that could spell trouble for congressional Republicans ahead of the midterms.
Wow. That was awesome. That was fucking awesome. Dude, they are fucking terrified, dude. God damn. Dude, I never listen. Here's the thing, okay? Here's the thing. I didn't we've always said that there are some liberals, there are some establishment Democrats who hate the left more than they hate Donald Trump. Okay? But Democrats, for the most part, have actually been very careful not to go beyond a certain point, right? AOC is a great example of this, where obviously they hated that AOC defeated Crowley, but AOC was in the ranks of the Democratic Party in general, and they basically welcomed her, right? And when push comes to shove, even though there's a lot of resentment towards Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar, even at points Nancy Pelosi has defended Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib, but they've also attacked Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar as well. But they've never gone past the point. They've never gone past the point of actively presenting actively presenting the left flank as a bigger danger to American politics. The only time I've seen them do this was when Bernie was slated to win the primaries in 2020. When, was it Chris Hedges that went on MSNBC and said Bernie Sanders, if he wins, he's gonna bring out the brown shirts. They're gonna execute us. They're gonna execute us in Central Park, right? Or no, it was Chris Matthews, not Chris. Wait, what did I say? Chris Hedges? I'm so sorry. That's my goat. That's insane that I said that. Chris Matthews, not Chris Hedges. Chris Hedges is amazing. I apologize. I apologize to Chris Hedges, who is, of course, fantastic. It was Chris Matthews. Chris Hedges would never say that. Or maybe would say it in a positive way. So what I was saying is they must be very panicked about what's going on within the Democratic Party. So much so that they are now resorting to insane levels of slander, including but not limited to complaining about Zohran Mamdani not accomplishing his agenda, which is demonstrably false, right? It's demonstrably false. And I said this from the beginning, that they did not fear Zohran Mamdani losing. They did not fear Zohran Mamdani failing. They feared his success. Okay? Look at these polls, man. Look at these polls. Mamdani at -5, AOC at -12. This is across the board, by the way. This is the CNN SSRS poll. Favorables, highest to lowest, net. Zohran Mamdani has the highest favorability. AOC in a close second place. This means favorabilities in the Democratic Party and also the unfavorabilities coming from the Republicans. Okay? I feel that if a leftist candidate is favored to win, they will pull a 1968 convention, a 2016 Bernie, a 2020 Super Tuesday, and rat fuck the candidate, even if it would lead to a loss in the general. If we establish a base of support within the center of power of the Democratic Party in these midterms, it will be far less likely for them to successfully accomplish that. The environment that you are describing is so different than what it is right now. One of the primary weapons that the establishment has always wielded against their left flank has been mainstream outlets consistently smearing their left flank opponents, the left flank insurgent movements, people like Bernie Sanders. That was unbelievably successful in 2016 and also successful in 2020. With the exception of, I would say, older black voters, who are, of course, a very important and very reliable voting bloc, one of the last machines of the Democratic Party that still actually works. There's not a lot of juice left in the establishment side. People no longer believe the electability argument. I say older black voters specifically because younger black voters also do not give a shit about what the television is saying is the most reliable vote. And even with older black voters, you will slowly but surely start seeing changes as well. That's why, if you recall, when I talked about the CBC a couple of months ago, I told you something. I don't know if you remember. I said that the CBC, when it was initially established, the Congressional Black Caucus, when it was initially established, was a very progressive force in the Democratic Party. Okay? Historically speaking, the Congressional Black Caucus was not actually a fixture of entrenched power within the Democratic Party. That, of course, changed over the last, 3 or 4 decades. And it became a prominent fixture of entrenched power where seniority obviously played a major role. They got a lot of money from AIPAC. They became openly and outwardly pro profit seeking around healthcare, which is antagonistic to the inception of the Congressional Black Caucus, ironically enough. And here's the thing. Here's the thing. You will see after these primary victories, you will see after these midterm victories, the makeup, the ideological makeup of the Congressional Black Caucus change dramatically. Maylot Quiros, Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier, Chris Rabb, Donovan McKinney. If we're lucky, Elijah Manley. These representatives will actually, in Hartzell Gray, Cori Bush, right? If these representatives all win, the ones that I just, the ones I told you have already won their primaries, but these representatives, if they win, they will, and Justin Pearson as well, these representatives will become as a reliable voting bloc. These representatives will quite literally shift the power center within the Congressional Black Caucus. Okay? Guys, stop naming all of the... Like, James Tallarico is not even in the House of Representatives and is white, okay? Shut the fuck up. There's people being like, oh, what about James Tallarico? No, I'm talking about the Congressional Black Caucus. Jesus Christ. Stop talking about white people for 1 second, please. Oh, my God. Please. I know we don't often get into black people's business, but Jesus Christ. Yeah, the only individual that you can talk about if you want to talk about the Congressional Black Caucus is Sri Tanadar and Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Are you saying the hierarchy of power in the HBC is about to change? I think that there are plenty within the ranks of the CBC that look at the situation, have their own ideological convictions, and don't want to play the role of establishment Democrats. Okay? That's what I think. Do you understand? I think that there, and you've seen it already. You've seen some higher ranking Congressional Black Caucus representatives literally break ranks with the rest of the caucus to endorse against the caucus with Abdul Sayed, with Donovan McKinney. I wish they would do that with Elijah Manley as well. I'm shocked that there hasn't been more momentum in that front. Do you understand? The older CBC reps that are, holding on, clinging on to their seat of power are obviously weaponizing their influence and prominence against left flank candidates. But there is like one step underneath that with a level of seniority within the Congressional Black Caucus that sees the changes that are taking place and actually want to lean in the direction of progress. Do you understand? The Congressional Black Caucus is not a monolith either. No one is a monolith, obviously, and the CBC certainly isn't. So yes, while Clyburn is still trying to squeeze as much juice as he can out of the perhaps last cycle that he will be impactful in, it's not working. And there are those right underneath him in the CBC that I think recognize the changes that are taking place and want to be there for it. Do you understand? And perhaps more importantly, the more these insurgencies win races, the more these insurgent black socialist candidates actually have a national impact, the more the unks and the aunties, the more the boomers in every demographic, but also specifically the black voting bloc, will look to that insurgent movement with admiration and will support it. This is very important for 2028. Perhaps one of the most important aspects of 2028. You cannot get out of the Democratic Party's primary without being able to get the boomers on your side. And you cannot win the Democratic Party's primaries without black boomers. Okay? Older black voters are basically the vanguard, the backbone. And the Democrats know this. The establishment knows this. That's why they swapped the first primary to South Carolina. So Jim Clyburn can offer a major boost to whatever the establishment, whoever the establishment frontrunner is. There's obviously advantages to this because I think it will destroy the Pete Buttigieg's of the world. Obviously, it will humiliate whichever candidate is seeking out the establishment voters that is not going to get the Jim Clyburn touch. Okay? And it will actually greatly benefit the the additional primaries that come after, because I think a lot of people still think that vote for this candidate because I said so, because he's the most electable or she's the most electable, is going to work. It's not even fucking working in 2026, so it will certainly not work in 2028. Do you understand? It's not even working right now. It's not working in Michigan. It didn't work for Andrew Cuomo in New York. Jim Clyburn endorsed Andrew Cuomo, if you recall. I don't know if you guys remember that. It failed. Zohran Mamdani became the mayor. The Gretchen Whitmer endorsement, in spite of her, decent approval ratings, did not work to move the needle in Haley Stevens' direction. The electability arguments are falling apart in real time. Emerson also polled Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, saying that she holds a 62% approval rating among Democratic primary voters, with a 17-point drop since April, when it was 79%. This happened, and if you recall, I talked about this. This happened because of that hot mic moment. This happened because of the AI data centers, which she openly stated were unpopular, but that they signed that kind of stuff into law regardless of its unpopularity. The first impact came from the Trump, the hiding her face in the White House. That was a big deal as well. The second impact came from the data centers. Anyway, apparently Larkin went on Fox News to cook.
What is the number that is fine with you? Is there a benchmark? Is it fine? How many children can be raped and it's fine if you're in relation to the immigration community?
If we're going to talk about children being raped, then we need to hold this pedophile president, Donald Trump, accountable, and all those that have been implicated by the Epstein files that the Department of Justice is still not leaking. They've sent AIPAC after Thomas Massey for having the temerity to hold
Larkin,
accountable the pedophiles that are in control of our government.
Thank you. We appreciate your time very much.
We got to get this in front of as many people as possible. Oliver Larkin. For those of you who don't know, Oliver Larkin, I mean, everyone in this community knows, but this is for the clip. For those of you who don't know, Oliver Larkin is running against one of the most right-wing Democrats, Jared Moskowitz, in Florida. Oliver Larkin is running for Congress in Florida 25 against Jared Moskowitz, one of the most right-wing Democrats, a person who's called himself a DeSantis Democrat, a person who has openly said is more to the right than Marco Rubio, a person who was the first person to join the Doge Caucus as a Democrat. That is who Oliver Larkin will unseat. That is beast mode. We need real fighters like Oliver Larkin in Congress. We see that you're phone banking for Donovan, it seems. Yes, I am. What the hell is this graphic, man? We're in the home stretch. Time to get out the vote. Join me as special guest Hasan the Hunt for a Get Out the Vote phone bank tomorrow, Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern. What the hell, bro? What the hell is this graphic? Who on the Donovan McKinney team made this graphic, bro? Pocket Piker? Which one of you made this? That's hilarious. Anyway, let me boost this video real quick. Oh. Pocket Piker is kind of a bar, though, not gonna lie. I'll take it. We take those. Oh my God, what a cook. What a cook. Can you get a VAR on that Larkin clip? Yeah, let's run it back again. Let's run it back again really quickly. Let's run the VAR on this. So I'm gonna go through this slowly, okay? Playback speed 0.5.
What is the
so Fox News host clearly is trying to claim that all undocumented migrants are rapists at a time when obviously
fine with you.
all undocumented migrants are rapists is the claim that's coming from the Fox News host here, Oliver Larkin, running for Florida 25 against Jared Moskowitz, one of the most right-wing Democrats out there. Okay. We're doing a VAR check here. Slow motion, flag on the play. You see the Fox News host come in hot with unbelievable amounts of racialized agitative propaganda. Okay. Just want to say Oliver Larkin obviously is feeling the heat, considering that he recently tried to do a debate with Jared Moskowitz. Jared Moskowitz ran away from said debate.
Is there a benchmark? Is it fine? How many children can be raped and it's fine?
Remember, flag on the play. Wee woo, wee woo. We got a Republican talking about child rape. Now, this is not a very good predicament for any Republican to be in, because the moment that a Republican starts talking about child rape, claiming that undocumented migrants are pedophiles and raping children, you can very quickly turn the conversation around to the rapist pedophiles in Congress on the Republican side. Many people don't know this, but the grand old party is actually the party of pedophilia. Okay? Pedocon is a theory like gravity is a theory. Okay? So Oliver Larkin will very quickly turn around and flip the Uno reverse. As you can see here from the way he is pulling off the Shia smirk, he's ready for it. He receives this racial information and this racial agitprop. And instead of getting very offended or angry at it, he very quickly deploys the Shia smirk. You can see that right here. This is, famously the Shia smirk. You've probably seen Abbas Arakshi also deploy a similar Shia smirk as well. Sometimes you'll see this from, the Houthis, the Ansar Allah communiques. Let's see what his retort looks like.
If you're in relation to the immigration community.
If we're going to talk about children being raped, then we need to hold this pedophile president, Donald Trump, accountable, and all those that have been implicated by the Epstein files that the Department of Justice is still not leaking. They've sent AIPAC after Thomas Massie for having the...
Now, this is also additional. This is a double bind, okay? First, he deploys the no you technique, and in this situation, obviously, you never want to be a Republican bringing this kind of stuff up because, your side. From Dennis Hastert to what was his name? Roy Moore. All the way to, of course, the Epstein affiliates. This is not going to be good. This is going to hit like a Shahed drone, okay, on a $1 billion radar installation parked at the Al Udeid Air Base, if you will. But he doesn't stop right there. So the Mosaic defense system deployed here is multifaceted. First, you pepper with drone strikes, Shahed drones that are relatively cheap, but very effective. But then the ballistic munition comes in. And the ballistic munition in this situation is the tactical deployment of Thomas Massie. Very specific. Thomas Massie being unseated by AIPAC for holding to account the Trump administration's defense of the, pedophilic Epstein class. So that secondary strike that comes right after the Shahed drone strike is huge.
The temerity to hold accountable the pedophiles that are in control of our government.
Thank you. We appreciate your time very much. What is the number that is fine with you? Is there a benchmark? Is it fine? How many children can be?
Yeah. So, as you see, this is not only a critical hit, but it's a double crit, which is unique. Double crits are very effective, okay? Obviously, he evaded the defenses. He was able to penetrate the anti-air defense systems and then deliver ballistic munitions right after, which is precisely the reason why the host quickly turns around and deploys the ripcord and says, "Thank you so much for coming on the broadcast. You will never be invited back again." Brilliant stuff from Oliver Larkin, running in Florida 25 against Jared Moskowitz.
We appreciate your time very much. What is the number?
We appreciate your time. Great stuff. Great stuff. Love to see it. Love to see it. What are his odds realistically? I think they just fucking rose up quite a bit. Austin Ox will probably make haste and slap this on TikTok ASAP. It will go viral, and his odds will skyrocket. It's good. By the way, that's how you do a fucking Fox News appearance, Democrats. I've seen a lot of Democrats go on Fox News and agree with the hosts. I've seen a lot of Democrats go on Fox News and talk about the future of the Democratic Party. Oh my God. What about these DSA candidates? Jared didn't leak his July internal, which is a bad sign for him. Ooh. Not good. Ooh. Oh no, Jared. He was so forthcoming with his internals up until this point. I wonder why. Interesting. Yeah, he backed out of the Black Caucus debate as well. Jared Moskowitz did. Last thing I wanted to show you guys about Vote Blue No Matter Who, by the way, is 2 different lines of attack that Abdul has been receiving from Democrats. One from Shannon Watts defending the Hillary Scholten conversation. Hillary Scholten is a Michigan representative who there's the rumor mill is claiming is hooking up with the Republican that's running, who's having an affair with a Republican that's running for governor in the state, John James. Hillary Scholten, is that how you say it? Okay. Hillary Scholten has been attacking Abdul al-Sayed quite a bit and has said something along the lines of how she will not endorse Abdul al-Sayed even if Abdul al-Sayed wins the primary. Here, that sentiment is being echoed by Michael LaRosa, who is a former Joe Biden staffer, former spokesman for the First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, who loves going on Fox News as well and agreeing with Fox News all the time, a reactionary through and through. If he loses, it will be because he's an obnoxious, boorish, and insufferable grandstander talking about Abdul al-Sayed. If he loses, it just means Democrats dodged a bullet, but the leaked audio tape says it all. And if he wins, I will do everything I can to make sure he loses because of the declared vendetta that he says he will pursue against all normal Democrats. As in, he is openly admitting that if Abdul al-Sayed wins the primary, Michael LaRosa is going to do everything he can to make sure that the Democrats don't have a Senate majority. I got to ask, why is a former Joe Biden staffer vowing to defeat a Democratic candidate and help the Republicans? Something weird has happened ever since Cuomo refused to endorse Mamdani. It's almost like progressive wing is calling the establishment's bluff, and the establishment doesn't actually have party loyalty if they don't get to run it. I got to ask, why did a Democratic candidate for the U.S. Senate promise to primary other Democrats if he wins? I don't know if he will or not, but there's a big difference between that and supporting a Republican. You're making it sound like politics is just a social club, and if your faction loses, you throw a tantrum. Don't you care about defeating Republicans? The answer is no. Got to wonder why his current job isn't in his bio, but his 5 former jobs are. Michael LaRosa joined Ballard Partners, one of the top government relations firms in the United States, as a partner in his Washington, D.C. office, September of 2023. So just remember that. What is the leaked audio tapes? I don't even know what they're fucking... I don't know what he's talking about. Maybe the one that was on the Republican news circuit about like the Ayatollah or whatever, the clip chimp on the Ayatollah, or the Fetterman ogre one. I think he's talking about John Fetterman being an ogre. Ogre on a pike. Yeah. Crystal Ball, this was in response to Crystal Ball saying, if Abdul wins, it will send a powerful message that all the money in the world cannot make up for the disgust Dem voters feel for establishment Democrats' moral bankruptcy on Israel, fighting fascism, and standing up to oligarchy. That's what he responded to, saying, I will do everything in my power to make sure he loses. Now, lucky for us, Michael LaRosa is a fucking nobody. Okay? So he doesn't have a lot of motion beyond going on Fox News and complaining. Here is the other person, though, Hillary Scholten, who is also saying she will not support Abdul al-Sayed if Abdul al-Sayed wins the Democratic primary, as in she will not support a Democratic majority for Senate. Okay? To which Shannon Watts deployed her immediate defense. She's already said al-Sayed's embrace of Hasan Piker is a non-starter, but of course Favreau is demanding women support his candidate instead of demanding his candidate distance himself from Hasan Piker. Now let me tell you something. This is good. This is a sign of progress. Okay? You want to know why? Many people will look at this and go, oh my God, she's so fucking pathetically obsessed. I see something positive. They have recognized that Haley Stevens is most likely going to lose the primary. So now they're in the bargaining phase. What they're bargaining with is maybe we can chip away at Abdul's support of Hasan Piker. They went from Abdul is definitely going to lose this race to Haley Stevens to, okay, he's going to probably win, but at least like give us something. At least give us something. And what is that something? Don't collaborate with a Twitch streamer. That is basically the de facto sign of weakness, waving the white flag, whatever you want to call it. Okay? Things are going to get very interesting in the upcoming months, I think. It is going to be a real which side are you on moment for many Democrats. I think the voters, a lot of self-identifying liberals, will side with us because they share that deep disgust, that deep disdain, that deep hatred for Trumpism, for MAGA, for the Republican Party in general. Many of these DC dickheads, on the other hand, who go through the cocktail circuit, who go through the speaker gig circuit, have already developed established relationships with Republicans, so they do not share our anger. They do not share our anger. Even if liberals are DSA curious, even if liberals are maybe a little worried about, how radical socialism might be, they still hate Republicans far more. This is yet another fissure between the establishment and the base of support. The establishment and the voters are completely at odds on the issue of Israel. The establishment and voters are completely at odds on the issue of data centers. I say, let them chirp. Let them be angry. Let them get confused. It's clear that the DC consultant class is completely out of step with where the voters are. Meanwhile, new Abdul al-Sayed AOC ad just dropped. Let's take a look.
Dr. Abdul al-Sayed and I may come from different places, but we're forged from the same fight.
For money out of politics, money in your pocket, and Medicare
for all. That's the part they can't stand. That's why billionaires are spending millions to bury Abdul and this movement.
For all, because wherever you live, however you pray, whoever you vote for, I'm gonna fight for you.
And we only win
when all of us win.
That's right.
I'm Abdul al-Sayed, and I approve this message. All right.
Yay!
To your point about bargaining, the last two paragraphs. Let's take a look at what this is. Oh, The Atlantic. Jonathan Chait. What Abdul al-Sayed's election in Michigan would prove. He and his allies are betting that an obsessively anti-Zionist left-wing politics can win everywhere. Sad day for Jonathan Chait, because it absolutely can win everywhere, including the reddest of districts. The last two paragraphs you wanted me to read. The combination of populism and anti-Zionism has introduced a strain of political rhetoric that heretofore has had little place within the Democratic Party. Oh, anybody who has observed the Republican Party in the Trump era, however, would recognize a combination of populist demagoguery and edgelord bullying. Informing your supporters that the problems are the result of a shadowy cabal of billionaire conspirators tends to unleash passions that can be difficult to control. El-Sayed and Trump share a gleeful lack of concern for the consequences. Although the comparison may sound like an insult, it's one El-Sayed has invited himself. Earlier this year, he held a campaign event with Hasan Piker, a popular streamer and enthusiast for left-wing authoritarian regimes. When reporters questioned his choice of allies, El-Sayed replied, if perfectly inoffensive won elections, then Donald Trump would have never been president. Democrats now have to decide whether they think they can win elections this way and whether they want to. Yeah, the problem is Donald Trump is unbelievably successful. That's kind of the issue. Okay? And Democrats, for the longest time, put their head in the sand, plugged their eyes and ears, and refused to recognize that. We want to defeat the Republicans. Donald Trump is an incredibly not popular anymore, but incredibly successful Republican nonetheless. And that is the problem. And we will defeat Trumpism in this country. It is very clear to me that the establishment has no answer for it. It's very clear to me that not only does the establishment have an answer for how to defeat Trumpism, they don't even want to. Okay? This is, call me Chinese, the way this article is saying. Hasan and Abdul El-Sayed's strategy seems very successful, but at what cost? Chotiner did a fucking left left article. Will left-wing Democrats reinvent the party or hurt its chances in November? Bernie Sanders' erstwhile campaign manager explains why he thinks it's the former. Uh-oh. Don't do it, FaZe. FaZe, no. Don't do it. Don't do it, FaZe. Don't pick up the phone call from Isaac Chotiner. FaZe, no. I need context. What's the title? Ironic picture choice considering you just stepped in dog shit on live CNN when you outright defame someone again, ironically about a dog. Yawn, I went easy on that fraud. Editor-in-chief of the Dispatch, Jonah Goldberg, is the one who slandered me on Fox News. Real scared about the changes taking place in American politics on that CNN panel, buddy. Is everything okay? Why is your hair even shorter now, bro? What the fuck? Yeah, that's what happens when you get a haircut. Did I say Fox News? No, I said CNN panel. Yeah, I said CNN. Hey, Jonah, you seem real scared about the changes taking place in American politics on that CNN panel, buddy. Is everything okay? I said Fox News out loud. Oh. Well, what's the difference? Well, I guess the difference is Fox News is a little bit more careful about, deploying slander. Academia is so hilariously cooked, says Egg Boy. I'm not an AAUP member, but I think it's a really bad idea for the American Association of University Professors to be endorsing candidates, especially in a factional Democratic primary. Academia is so hilariously cooked, says Maddie Iglesias. Okay. Where was I? Oh, yeah. We did the vote blue no matter who is bullshit. It turns out vote blue no matter who was just to whip the ranks and get the left to support establishment Democrats no matter what. It turns out it doesn't work in the right-wing direction for the centrist and right-wing Democrats. It doesn't work that way. That talking point is dead. But I don't think it'll be that big of a problem in general, because what these guys don't understand is this. The more these guys the more establishment Democrats and the consulting class actively try to undermine their left flank, where all of the momentum is, the more they lose credibility. They don't actually end up gaining credibility. In order to gain credibility, you have to win. You have to defeat Republicans. You have to win elections. And if you can't do that, and you just chirp from the sidelines, you'll be pushed further and further away from the center of power. Some have already seen the writing on the wall. There are those who in the past have defended centrists that are a little bit more agnostic to our flank, a little bit more supportive of the insurgent candidates. They see the momentum, they see the excitement, and for one reason or another, maybe it's purely posturing because they think this will be good for career opportunities down the line, or maybe because they actually see that excitement and change their minds about the left flank insurgencies. I'm not going to make any assertions on what the reasoning is, but there are some who are recognizing that these changes are coming and where the enthusiasm is in the base. There are those who are resistant to this change, though, and those who are ideologically loyalist to the old guard, the current established center of power. Okay? Those people will no longer have a place in the Democratic Party. They will not be hired as consultants ever again. As time goes on, as the left flank is more and more popular and it grows in power and influence, the near attendants of the world will either have to do an about face or they will lose. They will no longer be electable. They will no longer be hired. Okay? I love that I'm doing election analysis and some fucking dickhead came in here to be like, Asmongold is reviewing Fear and Pod right now. Thanks, chatter. The fuck do I have to do with that? What else is new? We're covering the news, man. Troy Jackson had an exclusive interview with Aaron Parnas, by the way. This is the new article that came out trying to attack Troy Jackson. For those of you who don't know, the Troyotathon is already live and alive. We have the Troy Mentum. And turns out Troy's a poster. Turns out Troy had an anonymous account that he created online to troll Republicans. They're trying to platinize this race to the best of their ability, but it's really funny because I think like Troy is a known entity in Maine politics, so I don't think you can just like turn him into this like random outsider who hasn't been thoroughly vetted. He's been in the state legislature for 26 fucking years. He's been the state Senate president for 6. So all of these like different scandals from an objectively very straight and orderly man who has dedicated his life to basically serving Mainers is not going to work. He is an insider. His politics are on the outside, especially of mainstream establishment appetites and the mainstream establishment legislative agenda. But he is very much a normal guy who is an insider. Turns out he had an anonymous account where he was trolling Republicans. CNN brought this up. I think it was CNN that uncovered this. Let's see what his response was.
As you know about any campaign, opposition research is a big part of it. And today we got a report from CNN that suggested you ran troll accounts in your past to troll Republicans online. Is that true? What's your response?
Well, I guess so. The thing about it is that, I fight for workers. During that period, me and Governor LePage were having quite a time. And, he wasn't helping workers, and I'm interested in fighting for workers.
I guess so. By the way, Adam Wren is cooking the Skolton interview that took place on Semaphore, where Skolton said she wouldn't endorse Abdul al-Sayed. What Skolton misses here in the interview with Nicholas Wu is that al-Sayed isn't just winning online, but offline. He's held nearly 500 IRL events and recently drew some 2,600 people to a rally in her own district. In one of the twists of the race, and against conventional wisdom, Stevens' campaign is one of the most evident online right now and less so offline. Yeah. Abdul al-Sayed has got the inside-outside strategy down pat, okay? He's going on mainstream media, but he's prominent on the internet. He is popping off online, but he's also offline. He is all over the state. He's up and down the state. Here's Haley Stevens' online footprint, though.
Just saw Odyssey in 4DX, and I don't know, my tush was going from left to right. I wish Odysseus had a little more joy, a little bit of energy, a little bit of enthusiasm, and a little bit more stick it to him, because that's the Michigan way. I guess it's not the Greek way. Cyclops, bozo, keep that one eye open. When I'm senator of Michigan, Michiganders, you better go see the Odyssey. And I love that Helena Troy was black. I just saw Odyssey in 4D.
This is the most insane impersonation, because if you close your eyes, you're like, what the fuck? Why is Haley Stevens talking about the Odyssey? It is truly 1010. If you were just an audio only listener up until this moment, tune into the broadcast, take a closer look. That's not Haley Stevens. It's incredible. It's perfect. It's shocking how good it is. Okay? I'm going to run it again.
I don't know. My tush was going from left to right. I wish Odysseus had a little more joy, a little bit of energy.
Like down to the facial expressions too. Like she's so fucking good.
A little bit of enthusiasm, and a little bit more stick it to him, because that's the Michigan way. I guess it's not the Greek way. Cyclops, bozo, keep that one eye open. When I'm senator of Michigan, Michiganders, you better go see the Odyssey. And I love that Helena Troy was black. I just...
A little bit of stick it to him. Oh, Jesus. I got another one for you. Yeah, I saw. Wait, oh, this is just two Michiganders talking about the things they love about the great state.
I love about Michigan as someone who grew up there for the first 13 years of my life. Coney Islands, Fago, having all 4 seasons and some of the most beautiful falls. Sticking it to 'em! Sand dunes, a day at the beach where Lake Michigan is like the ocean. Little Verners when you're sick.
Ignoring the cool kid chatter.
Motown, Mackinac Island, and its fudge.
Not listening to the coastal elites.
Using the back of your hand to show where you're from. Superman ice cream.
Having a little bit of joy, a little bit of enthusiasm, a little bit of energy.
Calling it pop, not soda. Having so many options on Punchki Day. Detroit-style pizza with the crispy square edges.
It's real.
Oh, no.
That's not a Michigander thing?
No, why would that
What do you think is?
You know, I actually wanted to talk to you about the human rights abuses.
Human rights. Yeah.
And so,
yeah.
Where are you going? Haley?
Oh, dude.
Israel comes to me in my dreams.
That's the Michigan way. Oh, dude, it's so awesome. Guys, stop fucking boosting and promoting Manhattan Institute links, please. I beg you. I beg you. Okay? Please, we need to be smarter about opposition. Okay? There's a chatter who just keeps sending me the links over and over again. We're not doing it. Okay? We're not doing that. Please, Lord have mercy on my soul and on your souls as well. Okay? You don't have to show me everything that my ops are doing. I see it. I choose to ignore it. You can too. Okay? Idiot question time. Why is Michigan so important that the likes of AIPAC spent close to $40 million on it? It's a anti-Zionist senator. The Senate is like, there's only 100 senators. Okay. Senate is the upper chamber. Senate is very important. A senator has a lot of power. If the balance of the Senate majority is in the hands of a pro-Medicare for all Bernie-crat who's an anti-Zionist, that is going to be a huge ordeal. It's even, Senate seat is worth a lot. That's 3 terms of a House seat. Yeah, it's 3 terms of a House seat. And there's like 430, I forget how many fucking representatives there are. There's a lot of districts, okay? 430 plus representatives, 435 representatives, okay? And that number is slated to grow as well. I think it might be 438, actually. I think you guys are wrong. Anyway, it doesn't matter. There's a lot of fucking representatives. There are a lot of representatives. There are only 100 senators. So the power that a senator has is far greater than someone in the House of Representatives. Okay? There's also a far narrower majority in the Senate. So, ultimately, a Senate seat is very important. And until Bernie Sanders, outside of Bernie Sanders, independent senator from Vermont, Bernie Sanders, we've never really had a Bernie-crat in the Senate. Chris Van Hollen is basically carrying that torch right now, but that is a unique predicament, right? There are a couple senators who are actually pretty good. Ed Markey, Chris Van Hollen. There is what's his face? I mean, there's a bunch. There's a bunch of them. Warren is all right. But ultimately, we have never had like a direct Bernie-crat. We've never had a straight up Bernie-crat in the Senate. Okay? We just have not. So this will be huge. Other than Bernie? Yes, other than Bernie. So that's why people are freaking the fuck out over it. Is Abdul to the left of Bernie? On Israel, he is. But broadly, no. Abdul El Sayed is not a socialist. Bernie Sanders is. Would you call Flanagan, Jackson, and Stratton Bernie-crats? I would call, out of those three, I would call Jackson a Bernie-crat. Close to a Bernie-crat. Maybe not full-blown a Bernie-crat, but... when is Norm coming on the broadcast? Soon. He's on his way right now. Peggy Flanagan's great, for the record. I like her. I just don't think that she is like... I don't think she's a Bernie-crat. In the same vein, this was the full CNN clip. Hasan Piker is a reprehensible ideological buffoon.
Multimedia marketplace.
Oh, it's on Grabian. Oh, that's going to make that if it's on Grabian, that means they're going to post this in other places. They're probably going to make it to Fox News and shit, right?
John Goldberg, can I get you to weigh in on that?
Yeah. So I just for level setting purposes, I don't take Hasan Piker seriously as a person. I think he's a reprehensible ideological buffoon.
The multimedia marketplace.
But that said, he does represent the constituency, and it's a very historic constituency. The radical left doesn't like conservatives, but man, does it hate liberals. And
that's not true. Oh, that's not true, baby. Oh, we hate you far more than liberals, okay? It's actually the opposite. This is what a lot of people don't understand. Don't make me play the fucking DNC rant once again. The quiet whisper, the quiet whisper scream rant that I did on the last night of the DNC. We are anti-fascist. Okay? We are anti-fascist first and foremost. We hate the fascists, but we also hate the collaborators. But we definitely hate the fascists. Okay? We hate Republicans. We hate Trumpism. We hate MAGA. But we also hate Democrats who collaborate and cooperate with MAGA. We hate the establishment Democrats for their closeness to MAGA. We want them to represent us. We want them to represent justice. We want them to represent truth. We don't like when they cooperate with fascists. That's it. You were on a More Perfect Union post? Oh, the EA one? This is what's destroying gaming, by the way, not woke DI or whatever the neckbeard streamers, the slop tubers want you to believe. Nice. Play the rant. It's one of your best. Timestamp rant. I have a bookmark, lol. Anti-war, while good, isn't profitable. No, dude, you're delusional. Are you crazy? You think she's like a secret peaceful dove? When has she ever? Kamala Harris has been in politics for, I wouldn't say that long. She was vice president for 4 years. Before that, she was a senator for a couple of years under the Trump administration. But beyond that, she's been a cop her whole life. She has very little policy backing. That's why I've been saying, I'm in a holding pattern. I'm in a holding pattern. I'm in a holding pattern. I'm going to wait and see. This speech is supposed to be the moment that she shows you what she is and who she is and what she's going to do. That speech was literally a nothing will fundamentally change speech. Where the fuck is the joy? Where the fuck is the hope? Where the fuck is the goddamn momentum? She says she's going to have the most lethal army of all time. Are you out of your fucking mind? What are we doing? This is not the Republican Party. Why the fuck are they turning into the 90s Republicans? I'm losing my mind. I have to whisper scream because I don't want to wake up my goddamn neighbor. The reason why I was excited, potentially, is because the very fact that they dropped Biden was uncharacteristic for the Democratic Party. They run scared all the time. But for me, I thought, wow, the Democrats are behaving in a competent way. The Democrats are behaving in a competent way, like a competent party that wants to win. That's good. Then something amazing happened where she locked herself in with a yokel who comes from a working class teacher background, a guy with no aspirations for higher office, a guy from the middle of the country with a progressive policy track record. That made me go, oh my God, they are going to own being a party that wants to help people. Maybe that might not translate to actual policies down the line. There's the Obama equation of it all, running as a progressive and then being a neoliberal when in office. But even then, on the messaging front, it seemed like they had changed something. Tonight has solidified my opinion that nothing has fundamentally changed. Their housing policy is deregulating housing. That's what they say. I don't know the full details of it yet. I don't know what that's going to look like. It's not just like abolishing single family housing zoning restrictions. If that's what you EMBs are thinking, I don't think that's the only thing that they're saying. Trump is also running on deregulating housing to open up more housing units. This is objectively a neoliberal policy. They're running on tax cuts and deregulation. It's crazy. And beyond that, in terms of the foreign policy, the Democrats don't even run to the right. They own the right now. Everybody knows that Republicans are reactionary monsters who always love waging war and continuing death and destruction. The Democrats also are absolutely that party. There was a time and place where the Democrats at least used to attempt a we are the peaceful party. We're the party of peace attitude. That has changed. It's gone to the left of the Republicans no more. They're not doing that, which is so stupid because Americans benefit from America being a hegemonic superpower, 800 military bases. All of that translates to, beautifully affordable treats that you can consume at a moment's notice. That much is true. But Americans don't understand that. When it comes down to it, on the messaging front, they see themselves as peaceful people. They see themselves as reluctantly having to wage war around the world. That's why Trump has run as the peace candidate in 2016 and won against Hillary Clinton, who he presented as a pro-Iraq war lover. He won in 2016 with that. And then 4 years of Trump waging wars, he still said, I didn't start any new wars and I assassinated our enemies. The Democrats have to figure this out as quickly as they possibly can. If they run on, we are the pro-war party, we are going to have the most lethal military of all time, they're not going to win any of those jingoistic voters because those dumbasses are voting Republican every election anyway. The only part of this that was like truly progressive was abortion. Kamala Harris being a woman obviously automatically is like a massive W on that front. Has Hasan been raging since Kamala said supporting Israel 30 minutes ago? This is not, dude, this is so much worse than just like supporting Israel. My expectation is that every Democrat is going to support Israel. Please. Oh my God, the base. Lasering in on that because you think that that is my bias. Please, that is a singular aspect of a much broader phenomena that I am trying to describe to you. But you don't want to hear it because you want, wow, what a beautiful speech. What a wonderful speech. Kamala Harris is killing it. And because you're not getting that, you're like, there must be some cynical reason why Hasan is saying that. Not because he genuinely is at odds with what he just watched. He's mad that Kamala Harris didn't say she loves Palestine. That's not it. I think you're not realizing that there are a lot of Republicans that are looking to drop Trump. Don't you think her speech opens? I mean, dude, I should just run this on repeat to be like, hey, remember what you guys were saying to me and how fucking right I was? This was the last night of the DNC, guys. And no, Israel wasn't popular. It was not popular. You're fucking wrong. It literally was not popular even back then. That was the cult from the Democrats. What do you mean? Oh, Jonah Goldberg? Hamas tried to kill children. Israel literally doesn't get off the Kool-Aid? What are you talking about? Of course, Jonah Goldberg is a huge fucking supporter of Israel. Why? What do you mean? Did you say, and there it is? It's Jonah Goldberg. The door to them? Oh my God. That's it. This is all it took. I can't do it. Every single reason why you were excited about Kamala Harris, beyond the fact that she was not a carcass, was literally the exact opposite of this mentality. This is old Democratic Party mentality. We're back. Good to be in business. This will be a very close race. Kamala Harris will most likely still win it because Donald Trump, unless there's some other caveats I'm going to show you in a second. Kamala Harris will most likely win this election only because the Republican Party is so completely insane. They don't know how to run a normal, competent race anymore. Donald Trump already has maxed out his name recognition. I said there were caveats. This is right after the DNC. This is right after the fucking DNC. Hasan 1L. No. No. The situation worsened. Those will be the reasons as to why Kamala Harris will most likely win. However, there is a caveat. Benjamin Netanyahu will take America's long military dick and wave it at everyone in the region, bringing troops into the fray, okay? Bringing troops in the contest. Do everything in his power to make sure that the Dems don't win. Kamala Harris will be attached to all of Joe Biden's worst foreign policy achievements. Barring that, without that, this election is not in the bag at all. I've been warning that the Democrats are way too cocky, way too fucking confident about the Brad Summer memes, the momentum that they got, the momentum that they experienced. That momentum came because the Democrats responded to public pressure. I'm sorry. You have to be the dumbest to be like, I'm voting for Kamala Harris because she's going to go to war with Iran, because she's going to stand up to America's enemies. You want to know why I know you don't think that that's a good speech? Because you're coping in the chat saying, well, I don't think you would have gotten kicked from the DNC if you wore a suit. Maybe. Also, Norm is here, so I'm gonna obviously move on to the interview portion of the broadcast right now, in a brief moment. But, yeah, this is. They kicked you out for comparing the DNC's actions to Israel's behavior. Yeah, which was also very Israel coded in terms of the actions. The DNC was like, bet, I'll prove it. The DNC was like, oh, you think this is Israel behavior? I'll show you Israel behavior. Bet. I bet. Anyway. Now that Warren Aid hates Hasan, she still posts about him, was always going to happen. Wait, what do you mean? Who the Warren Aid? Hated it when you said it back then, but it was bars. I knew that was an ass speech she gave. Yeah. Remember the setbacks that you had, the mental hurdles that you had back then. Okay? That's why you have to trust me sometimes. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. Okay? I know what the fuck I am talking about. I was right on the Israel stuff. I was right on their pivot to the right on immigration and how it was going to be a fucking failure. I told you all of this, and there were so many people that for some strange reason did not want to believe it. They wanted to sit on the cuck chair. They wanted to sit on the copium chair, and they wanted to cope around. They thought, it's fucking Brad Summer. It's fucking Brad Summer. Every single thing that I have called out, from the DNC onward has literally happened. And I've gotten a shit ton of backlash from, of course, forces on the right throughout the entire process, from establishment liberals throughout the entire process, and even from people to my left. Okay? I'll give you an example. All of the things that we called out about why Kamala had a much higher likelihood of defeat than the way that the mainstream was presenting it came to be true. I also told the Democrats right after this electoral defeat that it was partially because of Israel, and it was also partially because they were actively moderating, even though what they in D.C. think is moderation is not exactly moderation for the actual voters. They just don't think that that's moderate. They think Medicare for all is moderate. Okay? And then after that, we went down on the ground when there were anti-ICE protests. That's when I realized that the public was directly at odds with where the Democrats were. While Democrats were jumping over one another to thank ICE or to pass the Laken Riley Act or to fund ICE further and further under the Trump administration, or to claim that Democrats were going to do a much better job with ICE than Trump. I said, that's a fucking mistake. You're leaning into the reactionary sentiment again. You are literally repeating the same things that you did. You are contributing to that defeat. And I was right. I saw the public backlash. And I told you that attitudes were eventually going to shift, as Trump did not solve any of the problems he ran on. As Trump ran on a "I'm going to fix the fucking prices" campaign, Trump was clearly never going to fix the prices. He's a Republican. Okay? And people were going to get more and more frustrated. I also repeatedly explained over and over again that the attitude on Israel had changed and the media was refusing to recognize it. People did not listen. And then I saw the appetite for change on the ground, not just from the youth that were participating in the anti-ICE protests, but from the olds as well. I went to the No Kings rallies and people said, this is bullshit. These are just fucking old libtards. Who cares? They're just taking away the revolutionary potential and feeding it into something that makes the olds feel like they're doing something. But that was the moment when I realized that this was our opportunity. Okay? That was when I realized this was our opportunity. That it wasn't just the youth frustrated with the Republicans and even the Democrats too. Older voters were as well. And ever since then, I've chosen to seize on that opportunity. I've been obviously, this has been a very fortuitous moment, especially considering that the DSA and all of this Bernie-crat left flank insurgency has been brewing, learning from their losses and consistently pushing to make these changes, consistently running better candidates, regardless of the defeats that we experienced, never losing hope. And here we are. People will look to this and think this is a random opportunity. People will think that this happened overnight. It has taken more than a decade to get here. More than a decade to get here. And now we have arrived. That's why I always say, revolutions are not spontaneous. As contradictions worsen, it is important for us to explain to people why they're feeling the pain, why they're feeling the frustration. It's important for us to always be there to offer a helping hand. That's why we have to be disciplined. That's why we have to be organized. And that's precisely why right now, in this moment, adjusted to the current material conditions, we are taking advantage of the electoralist route. It will not always be the electoralist route. Electoralism is not the end-all be-all. This is not entryism. But this is the largest platform that socialism has gained in American history, with the exception of Eugene Debs, I would say. And even then, the DSA and its ranks have grown to become the largest socialist organization in American history. Okay? Anyway. My guest is Norm Finkelstein. And I'm very excited to have him here today. Hello. What an honor. All right. Let's get you over there. Norm Finkelstein is in the building, ladies and gentlemen. You're rocking the Yeezys. Wow, that's cool.
They're not Yeezys.
Okay.
They're fake. They're $20.
All right. Hold on. And we're going to be talking about your book, Gaza's Gravediggers, an inquiry into corruption in high places. This is the maiden interview for your book, right? That's what you said. Also, you got to come closer to the microphone and like speak really directly into it. Unfortunately, these microphones have very they're very sensitive. They have a high noise gate, so you got to get really up close and personal with it, if you don't mind. All right. Norm Finkelstein's in the building. Gaza's Gravediggers is the book, and I am really excited. This is I'll be frank and upfront and honest with you. I have been very nervous about this interview. I have been a huge fan of your work for many, many years. I really appreciate your resilience and your steadfast nature throughout all of the attacks that you've received throughout your career. You are someone who's very stubborn, and I see that same energy in myself as well. I try to be like that as well. And I think that's what's necessary to be able to breach this very sophisticated network of propaganda that has, for many, many decades, I think, deluded many Americans, many people in the Western world into believing that Israel is the most moral nation on earth. Israel is our most important ally, the only democracy in the Middle East. And I think, and I read your book, and I saw a sense of nihilism in there as well, given the horrifying nature of the circumstances with Israel's genocide on Gaza. But I really appreciate that you have continuously pushed to uncover the truth. You are, of course, one of the most important chroniclers of the Israeli apartheid, centering the victims, and also talking about the sophisticated propaganda network. I am going to pull my questions really quickly, but I just wanted to give you that introduction first and foremost, and explain to you that I will be a little bit nervous, so I apologize.
Well, there's no grounds to be nervous. We're discussing the facts, and we just should be sober. But I don't see any rational grounds for nervousness. I think one of the peculiarities of the Israel-Palestine conflict, as compared to, say, South Africa, is South Africa never tried to make an, so to speak, intellectual case in defense of its system, for the obvious reason that once the South African struggle, say, became a center of attention in the United States, it was impossible to defend it. We had just passed through the civil rights movement, the civil rights era, and there was no rational defense for the system of apartheid in South Africa. So apart from what you might call various organizations, in general, you didn't have to make a case. Whereas in the case of Israel, they had mobilized very sophisticated, abundant resources, but also sophisticated voices. And they made an intellectual case. And so long as they made it, it was compelling, it was convincing, because there really wasn't. Now remember, I'm an old timer, so I'm talking about the 1970s, 1980s. there wasn't much of an organized intellectual resistance. What happened was I wrote a book, I believe it was 2012. It was called Knowing Too Much, Why the American Jewish Romance with Israel is Coming to an End. And the thesis of the book was more and more information was coming out about the nature of Israel and the Israel-Palestine conflict. And the information that was coming out primarily from human rights organizations, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, B'Tselem, the Israeli Center for Human Rights in the occupied territories. They were all liberal sources. It's not like you could dismiss Human Rights Watch or Amnesty International. You couldn't credibly dismiss them as anti-Semitic. You couldn't credibly dismiss them as right-wing. You couldn't credibly dismiss them as trucking in invidious Jewish stereotypes. In fact, a large portion of their staff were Jewish, including the executive director, say in the case of Human Rights Watch, it was Kenneth Roth. So, and American Jews are overwhelmingly moderate to liberal in their political sensibilities. So there came a point of what you might call critical mass. You couldn't reconcile your political, ideological convictions with the facts that were coming out. And I predicted roughly around 2017, 2012 or 2017, I can't remember now. No, it's 2017. No, it was 2012. I predicted that this American Jewish support for Israel was going to begin to go on the wane. And then came Gaza. And Gaza was kind of overload. You couldn't any longer strive as you may. You couldn't any longer ignore it. And so American Jews faced a crisis. And what I imagined would happen now, had reached critical mass with Gaza, and everything fell apart. Aside from the handful of fanatics and crazies, it was indefensible. And I think now, you can never say these things with certainty because the news cycle passes. And maybe it could return to what it was before. The fancy word is the status quo ante. But I don't think so. I think it's pretty much over, the romance between American Jews and Israel, because it's untenable. Jews are not right-wing by nature.
Yeah.
And they could not tolerate, they couldn't absorb or reconcile what was happening.
So we're gonna get into the book quickly because I feel like there are a lot of historical analogs you utilize when comparing. You start off with October 7, and you immediately in the beginning of the book, you not only document the ways in which the Israeli government engaged in atrocity, but you actually hyper focus instead on the Western media, the Western officials, the international institutions, and how they failed. You wrote the Gaza's Grave Diggers with the explicit purpose of documenting the institutional corruption that supported the genocide of Palestinians rather than Israel's actions themselves, though. That was a deliberate effort. You open the book referencing the fifth labor of Hercules, in which he's ordered to clean out the Augean stables filled with animal poop. This metaphor extends to the entirety of the book. Can you explain the reference to both myself and the viewers, and why do you believe it's necessary to focus the story on the institutions that insulated and supported Israel rather than Israel itself?
Well, I think that's a very good question. I did not attack Biden. I have some passing remarks about Mr. Blinken, nothing substantive. I certainly didn't focus much attention on Mr. Netanyahu, on his cohorts, because the simple reason is when I wrote several books on Gaza, the record was not known. it was sort of hidden away, collecting dust in human rights reports. Even the human rights organizations, they do their research, but then there's supposed to be a second step. They're supposed to lobby on the basis of your research. The second step never came. The report simply collected dust. And so I wanted to preserve the historical record. And the purpose was because nobody had done that kind of work. I could say a large chunk of my life now sits on my bookshelves at home, with just not thousands, but tens of thousands of pages printed out of human rights reports. I wanted to document for history the record. That wasn't necessary with Gaza. Gaza now, everybody knows who wants to know. Everybody knows what's going on. And I felt to simply document the record again was a waste of time. The record is known, and also the perpetrators are known. It'll probably, in my generation, the slogan was, hey, hey, LBJ, how many kids did you kill today? Referring to Lyndon Baines Johnson, the president during the war in Vietnam. I think Genocide Joe is going to go down also.
Yeah.
That will be remembered. So all of that seemed superfluous to go through the record again. If I had great narrative powers, I would have done it. I don't know if you've read, and I don't know if even your viewers will know, it was a wonderful, wonderful book written on the Israeli invasion of Lebanon in 1982. It's long forgotten now, but between 15 and 20,000 Palestinian and Lebanese were killed, overwhelmingly civilians. It was, up until Gaza was by far the biggest bloodletting. And there was a British historian, a British journalist, Robert Fisk, and he wrote this book, Pity the Nation. It's really breathtaking. It's a breathtaking piece of narrative history. I don't have those narrative powers. I have good expository powers. I can sit down, analyze a document, and I can logically go through it, and I don't leave any wiggle room. You're cornered, you're trapped, it's case closed. So I didn't waste my time on the documenting the facts. What I did do was I wanted to look at agencies, institutions from which you expect better. The International Court of Justice, the International Criminal Court, the UN Commissions of Inquiry, Amnesty, Human Rights Watch, and where you expect better, and to hold them accountable, not just the usual suspects, but also other people who, because of careerism, cupidity, cowardice, they sold their souls. Now, I want to be clear. The record was not terrible by the international institutions. It was not. We don't want a straw man. They were not. It was not terrible. The statements by the UN senior officials, like Philippe Lazzarini, the head of UNRWA, Gutierrez, a lot of it was quite good. And I acknowledge that. But there were other things that were terrible. Now, so far I've spoken in abstract.
We're gonna dial in on that for sure.
So let me just, since that's coming later.
Yeah.
Then, so that was my, so to speak, my modus operandi.
Yeah.
When I wrote Gaza, an inquest into its martyrdom, nobody knew any of the facts. And it's a terrible story. I won't call it tragic, because the Greek term tragic means the fate was preordained. It was not preordained. This was systematic, methodical, and intentional.
Yeah.
But it's a horrible history, and I wrote to chronicle. This time, no, I wrote to indict. to hold these people accountable. And I still hope they will be held accountable.
Yeah.
There are certain officials who either should be censured or they should be ousted from office. And I named them very clearly.
Yeah, and we're going to get to that, but I do want to start with your prologue because the book opens briefly with October 7, but it actually very quickly shifts into Nat Turner's 1831 slave revolt. And despite ordering his followers to kill all white people, he's now revered as an American freedom fighter, which you also talk about. You ask, before he stands condemned, mustn't it be asked except to live and die in thraldom? What alternative did Nat Turner have? You also mentioned at the time, revered white abolitionist William Lloyd Garrison expressed horror over the events that took place, but blamed the white slave-owning population, saying, "We have warned our countrymen of the danger of persisting in their unrighteous conduct." I've also utilized the Nat Turner Rebellion example when referencing October 7. You have as well. I've seen your interactions on Piers Morgan, which is, an interesting affair. We can talk about that later as well. But I wanted to hear, do you view yourself as a modern day equivalent of the white abolitionist after writing about the Zionist oppression of Palestine for over 4 decades now? And obviously, you're probably a little too humble to answer that in a similar manner. But what other warnings have been ignored that you've been ringing the alarm bells on?
First of all, one has to acknowledge one's precursors, and one has to acknowledge one's current collaborators. There have been many people. It's still a small number, but there's still a number. My precursors were people like Noam Chomsky, Israel Shahar from the country Israel, Edward Said. They came before me, and in many ways, I learned from them both their steadfastness and also their mental powers, their dedication, their conscientiousness. I would say now I've entered the age where they're gone. They're not on the scene anymore. And so the mantle has, so to speak, with the baton has been passed to me. I don't believe I had any great powers of prediction. A lot of my analysis since October 7th, I believe, has been borne out. But in general, those who predicted that if Israel continued with the occupation, it was going to be a dramatic deterioration in Israeli society. There was a fellow, I suspect you've never even heard of him, Yeshayahu Leibovich, and he was Israel's great philosopher. He had 4 PhDs, a really smart guy. And he, along with a certain number of others, said as early as 1967, this occupation is going to be a complete disaster. That if you don't end it, Israel, he coined the phrase, by the way, Yeshayahu Leibovich, who was the most revered intellectual in Israel. He coined the phrase, Israel's turning into a country of Judeo-Nazis.
People will say that term actually originated from David Duke sometimes.
No. David Duke is not bright enough to originate it.
So what's interesting on that point that you just mentioned is one of the examples that I often use is the horror in reaction to the Deir Yassin massacre from the likes of Albert Einstein, who has gone back and forth and has a more complex, I think, experience with Zionism and what it turned into. But his commitment to binationalism and living alongside peacefully with the Jewish and the Palestinian population was very clear. And he is the example that I usually go to, which is really interesting because The Atlantic actually wrote a whole article on me deploying the Albert Einstein example, saying that this was actually wrong, that Albert Einstein was a huge Zionist and loves Israel, and I was lying about his background. Are you familiar with some of the things that Einstein has said about?
I've read his writings. I have to say I'm a bit of a skeptic about the possibilities of coexistence.
We're going to get to that as well.
Between the Jews and the indigenous Arab population, because there was such a sense of contempt for Arabs, Muslims, the indigenous population, and such a sense of a double kind of superiority by the Jewish settlers. There was the superiority of being European.
Yeah.
And then that was compounded, or you might say determined, by the sense of Jews feeling superior. That sense of superiority born of a certain notion of Jews being chosen people. And then there was just the sense of the backwardness of the Arab Muslim community in general. So when you fill out the historical picture, the probability of a real coexistence among equals, I think, was not really very plausible. There were some individuals who weren't bad. The first head of the Hebrew University, a fellow named Judah Magnus, I think he was a pretty decent fellow so far as I can tell reading his stuff, but I don't think it was really very possible. I think the most honest formulation came from now a right-wing Israeli historian. He wasn't always right-wing, Benny Morris,
who you've had the pleasure of debating.
Yeah, he said that the idea of transfer is the euphemism for expulsion.
Mm-hmm.
He said the idea of transfer was inbuilt and inevitable in Zionism. I think that's a more honest reckoning of where things stood back then. So I'm not a believer that there was a real possibility of coexistence, though it's never been. It's certainly got much uglier in recent years. You could say the ugliness is either more honesty or, the expression that hypocrisy is the compliment that vice pays to virtue. The older generation, they weren't so in your face. You mentioned Menachem Begin. Menachem Begin, he would be considered now the far left in Israel.
Yeah.
He would.
But
during his first term of office, he was elected in 1977. When you know what one of his first acts was? He abolished torture. Israel was practicing torture against Palestinian detainees from right after the 1967 war. Now this guy, Begin was...
He's too woke for Israel now.
Exactly. Begin was a lawyer by training, and he was a stickler about the law. And he knew torture was illegal. So he did abolish it. I mean, nowadays, you couldn't even imagine that. It's not even conceivable.
Nowadays, the only time that Israel ever prosecutes any war criminals in their ranks is when they intercept the communications of ICC prosecutors in an effort to utilize the complementarity principle against the ICC to act as though they're doing a mock trial, basically, to hopefully stop the ICC from further prosecuting their war crimes, which again we'll talk about. I wanted to continue in the epilogue.
I want to just return to the Nat Turner analogy. Just as a matter of background, when October 7th first happened, the first couple of days, I don't know if you remember.
Oh, I remember.
Right. The first couple of days, it just looked like a prison breakout.
Yeah.
And they said about 50 people were killed. And, 50 people, that's not even the blink of an eye. So I immediately made my sentiments known that I supported.
I also remember that.
The prison breakout. And I had no qualms about it, no compunction. But then it became clear that something much bigger happened. When something much bigger happened, it was not, it was hard to try to think it through, to figure out, well, where do I stand? Probably on the order of 1,200 people were killed. I would say the evidence is pretty clear. About 850 were civilians.
Yeah.
And of those 850 civilians, as of now, I've read all the available material, overwhelmingly were killed by Palestinian militants.
Yeah.
So that's a large number. You can't get around that. That's a large number. When Sabra and Shatila happened in 1982, the massacre in Lebanon, the initial numbers that came out, they turned out to be low. The initial numbers that came out were about 800 Palestinians were slaughtered in Sabra and Shatila. In fact, it was probably closer to 2,000. But even when 800 came out, that was considered a very large number.
Yeah.
And then if you're from Egypt, when Sisi came to power, he committed the massacre at Rabat Square with the nonviolent protesters. And the estimate by Human Rights Watch was about 1,000 were killed. And was seen as it was the largest single massacre in Egyptian history. So that seemed a large number.
Yeah.
And now I'm faced with about 850 civilians killed on October 7th. And what do you do with it? What do you do with it? Now, under normal circumstances, namely for the last 40 years, I don't say this with pride, I'm just saying it factually, I normally would have consulted Professor Chomsky. I considered his moral judgment, if not impeccable, near impeccable, and I usually deferred to his moral judgment. But he wasn't available. And I was sweating for around a week because I knew a lot of people were going to want to know what I think. And I was torn. I was torn between the fact that I knew from having spent about the last 20 years, I knew what had been done to the people of Gaza. I knew the details, the horror of what those folks endured. On the other hand, there was a mass slaughter. And what do you do with it? And I thought, I walked the streets trying to figure this out. And it happened that the last book I had written was on wokeness, and I had read a lot about the abolitionists. And I had read, of course, about Nat Turner. So I turned to Nat Turner, the rebellion, and I said, you know what? Roughly, it's about the same thing. What the slaves endured was not much different. Gaza from 1948, when it was under Egyptian rule, from 1948, it was repeatedly described as a concentration camp by outside visitors. Even the extreme right wing, head of Israel's National Security Council, Giora Eiland, who's still among us. He was one of the advisors during the Gaza genocide. He described in 2004, Gaza as a concentration camp. He said it's a huge concentration camp. So now I knew what they had endured. I knew there had been a massacre, a slaughter of significant dimensions. And then what do you do with it? I saw Nat Turner rebellion seemed more or less analogous. The First Order, kill all white people. And that's what they proceeded to do. They went from house to house, smashed the skulls of women, killed men. Even in this case, they did behead babies. Not on October 7th, but during the Nat Turner rebellion. So now I have the analogy, but then there's a second step. You got the analogy, where do you stand on it? And I thought the right place to look were the abolitionists. They were of sublime moral character. They were courageous. They were consistent. and they were very smart. You don't get people smarter than Charles Sumner, Frederick Douglass. They were really impressive. And when I went back to read their writings, what became very clear was they would not condemn Nat Turner.
Yeah.
They would not. They condemned the white system that forced Nat Turner to do what he did, that the coercive system that created Nat Turner. And then I felt, okay, if I'm wrong, then the white abolitionists and black abolitionists, they're wrong.
Including Frederick Douglass.
Frederick Douglass is an interesting case.
Yeah.
Because the abolitionists were against violence.
Yeah.
They believed in what they called moral suasion. But Douglass described Nat Turner as one of our glorious martyrs, one of our revolutionary fathers. Same thing, W.E.B. Du Bois.
Yeah.
They all acclaim Nat Turner. And what's also interesting is the black people at the time, they did not condemn Nat Turner. They, they were
Nat.
Exactly.
Well, I know that from your book.
Yeah, he came to occupy a place in African American folklore, and he became a folk hero. They would refer to him as, quote, Old Nat's War. Old Nat's War. Because they understood whatever the methods, whatever the horrors, and as you quoted William Lloyd Garrison, he recognized horrors occurred. But where did it come from? Ultimately, what was its deep source? Its deep source was the desire for freedom, the struggle for human dignity. Maybe it was wrongly expressed, but there's another question. What option did they have? What option, if you're speaking honestly, what option did the people of Gaza have? They tried diplomacy. They tried international law. They tried nonviolent civil resistance. They tried everything. And it was all a dead end. And as you probably remember, by October 6, 2023, the only game in town was, would the Saudis join the Abraham Accords?
Yeah.
Gaza had been forgotten. Well, and then the rest is, so to speak, you quote the cliche, the rest is history.
Yeah. So going into this analogy a little bit further, because you brought up the fact that binationalism was destined to fail from the start, given the supremacist attitudes from early Zionists, doubly supremacist considering that there is the European colonialism aspect to it, but then also Jewish supremacy directly. I agree with that, but we live in the United States of America, which is
You're totally right.
a country that is objectively white supremacist in its fundamentals, and yet we now live in a country that has obviously a very complex history and still continues to struggle with offering any kind of real restitution to Black Americans. And yet I always go back to that same comparison about the end of the abolition of the apartheid. And that is what that is part of the reason why I present the one state solution and, forcible reintegration of everyone, including the oppressed and the oppressor, living side by side in a, secular solitary state as the true North Star. Now, of course, what's more important from my perspective is how the Palestinians feel about that. And there is not that big of a commitment to a one state solution. I think for the most part, historically, it's always been a two-state solution. There are additional complications that come along with that. But if we're just simply talking about the morality of it or maybe even pie-in-the-sky idealism, the reason why I believe in the abolition of the occupation and the apartheid, with, of course, reparations offered to the Palestinians, a right to return and everything else, not dissimilar to what Avi Shalem has also talked about, is because I'm an American citizen. And If it can happen here, and although there are still many issues, I think the contemporary Black experience is probably better than the current experience of a Palestinian, both in the West Bank and certainly in Gaza as well. So I feel like that is a path towards progress. It would require tremendous amounts of outside pressure from not only the international community, specifically the United States of America, American Jews as well, with connections back to Israel, familial connections. But that is what I believe. You're saying that is not possible because Zionist fascism is far too powerful of a force in Israeli society.
I wouldn't use the word fascism only because I don't believe it's the relevant term. I think Jewish supremacy is the better description. The question, I think, it comes down to this, and it's a judgment call. Remember, we had two processes in the United States. You referred to the African American experience. They came as slaves. A civil war freed them legally, then set in the system of Jim Crow, which meant de facto things were better than slavery, but not significantly better than slavery. Yeah, apartheid. And then the civil rights movement. And now I think you have to be very dogmatic to the point of blindness to say there hasn't been any improvement in the situation of African Americans.
Of course.
Since slavery, since Jim Crow, and even since the civil rights movement. So that's one trajectory.
Mm-hmm.
There's a second trajectory. It's the Native Americans. And the Native Americans, it turned into a zero-sum game. Either it's them or us. Was there a possibility with the Native Americans, not African Americans, was there a possibility with the Native Americans of a kind of synthesis, symbiosis, transcendence? Speaking honestly, I think the answer is no.
Yeah.
It's
Noam Chomsky has brought this up as well, where he says that unlike the apartheid in South Africa, where there was utility to the Black population, which is 90% of the entire population as a part of the labor force, Israeli society broadly just wants to ethnically cleanse the indigenous population and would rather hire outside labor from Thailand or numerous other places around the country, around the world. So yes, it is a.
So I don't know which is the right analogy.
Yeah.
It was very striking to me when I was reading about the abolitionists, including Douglas, by the way. They were very, very harsh on the Native Americans. They didn't have any good words or kind words to say. They all saw them. I'm talking about Douglas, Sumner, the others. They all saw the Native Americans as savages. And it was, if the Euro-American project was too advanced, they had to be pushed aside. It was zero sum. There was no notion that we can live together. So the question is, which is the Israeli experience closer to? I'm inclined, look, I don't want to be totally pessimistic about it, and I recognize people change. Let's say you could say Germany and Japan were horror shows during the first third of the 20th century. They were, you could say, at the extreme end of imperialist, racist countries, okay? You could say, okay, Germany and Japan, they're no longer horror shows. That's true. And they're probably in the more Pacific end of the political spectrum. But the Jewish question was solved. It was solved by their extermination. So they didn't have to contend with it.
There's
anymore.
also still a lot of residual racism in Japanese society as well.
Right.
I'm not even talking about the German philo-Semitism,
right.
Yeah.
Look, there are all sorts of nuances, but the bottom line is yes, it's true. Germany today is very far from what Germany was in the 1930s. But it's also true to say the Jewish question was solved. It was solved by their extermination. The Native American question was basically solved in our country by their expulsion and significantly, not entirely, but there were significantly elements of extermination. So I'm not sure. As I say, I don't want to be totally pessimistic, though one thing I am totally pessimistic about, the current mindset of the Israelis, it's just off the charts. One thing I think is there are several misunderstandings about the conflict. And one misunderstanding is it's not a war. There was never a war in Gaza. Every time you use the word war to describe what happened in Gaza, you become wittingly or unwittingly a tool of Israeli propaganda.
Yeah.
Once you say war to describe the unfolding of events, Israel has won 90% of the propaganda battle. Once we two are sitting here, you may say you're against what's happening in Gaza. I say I support what Israel is doing in Gaza. But if we establish as the common language the war in Gaza, Israel has won 90%. There was never a war in Gaza.
Yeah.
A war denotes something very clear. It denotes you're trying to inflict a military defeat on the opposing army. That's what a war is, to inflict a military defeat on the opposing army. Now, in the course of a war, civilians sometimes get killed. That's called, the technical term, collateral damage.
Yeah.
Also, virtually every war, but not every war, but virtually every war, has a terror component. That is, you're targeting the civilians in order to break the will of the other side. But even when you have a terroristic component, the goal is to inflict that military defeat. A genocide is kind of just the opposite. The goal of the genocide is to exterminate the civilian population.
Yeah.
It's not collateral damage. It's not even a secondary component like in terror bombing. It's the goal. And defeating the military in a genocide is completely secondary. You're not trying to defeat the military in a genocide. You're trying to extinguish the whole population.
Yeah.
So if you take the case of Gaza, I know there are a lot of people on the left who like to say, you know, Hamas is resisting and Hamas has put up a resistance and Israel hasn't achieved its aim. That's just fantasy. If I were to ask you, you followed events closely since October 7th. Can you name me one battle in Gaza? A battle. Have you heard of a single battle in Gaza? I haven't. I follow it every day.
Electronic Intifada does a decent job of covering some of the ascetic on the ground resistance elements, but you're right. It's not like a real battle.
I believe it's fantasy.
Yeah.
And the problem is, it's not just fantasy. It feeds the Israeli propaganda because they can keep saying Hamas is not yet disarmed. We won't leave Gaza until Hamas is disarmed.
Yeah.
And you give them a pretext. You give them an excuse to protract the genocide. So there, I believe, that's one misunderstanding of the nature of the conflict in Gaza. And there was a second, but it just slipped my mind. It'll come back to me in a moment, I'm sure, where I believe that you have to get the language right to understand what happened there.
Yeah. It's always been an ethnic cleansing campaign from the Nakba onward, and even before that, pogroms here and there. It was always settler colonial ambition. I would
say that as I say, I agree with Benny Morris.
Yeah.
The idea of transfer was inevitable.
Yeah.
Now, there were periods when they were willing to settle with confining the population, keeping, as I said, to keep as much of the land and as few of the people.
Yeah.
What made October 7th different was Israel changed its strategy. Its strategy up until October 7th was, and they're very open
Mowing
about
of the
it.
lawn.
Yeah, was mowing the lawn.
Yeah.
Periodically, they'll go in and remind the natives who's in charge.
Yeah.
Or even just use Gaza as an excuse for various other goals they had. But after October 7th, they decided now we're going to solve the Gaza question.
Yeah.
And solving the Gaza question was very clear. They were very clear about from day one. They were going to, instead of mow the lawn, they were going to extirpate. For your listeners, extirpate is the fancy word for pull out by the roots.
Yeah.
They were going to extirpate every blade of grass in Gaza. And that meant including the 1.1 million children. And that was their goal. And then their means, their method of carrying out this massive ethnic cleansing, the means was genocide. It was going to intentionally target the civilian population for destruction until and unless Gaza was emptied out of its Arab population.
Can I ask you something about October 7 in particular? Because there is two different schools of thought on this, where some people have looked at the prior knowledge that the Israeli security forces must have had. There was obviously talks of Egypt giving a forewarning, an advanced warning. Unit 8200 was surveilling Gaza. Gaza is the most surveilled territory on the planet, pretty much, an open-air prison, a concentration camp. What is your assessment on whether or not this was utilized as an opportunity where there was forewarning, there was advanced warning that a military campaign could take place by the Palestinian Resistance Front, and that Benjamin Netanyahu would probably try to use this as a opportunity to create casus belli to carry out the final solution to the, I guess, Palestinian question?
Well, first of all, we're going to be here for a while, and you should feel free to ask me any questions. You said you were scared, so you should overcome.
No, I'm getting more confident. I'm getting more comfortable.
You should overcome your fear and be aggressive in your questioning. And these questions, I'm sure, come up, what you just asked me, they come up with your listeners. And here's an opportunity, not for me to give the definitive answer, but certainly to give an informed opinion on the subject. First of all, let's take an analogy. Analogies are never perfect, but they serve a purpose. If you look at 9/11, there were many people in the administration who predicted Osama bin Laden would launch an attack.
Yeah.
There was one national intelligence fellow, I forgot his name, he wrote a book on the subject, where he said, I knew from day one, from the moment it happened. He said, he ran into the Oval Office and he said, it's Osama bin Laden. I know it's Osama bin Laden. He had been on their radar, and they had received warnings that something like this would happen.
The Northern Forces in Afghanistan had actually tried to deliver Osama bin Laden to the United States of America for his, I think, cooperation in the previous World Trade Center bombing with the Blind Sheikh. And those people were assassinated prior.
I don't recall that detail, so you'll forgive me.
Yeah.
The thing is, when you're a country like the United States and Israel, you're being bombarded with threats, possible threats, potential threats every day. And then you have to have a hierarchy, which you're going to take seriously and which you're not going to take seriously. No, when you're so so saturated with racism. Like people like Netanyahu and his folks, they don't believe Hamas could pull something like that off.
Yeah.
Hamas was a shooting gallery. I mean, Gaza was a shooting gallery for Israel.
Yeah.
It was, as I called it, these were high-tech killing sprees, which they used to launch into Gaza. You know, the discrepancy in number killed, like 100 to 1, 200 to 1. They didn't think Hamas had the capability, the capacity to pull off something like that. So I'm sure they received reports.
I don't think Hamas thought that they had that capacity as well.
Totally agree.
Yeah.
So
They admitted it as such.
They were shocked by how easy it was.
Yeah.
You know?
So how much of that do you think is hubris, and how much of that do you think could have been maybe hubris paired up with opportunity?
Well, you know, there's a cliche. The cliche goes, every crisis is an opportunity. When 9/11 happened, they got together in the Situation Room. Cheney, Rumsfeld, Colin Powell, and they shed 4 or 5 salty tears. And then they rubbed their palms. No, seriously.
Yeah, no.
What can we get out of it? What can we get out of it? And they then start contemplating. If you read the accounts, they're looking at the map. Which country should we attack? Which country? A crisis is an opportunity. Now, as you know, the big opportunity for them, it started with Afghanistan, but Afghanistan was small change. They were going to go after, in their minds, it was going to be Iraq, Syria, Iran. That was what they were going to. They were going to exploit everything they could out of 9/11. And that was exactly the Israelis. It was going to be first Gaza, if the opportunity arises, the West Bank, and then it's going to be Hezbollah, Syria, Iran. Every crisis is an opportunity, but I don't think there's any rational point in denying it was a real crisis. And they're just not the type, because they attach such value to a Jewish life.
Yeah.
And no value to any non-Jewish life. They're not the type that would allow
sacrificing the envelope. So that's actually really interesting. I agree with you 100% on this. My attitude on this has been part hubris and part, at most, it would be a couple people that get slaughtered as a sacrificial lamb to enact a much larger campaign of death and destruction, and this will be the casus belli. But it, of course, unfolded in a way that the Israeli security apparatus could not have predicted, that Hamas itself could not have predicted as well. And perhaps that's like the middle ground. I don't know. But that's my assessment. I'm not married to the idea either, but I don't believe that it was like pre-planned, that Benjamin Netanyahu was allowing 1,200 Israelis to be killed, with as many civilians that were killed in the process as well. The part of the reason why I bring this up is because there's some information about like the Nova Festival, adding an additional day, being so close to the border wall, and things of that nature have raised suspicions, even inside of the Israeli population as well. There have been some inquiries.
The Nova, for your listeners, it was a music festival, the Supernova Music Festival.
Yeah.
And the largest number of people killed by far in the total was about 350 of the total number of those killed. As far as it's known, Hamas didn't even know it was going to happen. They just stumbled on it, the Nova Festival. It probably, you could speculate, but it probably enraged them.
Yeah.
Right, bordering on this concentration camp, all these young people who are overwhelmingly of military age, because the Nova was young men and women, they're all having this festival. It almost feels like a taunt. And so it was very bloody.
Oh, yeah.
No question in my mind about it. but I don't think, as far as I understand, they were not knowledgeable that that festival was going to happen. I think there's a tendency on the left, and not just the left, actually across the political spectrum, to always want to see conspiracies. And I think a lot of things happen which actually in politics and history, which can't be explained. They cannot. There are all sorts of, so to speak, loose ends. I can't really explain how that happened. But it doesn't change the total picture. I remember, if I can give one anecdote, there was a famous trial in the UK. There was a Holocaust denier. His name was David Irving, very prominent historian.
Deborah
and Deborah Lipstadt.
Yeah, Deborah Lipstadt.
David Irving was an extremely smart guy. I mean, I wouldn't call him brilliant, but he was definitely a competent historian. Deborah Lipstadt's just a talking cow. She's a complete imbecile.
For those of you who don't know, she was Biden's anti-Semitism czar, and also a horrifyingly right-wing, genocide denier herself.
I wouldn't even dignify her with hollow. She's just an imbecile, In any event,
she's the one who's made the Bieber jokes and has very vociferously defended Israel's genocide.
Yeah. Oh, she defended. It's like talking about somebody in the Jewish nursing home in Miami defending the genocide. In any event, so there's a point in the trial. David Irving conducted the trial himself. He was the defendant. By the way, in the trial, the lawyers would not let Deborah Lipstadt speak. She was in the gag order, her own lawyers, because they knew the moment she opened her mouth, they're going to lose the case because she's a complete imbecile. In any event, there was a point in the trial where one of the leading historians in the Nazi Holocaust, his name is Christopher Browning, and David Irving presents Browning with a document. And the document seems to say the opposite of what it should say. And Irving looks at the document and he says, "You're correct. It does say exactly the opposite of what I would have guessed." So Irving said, "How do you explain that?" And you know what Browning said? "I can't. I can't. There are all sorts of things that happen which there isn't a clear explanation. But that doesn't mean the overall picture is wrong. A Nazi Holocaust did happen, even if you can't explain this or that document." And it's the same thing. I believe that what happens with conspiracy theories is they take one point here, one point there, and then inflate it to prove the whole thing could not have happened. No, the whole thing did happen, but this point and that point can't really explain it. Can't really explain it. And I believe is it's a problem with these conspiracy theories.
Yeah.
Overall, I think the picture is pretty clear. Though I acknowledge, we should be careful about this. Not careful, cautious. Israel has never led an international human rights investigation of what happened. They've not let them in. So we're relying in significant part on testimonies which human rights organizations received over the web, in front of a computer screen.
Yeah.
And on an Israeli information. But as I said, on what we know so far, I think the general picture is a slaughter of a significant magnitude occurred.
Yeah.
The question is not whether the slaughter occurred. I believe it did. It's explaining it, understanding it.
Yeah.
And that's what I try to do in the book, to try to make sense of it.
Yeah. As far as the slaughter goes, I don't think people deny that. Or I guess maybe there are some.
No, there are quite a few.
I guess there are some people who want to operate under the boundaries of perfect victimhood in some respects, where they also think that resistance is supposed to be perfect, which is something that I've brought up over and over again. And I've actually been yelled at quite a bit by the likes of Josh Gottheimer. I've been The ADL has been after me for the past 3 years, and they've created this glossary for me as the arch anti-Semite, as they call me, which is laughable because I've spent my whole life combating fascism and combating anti-Semitism as well. And one of the things that they constantly go back to, and this ties into the second chapter of your book that we're going to get to in a second, is at the time I was talking to people in my audience in a relatively hostile environment where they were frustrated with me, and they were saying, like, why don't you just reflexively deny that the likelihood that rapes happened at all? And there's this moment where I respond to them and say, look, at the time, we did not have enough evidence for whether it had happened or not, but there was certainly evidence unfolding that there was no systematic mass rapes that had taken place at the directive of Hamas leadership. That was very clearly something that you also point to in chapter 2 of your book, where you extensively cover the ways in which the propaganda apparatus greatly overemphasizes these heinous sexual crimes that took place with very little evidence at the time to tie it back to white supremacist birth of a nation comparisons were made. The barbaric indigenous forces are engaging in sullying the superior women of the Israeli population. So I responded with, it doesn't matter if rapes happened on October 7. That doesn't change the calculation for me at all. Whether or not they happened at the time, we didn't have enough evidence. But even if it did, it wouldn't justify genocide. And that's something that to this day, CNN and all of these other outlets love utilizing as a quote that they clipped out of context to say, it doesn't matter if rapes happened on October 7. And I find that very frustrating, as a way to try to create an environment of censorship through bullying of this sort. But I really appreciated the amount of detail that you, the amount of attention you gave to the ways in which the UN commissioned these reports, specifically detailing sometimes falsehoods that were then discredited after the fact. And I want to hear your perspective on why you thought that it was important to at least take out one of the ways in which I think Western media and a lot of international organs of justice supposedly played a role in aiding and abetting the propaganda of Israel to justify Israel's genocide.
Well, that's a large question. And you're going to have to keep me on point because there are several issues that you raised. First of all, the first 2 points you made are completely correct, in my opinion. Number one, rapes could have happened.
Yeah.
People who I have high respect for, when the issue first came up, I was skeptical. I was skeptical on personal grounds. Okay? I had been to Gaza. Remember, and here we can disagree. Okay? The scenes that they were describing, they were kind of like this kind of frat boy bravado. Gang rapes, cutting off a woman's breast, playing touch football with the woman's breast.
Rabbi Shmuley.
Yeah, I had been to Gaza. I knew the young men there. And the kinds of scenes that they were describing seemed to require a kind of sexual self-confidence that didn't seem to click with the young men in Gaza. So from the beginning, I was a bit skeptical. But then friends of mine, I won't name them, people you know, they say, look, Norm, in times of war, crazy things happen, rape happens, sexual violence happens. No reason to assume that it didn't happen here. So, like you,
That was my initial assessment as well.
So, like you, I agreed on that point at the beginning. I didn't accept it, but I saw it as a plausible possibility that I had to be open to. Number two, you're absolutely correct. In the big picture, listen, we all agree killing people is worse than raping them. That should be pretty obvious. As a crime, murder ranks higher than rape. Now, some people say don't rank them. No, we always rank them. That's why we have homicide, murder, first-degree murder, second-degree murder, third-degree murder. We're always making hierarchies of crimes. We have misdemeanors. So if 1,200 people were killed, that's horrible enough. Why? It's not going to change the big picture if rape and sexual violence happen. It's wrong, it's terrible, but the big picture was horrible enough, which actually raised a very interesting question. The interesting question is, if it didn't happen, why did Israel make that their litmus test? That's where they laid down, they threw down the gauntlet. You had to agree that sexual violence, including rape, happened, or you became the equivalent of a Holocaust denier. And it was an interesting question. Why did you make that your red line? There were so many other red lines, killing children, and all sorts of other, pretty terrible things that happened October 7th. Why did they make that the red line? And that brings us to the next question. Why did they make a red line of something that didn't happen? That to me is a point of reflection. If you look at the record, and I've gone through it as closely as possible, if you look at the record, what do we know? Let's start with the basics. There's no forensic evidence of rape. Now, Israel had a plausible explanation of that. The plausible explanation was they weren't prepared for a crime of this magnitude, 1,200 corpses. And so they processed the bodies very quickly to prepare for the ritual death, the ritual burying.
Yeah.
Okay? They didn't preserve any bodily fluids and any other signs that a rape had occurred. I don't know if it's true or not, but I would say it's certainly plausible. So I was willing to set aside the absence of any forensic evidence of rape. So now you have no forensic evidence of rape. That's going to leave, for material evidence, we'll leave witnesses aside for a moment. Material evidence, there's what Pramila Patten, who was the UN Special Envoy, she says very late in her report, she says, no medical legal evidence of rape. And then that brings us to the second material evidence of rape, and that is digital evidence. Now, digital evidence is a very interesting case. So listen up. The most recent report that came out by an Israeli, Dr. Elkayim Levy, she says we have 10,000 photographs and digital segments from October 7th. 10,000. She also says it would take 1,800 hours to go through all of that digital and photographic evidence from October 7th. Now, if you do the simple calculation, which I did, and I was going over it in my mind last night to make sure for your show I don't get it wrong. You know, if you were a single researcher and you were working 8 hours a day, every day of the week, including weekends, do you know how long it would take you to go through all of that digital evidence?
How long?
More than 7 months. And it was a very confined area. It was the Gaza envelope.
Yeah.
Okay. So, as a first approximation, you could say, not much could have escaped the collective lens of 10,000 photographs and digital segments,
including GoPro camera footage from the militants themselves.
We're going to go through CCTV, traffic cameras, iPhones, on the militants themselves, body cams, dash cams, GoPros. So now, where was the digital evidence? There isn't one. I hope your viewers will hear this, your listeners. There is not one single frame of Hamas committing rape or sexual violence. Bear in mind, there's not only just an absence of any digital evidence, which would take 7 months to go through, of all the various technological paraphernalia, CCTV, traffic cameras, body cam, dash cam, GoPro, not one of rape, not one of sexual violence, not one frame. Now, here is the thing that's most perplexing. So in that most recent report by Dr. El-Kayem Levy, she says that Hamas instrumentalized all of this digital evidence to terrorize Israeli society. They purposely posted horrific pictures on their social media. They sent pictures to family members. So if Hamas had any pictures of sexual violence or rape, they should have posted it, according to her. That's what she said. They were purposely posting horrific images to terrify and terrorize Israeli society. They didn't post anything. So what is in my opinion, what's the only possible conclusion? If they didn't post any, it's because they didn't have any such images. And if they didn't have any such images, it's because it never happened.
Yes, including the body camera footage that Israel also extracted later down the line as well from some of the militants. Some of the militants that were captured.
They captured and killed. They took the cameras.
Yeah.
There was nothing there. Now, you might say, well, Hamas didn't want to damage its reputation by filming that stuff, but there's a problem with it.
But Israel would present this as evidence.
So you can make the argument maybe they turned off the camera. I don't believe it for a moment. But the problem with it is, you said that they were instrumentalizing these pictures in order to terrify and terrorize. So they wouldn't have turned off the camera. They would have purposely photographed it and then transmitted it.
Yeah.
So by their own argument, it couldn't have happened. Now, as I said, there's...
So let's talk about the why.
The why.
Why was rape, sexual assault, like sexual assault directed by Hamas? Why was that the initial line of attack in by your estimation from the Israeli side?
I think there were basically two reasons. First of all of Israeli propaganda is directed at American society. And in the United States, the dark-hued Arab raping a virginal white woman, it has a deep historical resonance. So it was going to play well here. The second reason, and I probably will get criticized for this, is because of the woke culture. And that's what I think happened with the UN investigations, what happened with the Human Rights Watch investigation, what happened with the Amnesty investigation. That they because Me Too, Believe Women, you're not allowed to question. They don't like they don't like Muslims to begin with. These liberal organizations, they don't. I mean, we should be. I mean, I can speak at length about the relationship. The human rights organizations had a very different relationship with the West Bank than they did with Gaza, because in the West Bank, Ramallah is like another metropolis. Has a higher standard of living than most big cities in the world. They can relate to that secular culture in Ramallah. They can't relate to Gaza. And so there's always been, by the liberal, secular human rights organizations, the UN Commissions of Inquiry, there's always been a double standard when it came to Gaza. So I think that there was a certain kind of certainty that you can play that card and get away with it when it came to sexual violence and rape, which you couldn't, which in other aspects, the human rights organizations were in bed in their investigations. It was this particular issue where they capitulated, and I think they capitulated because of the woke culture.
So you then...
I mean, there were points where it's just it was really, I have to say, it was stomach churning. So they want to prove, let's say, take the case of the UN Commission of Inquiry. It was headed by Navi Pillay, who was the former High Commissioner for Human Rights, a respected figure in South Africa. She's a South African of Indian descent. So she knows there's no evidence of sexual violence. She knows that. She knows there's no forensic evidence, there's no digital evidence, but she has to go along with the woke culture. So what does she do? She says, well, we saw pictures of women hostages who were taken and that they were placed on motor scooters or motorcycles between two Hamas militants. Okay. So you think to yourself, yeah, okay, there's a woman placed between, and we all know taking hostages is wrong, not a complicated question. But what does this have to do with sexual violence? So she says, by placing two Hamas militants in the front and back of her, Hamas was guilty, the expression they use is coerced intimacy. Okay, taking hostages is wrong. But is there a new rule of international law? If you take a woman hostage, you have to book an Uber? I mean, this is just stupid. But they were so desperate, clutching at straws to come up with an argument. And as I said, I think it was in large part, first of all, it's the revulsion against Muslim men. And they were honest about that, by the way. They said in the human rights reports that Israel in particular was targeting Muslim young men and older men. That was clearly a target. I think they even called it acts of extermination or crimes against humanity. But the truth of the matter is they all carry that prejudice. And the Israelis knew that prejudice would resonate in the American, in the United States in particular. And the truth is, very few people challenged it. I mean, there were people who challenged it, no question about it. But it took a certain amount of, I don't want to call it courage, but you knew that you were going against the current. People like Sheryl Sandberg, the former chief operating officer of Meta, best known for her book Lean In.
Yeah.
He did this documentary called Screams Before Silence. It was just complete nonsense.
Yeah, you compared it to D.W. Griffith's Birth of a Nation, arguing that she leans in on primordial racialized tropes of the feral, dark-hued rapist to mobilize Western psychic demons similar to how Birth of a Nation incited lynchings of black people.
And the thing with Sheryl Sandberg is no fool. We should be clear about that. She attended Harvard. She studied economics. She was the top economics student in her class.
Mm-hmm.
Sheryl Sandberg knows what evidence is. This is not some Deborah Lipstadt. This is somebody who has high standards of evidence. But then when it came to this, she just, it's the cause. It's the cause. In the cause, there is the cause and there are the facts.
Mm-hmm.
And the facts are trivial things as compared to the cause. And for her, Israel must live. So whether she does it wittingly, unwittingly, I have no idea. But she manages either convince herself that these are facts, or she convinces herself that the cause is more important than the facts. Someone like Alan Dershowitz, who I've had interactions with, and I know pretty well his mind. For Alan Dershowitz, it's just the cause. He knows what the facts are.
Mm-hmm.
He knows what the facts are. Someone like her, I don't know.
Okay.
What I do know for certain is there's no evidence.
And so on the other side of that, there is also the verified incidents by the UN of sexual violence by Israeli forces against Palestinian detainees in Sde Taiman, Ketziot, Ofer. However, in March 2026, the charges against these Sde Taiman reservists were dropped entirely. And this also led to something I call the pro-rape January 6th riots that unfolded in Israel as well. It was a massive controversy. It got very little coverage in the United States of America because, unfortunately, our corporate media is completely complicit in Israel's actions. That, I think, the initial prosecution of those 6 concentration camps guards were also in an effort to utilize or weaponize complementarity against the International Criminal Court, in my opinion. That's speculative. You may disagree with that. I don't know. I think
you should explain for your listeners what you mean by complementarity, because it's important for people to have clarity about these issues. The way our international legal system works is it says every nation should prosecute its war criminals.
Yeah.
And if it shows good faith prosecutions, then we're not going to interfere. We will let you carry out, and even if you acquit somebody, so long as you show good faith, that you've basically followed the protocol, the procedures, we will defer to the judgment of your national court. So complementarity means if you do your job, we don't need to do our job. We're not going to interfere. But if the evidence is you're not doing your job, then we will. Complementarity is not IM, it's EM, meaning we complete what you didn't do.
Mm-hmm.
So if you didn't do your job, then we're going to complete the job by doing what you should have done. So your point is that Israel sometimes pretends as if it's doing its job, it's carrying out its prosecutions, and therefore the international institutions like the ICC don't have to do their job because you're already doing their job for them. Yeah, so occasionally Israel will pretend, though. But in recent times, they don't pretend very much anymore.
No. And this was one of those instances where I believe not only did the primary responsible party actually unmask themselves on Israeli television, became a folk hero of sorts. There was a Knesset session, an emergency Knesset session, in which one of the ministers of the Knesset had told a Palestinian minister of the Knesset that that the Israeli concentration camp guards had every right to anally rape and brutalize and murder the Palestinians inside of their prisons as well.
Well, one of the differences between the claims against Hamas and the claims against the Israelis is the Israelis posted a lot of sexual violence on their own social media.
Yes.
You know, the stripping of the Palestinians and things of that sort. They themselves posted it on their social media. That in the case of Hamas, as I'm sure you know, the attack occurs on October 7th in the dawn and pre-dawn hours. And so, and also the Supernova Music Festival was a free love festival. That was advertised as a free love festival. So a lot of people were naked when the attack occurred. And so there were naked bodies because they were running. They were under attack, and everyone's, a hysteria, rightful hysteria broke out. So there were naked bodies, for sure. That part I don't contest. The question is, did Hamas order them? Were they engaged in active sexual violence? There's no evidence for it. But in the case of Israel, they posted on the social media the fact that they were ordering them to strip in the middle of the street in front of their families and so on and so forth. So the evidence was there in the case of Israel, but there was none in the case of Hamas.
So on July 15th, 2025, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres released his conflict-related sexual violence report, which blacklisted Hamas, but omitted Israel, despite extensive verified digital evidence of the Israeli military's systematic sexual abuse of bound Palestinian detainees. You wrote that Guterres will henceforth carry forever the stench of a Judas. What were the immediate geopolitical pressures that led to his capitulation, and how did this trigger the sudden resignation of the entire Pillay Commission of Inquiry the day before?
Well, unfortunately, those questions we'll not know the answer to. What happened was there was a huge amount of pressure put on the Secretary General. He issues an annual report on sexual violence and conflict. And then there's an appendix or an annex with the main perpetrators. And the Israelis were determined to get Hamas on that list of major perpetrators of sexual violence in conflict. Now you understand, if they got Hamas on, but they also got Israel on, that's going to cancel the victory for Israel, because they can't boast that Hamas is on without being told, well, guess what? So are you. And so, as typically happens, an enormous amount of pressure is put on Guterres. And this happened many times before in the UN system. I've written about it in regard to Palestine. And I think a lot of the pressure came from women's groups and human rights groups to get Israel put on it. Remember the Pramila Patten investigation. That was the initial claim about Hamas sexual violence. That wasn't the UN commission. That was a special commission appointed by Guterres. And I'm sure the pressure. And what form does it take? I can't tell you. I don't know. Has it happened before? Yeah, there have been many times. Not many, but there have been times that it happened. If you take the case, which most of your viewers and listeners will not remember, in May 2010, a humanitarian flotilla was headed towards Gaza.
Mavi Marmara.
Right. And the lead ship, the flagship, was the Mavi Marmara. Israel attacks the Mavi Marmara in international waters and commits, as is routine for them, commits a massacre among the passengers. 9 people were initially killed. The 10th person was killed later. large numbers of people were terrorized and so forth. And this time, the UN had a problem. The Mavi Marmara was it was overwhelmingly Turks on it.
Yeah.
It wasn't owned by the Mavi Marmara, that was the Comoros, but it was a Turkish vessel.
Yeah.
Okay? And the head of Turkey, who was still the head, Erdogan, he put a lot of pressure. So Gutierrez appoints this fake commission to vindicate Israel, to say Israel didn't do anything wrong. And they did the same. Now, after October 7th, he creates this fake commission headed by Pramila Patten, who says that I have documented cases of rape. And then the next step is they wanted to get Hamas on that list, and he capitulated. Now, as I said at the very beginning, Gutierrez wasn't terrible. He was not. A lot of statements he made were pretty tough. He was a lot better than Ban Ki-moon would have been, his predecessor. He wasn't terrible. But in the moment of truth, he failed Gaza. And then you know what he did? A new report was issued, because it's a periodic report. This time, he put Israel on the list. Now, you might be wondering, why did he do it this time? You know why he did it this time? Because he has 6 months left in office.
Oh.
So he has nothing to worry about. The show is over. If you look at the last days of Ban Ki-moon, who said nothing during the various Israeli killing sprees in Gaza, at the very end, the last days, he says something. You take the case of Fatou Bensouda. She was the former chief prosecutor
of the International Criminal Court.
International Criminal Court. Her whole term she not only didn't say anything, she fought so hard to protect Israel. And I'll say it because everybody's now acclaiming how Fatou Bensouda resisted and fought back against the Israeli blackmail. That is nonsense. She was either being bribed or blackmailed by Israel until when? She had 3 months left in office. And then she says, I'm going to investigate what Israel's doing.
No. Would you
They all do the same thing.
So I actually want to talk about something relevant because this is in the news right now.
Karim Khan is horrible.
So yeah, he initially was the
He
pick.
was horrible. He was Israel's
he was the hand-selected
choice.
Israeli choice. And what's really interesting about that case is that not only was he the hand-selected Israeli choice, that he also actually came in with an immediate concession towards Afghanistan, towards the United States of America, refusing to prosecute certain war crimes conducted there, if I recall correctly. But Benjamin Netanyahu has been going on the American news channels and claiming that Karim Khan only chose to prosecute Israel after there were sexual assault allegations launched against him in an effort to, revitalize his career, in an effort to gain favor. Do you feel like that was potentially, because it looks like it has the hallmarks of Israeli blackmail, or just blackmail in general, not just Israeli blackmail.
First of all, Karim Khan did nothing during his term, from the beginning of his term of office, in defense of Palestine and Gaza. There was now an ongoing investigation. That was what Fatou Bensouda, she launched an investigation.
Mm-hmm.
He did absolutely nothing. And then he had a problem. The problem was October 7th.
Yeah.
How do you do nothing? You acted with a blink of an eye over Putin in the Ukraine, And you're doing nothing in the case of this genocide in Gaza? So he had to do something to save face. Now remember, you have to laugh. He indicted 3 members of Hamas and 2 Israelis.
Yeah.
3 members of Hamas and 2 Israelis? Would you mind showing me the numbers? About maybe 50,000 killed at that point.
Yeah.
50,000 killed versus 1,000 killed. And there are 3 indictments against Hamas and 2 against Israel. So he had to do something. And then he was punished for doing something. The funny thing is, obviously we can go down 1,000 byways because there's so much to say. So who's leading the charge against Karim Khan? Ken Roth, the former head of the Human Rights Watch.
Yeah.
He says Khan did terrible things and blah, 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 blah. Now, let me tell you something.
They're going after Turkey as well. Not the country, the other guy as well.
Volker Turk.
Yeah, Volker Turk,
right.
not Turkey.
Ken Roth was so terrible when it came to the occupied Palestinian territories, when he headed Human Rights Watch. It was known, because I suspect this will get back to him, so I'm not going to say with absolute certainty, but many people told me that the only reports he checked personally when it came to the reports produced, the only ones by Human Rights Watch, which are voluminous. I mean, they're covering the whole world.
Yeah.
They're covering the whole world. So it's voluminous. The only reports he checked personally were the ones on Israel, Palestine. And he always, see, what happens is a human rights report has effectively 2 aspects. One, the facts. You send out investigators, competent people, they try to assemble the facts. In general, the human rights reports are good on the facts. Professional people take their calling seriously, recognize they're being watched, so they better get it right because free media, they're going to be exposed. In general, the facts are done well. The problem is the legal interpretation of the facts. Are you going to call this a violation of international law? Are you going to call this a war crime? Are you going to call this a crime against humanity? There are many gradations. And then the question is the law, how it's interpreted. And Ken Roth systematically watered down the legal allegations against Israel. So now he's attacking Karim Khan. He was better when he headed Human Rights Watch. From what I read, and I have not read the actual legal documents, what the investigative committee did, what the judges decided, Roth makes a credible case, I believe, but I've not read it. He makes a credible case that the investigative body didn't do its job. What the investigative body did, according to him, was they said, Khan said this, the woman said that, Khan said this, the woman said that, but they don't assess the evidence. Yeah. They don't say, what Khan said is not really credible, what she said is credible. They didn't do that. And he said that was part of their job description. They're supposed to also assess the value. I don't know.
Well, it was dismissed initially.
Wait.
I thought.
I listened closely to Francesca Albanese because I trust her.
Yeah.
I think, she both is a woman and concerned with women's issues, and she's also cares about International Criminal Court and the prosecution of crimes. She said there are 2 separate issues. One, what happened with the women? Was it true? Some say women, some say there were 4. But okay. what happened with the women? She says, no, it has to be seriously investigated. We can't dismiss that question. It has to be seriously investigated. Then she says there's a second issue, namely the dismissal of Karim Khan. I'll tell you the truth. The ICC is so corrupt that I don't much care who is the chief prosecutor. Luis Moreno Ocampo, who was their first chief prosecutor, total crook. Fatou Bensouda, a total crook. Karim Khan, tool of the West. So I remember a very distinguished, I have to always be careful about not dragging people in and they get angry. I mentioned the name. A very distinguished international lawyer, top notch, top of the line. He said to me a couple of years ago, he said, the ICC, it's not a court. You know what they used to call the ICC? It's technically, for your listeners, the International Criminal Court, but it used to be called the International Caucasian Court. Because it only prosecuted Africans.
Well, Lindsey Graham openly admitted that when he said, you're not supposed to prosecute white people, or you're not supposed to prosecute Western countries.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So do I much care whether Karim, the whole thing is a joke, the whole ICC.
Yeah.
Now, I agree with Francesca Albanese. She's correct in my opinion. She says there are a lot of good people working inside.
Yeah.
That's true. And when Fatou Bensouda was handling the Mavi Marmara case, it was a civil war inside the court. You know, 3 times, not once, twice, 3. 3 times she declared the case closed. She said, I don't want to discuss this Mavi Marmara. She said, it's trivial, it's not important, I don't want to discuss it. 3 times she declared it closed. The court said, you have to open it, reconsider it. Closed again, have to reconsider it. And then the 3rd time she got away with it. There were people inside the court fighting her. So I'm not going to doubt that there are good people inside the ICC. But the end product is International Caucasian Court, with the one exception of Putin.
So can I, do you think that with the current dismantling, the deliberate dismantling and the sanctions that ICC prosecutors are receiving, do you feel like there is an opportunity for backlash from at least some European nations? I mean, they're vassalized entirely, as we've seen over and over again, but do you feel like there's any backlash here that could potentially force the court to appoint a competent prosecutor, or you think it's completely done?
Whether it's because of Trump, singularly because of Trump, I don't want to say because I'm not sure. But one thing we can say for certainty, and that is the international system right now is in crisis. Now, it's easy to say something like that because it's, it grabs headlines. But I think a sober judgment has to be it's in crisis. So let me give you some examples which will be familiar to your listeners and not always familiar. Let's take the 2 most recent examples. The whole system is now in crisis. You could say maybe it's in transition, or it's on the verge of collapse. Let's take 2 examples. On November 17th, 2025, the UN Security Council passes a resolution on Gaza. And what does the resolution do? It'll shock your listeners. The UN Security Council, after the people of Gaza, having lived since 1948 in what outside observers described as a concentration camp, and then since October 7th, had to endure a genocide, which is still ongoing. On November 17th, 2025, the UN Security Council proceeded to give the deed of Gaza to that retarded ape in the White House. Donald J. Trump. They gave him the deed to Gaza. I mean, it's just, when you read that, once again, I'm walking the streets. What just happened here? He got the deed to Gaza. Do you know, according to their setup, Donald Trump has veto power over any decision that's made on what's called the Board of Peace.
Yeah.
And the UN Security Council, you know what's the only thing it demanded? The only demand it made, it said, here, Gaza is yours. Every 6 months, it says, the Security Council, the Board of Peace, which Trump presides over, should, it doesn't say it must, it should send the Security Council an update on what's happening in Gaza. The entire legal framework for resolving the Israel-Palestine conflict, which had been constructed, you could say, as far back as 1948, but certainly as far back as since 1967, it was completely whited out. Completely whited out. If you ever look at UN resolutions, and I can tell you, probably you're not interested, but if you are, a typical UN resolution begins with what are called the preambular paragraphs. And the preambular paragraphs spell out the legal framework for resolving this conflict. The UN Security Council resolutions, the International Court of Justice advisory opinions. It usually runs to, like, believe it or not, because the conflict is so old, it goes back to 1948. It runs to like 7 or 8 pages of laying out all the decisions, all the resolutions, all the opinions on this conflict. Do you know what happened in this new UN resolution? Nothing. The entire legal framework was whited out. Okay? That to me was the end of the UN. The UN as that's called the political organs of the UN, of which the highest is the Security Council. It was the end. As I said in the last line of the book, the UN Security Council, the UN system has become a rotting corpse after November 17th, 2025.
Yeah, you compared it to the Berlin conference handing the Congo to Belgium's King Leopold II.
They I mean, do you remember when Trump said that I'm going to turn Gaza into the Riviera of the Mediterranean? You remember when and everyone laughed? And he got away with it.
Yeah.
They gave him the deed to Gaza. And then the second event, there has been no case of a clear, brazen, flagrant aggression and breach of the UN Charter compared to what Israel and the US did when it launched on February 28th, the attack on Iran. Now, okay, countries commit aggression. But you know what? There's been no UN resolutions, no UN condemnation. Everyone goes on as if...
Well, there was an attempt to condemn Iran for, I guess, asking for it.
Everybody carries on as if, we have a war here.
Yeah.
But wait, how did it start? You know, in the modern world, it's very tough to carry out aggressions without at least making the pretense of self-defense. The pretense of self-defense, as I often like to point out, even when Hitler attacked Poland in 1939, he fabricated a border incident with Poland because you just can't do that until Israel and the US did that. Was there any outrage? Was there any condemnation of this brazen, flagrant, breach of the UN Charter? Nothing. So the system, in my opinion, the international institutions are losing even a pretense of legitimacy at this point. The ICJ, the International Court of Justice, just to be fair about it, it has not been terrible.
Well, I was going to ask about your opinion on the vice president of the ICJ, Julia Sebutinde.
Yeah, well, I'm going to get to that.
Yeah.
In general,
yeah,
not bad. I was surprised. When I'm wrong, I never have a problem with saying I'm wrong. I didn't think there was a snowball's chance in hell that the ICJ would find that Israel was plausibly committing genocide in Gaza. I went through the numbers. Britain, France, the US. I figured Russia won't say anything because of Ukraine. And the Chinese won't say anything because there are claims made about genocide against the Uyghurs. So I figured nobody's going to open up this can of worms. It's never going to happen. I was totally wrong. I was completely wrong. The vote was 15-2, saying Israel was plausibly committing genocide. Not a good record. The same person who said the ICC is not a court, it's a joke. He had high expectations for the ICJ. I couldn't figure for the life of me why he had them. And I will say, without revealing any more information, that he was part of the proceedings at the ICJ during the genocide case. And he was right, and I was wrong. But there are two exceptions. So let me get to those two exceptions. The president of the court, very surprising, was an American, Joan Donoghue. She went along with the majority. If you asked me to predict that, there was no way in my mind the president of the ICJ, hailing from the US, was going to say that Israel was plausibly committing genocide. But then what happened? Her term of office came to an end. And you know what she did? She went on the BBC, British Broadcasting program called Hard Talk. And you know what she did in the program? She said, we didn't find that Israel was plausibly committing genocide in Gaza. It was such a despicable, disgusting, shameful, and shameless lie. But as you can see now this pattern. The pattern is the people, when they have 3 months left in office, they suddenly say things that they didn't say for 7 years. She had left the court, but you know what? Now that her term of office was over, she needed a job. And she knew there was only one way she can get a job, which was to remove the stain of having gone along with the majority. When she was on the court, she feels the pressure. You don't want to be the only dissenting vote because it's going to make it look like you're just a lackey of the Americans, which is where she hails from, the US. But the moment she left the court and she was in search of work, she completely betrayed what the court said. She lied. And then there's the case of Judge Julia Sebutinde, who she hails from Uganda. And she does the same function, by the way. She serves the same function as Fatou Bensouda. So just for your viewers' sake, because they may get confused with all the names. Fatou Bensouda, she hailed from the Gambia.
Yeah.
African woman. So as say she has what they call intersectional oppression. Well, she has 3 oppressions. She's Black, African, and a woman. So she has 3 oppressions, which means you can't criticize her. And that's why the ICC chose her. Why? Because it had become a laughingstock. They were calling it the International Caucasian Court. So they needed a Black woman from Africa to prosecute African leaders, which she did with a real vigor. Judge Sabatindi, the same thing. You can't criticize her because she's the first African Black woman sitting on the ICJ. No, she's beyond a horror show.
Well, she's also insane. Like, I mean, there's no other way to put it. I mean, it was Sepatinte who also recently talked about, or not recently, but talked about how it was God's given right that I believe she's an evangelical.
Yes.
So,
but you never know how much of that is conviction and how much of that is business. I'm not so sure where her evangelicalism comes from. I don't know. I admit that. I don't know. But what I do know is what she was saying in the court was completely outer space, outer limits. Now, some people will say...
Can I give some details from her book here?
Yeah, I want to just mention that I devote in the book, because I'm determined she's going to get removed from the court.
Yeah.
And I devoted 100 pages to exposing her. I want to just say, and then you'll read, but I want to make a comment here. It's an interesting, on a human level, it's an interesting observation, I believe. So, to get back to where we were a long time ago, when his biographers were trying to make sense of Nat Turner, they said of him, Nat Turner was an extremely smart guy. Nobody disputed that. Whites, Blacks, they said, Nat's a very smart guy. And when one of his biographers, Stephen Oakes, he tries to make sense of why Nat Turner did what he did, he said, inside Nat Turner, there was this huge chasm between what he aspired to be as a human being and what he was destined to be in his only earthly existence, a slave. Why do I mention that? I know it sounds like, what does that have to do with Judge Sabatindi? I mention it for this reason. When I started to do the research on Judge Sabatindi, it was clear to my eye that parts of what she was saying was plagiarized. I could tell it was not her. So I went on my social media, or I asked my webmaster to go on my social media and to ask people, because I don't know anything about the web. I don't know how you do research. I don't know search engines. That stuff is alien to me. Would people volunteer to do some research for me on the plagiarism case? And a large number of people volunteered of quite impressive capacities as far as I could tell. And one person sent me 6 examples of plagiarism. One person sent to me 4 examples. One person sent to me 8 examples. And then amidst all of these emails, I get one from a person from Gaza. That's correct. A young man from Gaza. And do you know what he found? 36 pages of plagiarism. And when I read that, it reminded me of Nat Turner. All of the potential and possibility of these young people in Gaza, all squandered and wasted. The huge chasm that separated what they could be, what they could do with their lives, as in juxtaposition to having been born into, languishing in, and destined to die in this God-forsaken concentration camp. So I couldn't use his name in the book because then I knew he would never be able to come to the United States.
Yeah.
So I didn't want to mention it. But he came up with 35 pages of clear plagiarism by Judge Sabatindi, where she's just plagiarizing these propaganda tracts by Israeli so-called legal scholars and also just outright propagandists.
Yeah. You also, I mean, some of the revelations are actually pretty insane. My community is very familiar with some of these sources, but yes, there was a lot of pro-Israel sources, but also PragerU videos and Wikipedia. And of course, my audience is very familiar with PragerU. We've covered some of the ridiculous things that they've said. So
She
how does that-
plagiarized Wikipedia and included the hyperlink.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. What do you think it says about the ICJ that she hasn't been summarily removed
Well,
yet?
because first, African woman, black African. Yes, it's true.
I don't think the
you can't.
identity politics plays that
it
much
does,
of a role.
It does. You would be very surprised. You'd be very surprised.
I think there's a cynical weaponization of this sort of thing. Representational politics is like very cynically deployed. It was deployed against Bernie Sanders. There were some things that you wrote in your previous book, some things that I disagree with, some things that I agree with. I think this is changing now. The environment is shifting.
It is changing.
Yeah,
it is changing, but it still exercises. It still exercises a power. Otherwise, how could you say such ridiculous things like coerced intimacy when you have two guys taking care? All right, say taking hostages is wrong. Saying it's a war crime, which is fine. But the stuff they were saying was just completely ridiculous. They were saying that women who had combatant positions, they were using this weapon called Site C. It's called Site C, and the UN Commission call them civilians. What do you mean they're civilians? They have a weapon. They're staffing the weapon. You're calling them civilians? It was just completely ridiculous, and it was the wokeness because she was desperate, Navi Pillay, to confirm the sexual violence charge, but she knew she had no evidence. I have no pictures. I have no forensic evidence. So she starts grasping at straws with these ridiculous claims against Hamas.
Well, the language is weaponized in that way, and I think one of the funnier elements of that has been the way that the media covers October 7, where without even a shred of shame, they will write things such as this poor victim was kidnapped from a tank and held hostage. So there is a lot of power in the way that these words are presented. Having said that, however, I will say that there is definitely a newer understanding, especially amongst the younger generation as well.
Totally agree.
Of
Totally
the
agree.
cynical weaponization of identity
Totally
politics.
agree. I mean, one of the most interesting phenomena is that all of the victories that are now being scored by the, you could say, Bernie Sanders children, the Mamdanis now. And
What do you think about Mamdani?
First of all, I think he ran the right campaign. The right campaign was a non-identity politics campaign, although it had an identity politics component baked into it because the candidate's name is Zoran Mamdani.
Yeah.
But that wasn't the platform.
Yeah.
It had an element in it, but it wasn't the platform. And every single victory, your friend Abdul El Sayed, every single candidacy, it's true. It has an identity politics element baked into it. The three candidates that won after Mamdani in the most recent election,
Claire Valdez, Daria Liza Avila Chevalier,
and Landler. One of them, white male, so no identity politics baked in there. But the other two, yes. The woman in Wisconsin, the Asian woman.
Francesca Hong.
Yeah. There is always that element, as it were, lurking in the background. They do not look like white Americans. But the platform is clearly the Bernie Sanders platform. The only non-economic issue on their platforms, the only one, is Gaza.
Well, even then, there's an economic component to it as well.
Yeah,
and
but
I think,
it's not. I think it is the moral. It's a moral torch.
definitely.
Yeah.
But I think in a way to make it more appealing to the masses, there's also a legitimate argument that you can deploy talking about the focus that we have as the American government with respect to how much of our resources go to not only waging endless wars, but also specifically giving money to Israel.
Yeah, totally agree.
Yeah.
I totally agree. So I think the strategy of Mamdani was, so to speak, was pioneered by Bernie. His time had come. He had been saying the same thing since he was a young man. The difference was the times had changed.
Mm-hmm.
And so the times caught up with Bernie's platform. So that to me is a good thing. The problem I have, look, Mamdani is young. He's feeling his way. I don't know where it's going to end up.
Mm-hmm.
The problem I have is that there's a constituency out there that's so desperate, so hopeless, so abject. They're ready to move. They're ready to act. They desperately need change because the system, for 80%, they've been locked out of our country, has been locked out of the system, about 80%. I don't see Mamdani trying to mobilize that constituency. He mobilizes them only at one point, when there's a primary or an election. His people come out. The people come out. I was surprised. I went to a rally for Brad Landler in Brooklyn, because I'm from Brooklyn, New York. It was basically, the rally was Muslim-Jewish solidarity and support for the Palestinians. That was a very strange, for somebody from my generation, for that to be a political rally running for office. I mean, that sort of stuff would sink your campaign.
Oh, yeah.
Just 3 years ago. So it was an unbelievable sight. But my thing is...
How do you feel about Brad Lander?
Okay. I'm not...
He has a very interesting perspective, because he says that he's a Zionist.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, I feel like he exhausts the logical conclusion of what people say is the two-state solution to its logical limit, where he's seemingly sincere about a minority Jewish population living inside of the what would be outside of the Green Line, the Palestinian territory that's currently occupied by Israel, and then a minority Palestinian population inside of Israel, which throws people for a loop in many instances. I don't know if you saw his Dana Bash interview, where he just sincerely advances that position, which I find to be fascinating. I'm an anti-Zionist. I don't, I've said things that frustrate some liberal Zionists, including the president of J Street and even Peter Beinart, as a matter of fact, where I've made comparisons to Nazi Germany. I want to actually hear your perspective on that as well, given your family history. Or I've said I find Zionism to be ideologically similar to Nazism, and also that liberal Zionism would be oxymoronic, almost similar to liberal Nazism. And Brad, on the other hand, he calls himself a liberal Zionist, and yet will actually present, for the first time ever, an actual logical conclusion to what a two-state solution looks like. So I wanted to hear your perspective on that as well.
Well, I wrote my doctoral dissertation on the theory of Zionism. So I have what you might call a material and a personal stake in the word Zionism. But I don't think it's particularly useful, and I counsel against using it because in politics, the most important thing is clarity of information. You don't want there to be any misunderstandings. So when people like Bernie Sanders or Mamdani, Abdul El Sayed, their planks are very clear. Medicare for all, and so forth, depending on where you're running. Mamdani was free buses, free pre-K, very clear. So I'm for, in politics, there should be clarity of thought. I don't believe the term Zionism conveys information.
Yeah.
It just is, it's a term of abuse. It's an epithet. It's not it doesn't isolate a phenomenon. So you might ask me then, well, what term would you use? And my reply is, I think the most useful term, just to give you, you have your producer here or your friend here, and I'm afraid I can get long-winded, and you'll just excuse me. When there was about 10 or 15 years ago now, there was a whole debate about whether or not Israel was an apartheid state.
Mm-hmm.
And Human Rights Watch puts out an 80-page report. Amnesty puts out a 250-page report. And then I was struck. The Israeli Information Center for Human Rights in the occupied territories puts out a report. It was only like 10 pages. And the head of B'Tselem at that point, the Israeli Information Center, he was a physicist. He was a Harvard-trained physicist. Very decent guy. Very decent guy. He never talked to me. I think once he answered an email from me. So I knew he considered me toxic and I would sink his ship. So he stayed away. I don't take these things personally. I get it. I understand politics. But what struck me about his report was he said something very simple. You know what he said? He said, from the river to the sea, there's one state. Let's not kid ourselves. This has been going on since 1967. Yeah. We're in 2026. There's one state. Incidentally, I disagree with you. These territories are not occupied. They are illegally annexed. They are part of Israel. It's not, under international law, occupation has a very different standard than an annexation. They have been illegally annexed by Israel. And then he said, or the report says, that the foundation of this one state, very simple, it's Jewish supremacy. It's a Jewish supremacist state. Now, you could say, in the case of Israel, it's second-class citizens. Mm-hmm. In the case of the West Bank, it's apartheid. Mm-hmm. And the case of Gaza, it's genocide or a concentration camp, however you want to put it. But the common denominator is it's Jewish supremacy. Yeah. So I think Jewish supremacy does convey something because everyone remembers white supremacy. Yeah. They remember it from South Africa and they remember it from our own country. We know what white supremacists are. So I believe that we should begin with clarity of language and refer to it as not a Zionist state, but to say I'm against white supremacy.
Oh, well, that's what I do say that. I do believe that that's what Zionism is.
But you recognize other people it doesn't necessarily denote that.
No, of course not.
And so if you want to have a conversation, the first thing you need is clarity of terms. So we're on, as they say, on the same wavelength or on the same page. So I think the right term to use is Jewish supremacy, and you're against Jewish supremacy, which is basically the way Zoran Mamdani handled the question. Yeah. He kept saying, I believe in equal rights for all. Yeah. And then how do you answer that?
Well, a lot of people chose to just immediately shift the priority to, well, don't you believe Israel has a right to be a Jewish state, which is an ethno state?
Right. And his reply was, I support a state with equal rights for all.
Yeah.
And they didn't know how to answer that. There was like a kind of a deadly silence when he answered, because how do you say, no, I don't support? You know, it's this is a digression, but it's like when you take the case of Tucker Carlson. He says that the Jews, or some Jews, he says, but the Jews, he says, they want to destroy the United States. That's what he says. They want to destroy it from within.
I think he's a little bit more careful about his language, but I do agree with you, and I do want to get to that.
Okay, so let me tell you. So you're going to answer me, and you of course should answer me. And there are many points he raised which I haven't addressed, but he says these Jews, they want a Jewish supremacist state in Israel, but they want to let all these immigrants into the United States, liberal Jews.
The great replacement.
Right.
Yeah.
So he says they want to destroy the U.S. from within. I'm thinking to myself, why would they want to destroy the U.S. from within? They control the United States. Why would they want to destroy it? According to you, they occupy, and which they do, they disproportionately occupy the positions of in industry, in culture, in everything, okay? That counts. So why would they want to destroy it? They don't want to destroy it. What they want was, they want a Jewish supremacist state in Israel because the Jews are the majority. And they want a liberal state here because Jews are just 2% of the population. They're hypocrites. It's not that they want to destroy the U.S., but they want, as a minority, they want to preserve the rights of a minority in a multicultural society like the United States. But
I also don't think that immigration is a negative thing in general. In the way that he presents it, so this is actually a really interesting point because I've heard your criticisms of some on the right. And the way that they are approaching the issue of Palestine, and some of them have even become thought leaders almost.
They are the thought leaders
on this issue, unfortunately. Well, I don't know if I completely agree with that assessment.
If you look at the top, look, this is an area where 10,000.
Look, I got a lot of people watching me too. I'm just saying.
Yes, I'm aware of that, and I believe what Chairman Mao said: no investigation, no right to speak. I don't know the specifics. People have sent me some graphs and so forth, which show the top podcasters. The only one in the tier that I saw, and you were not on that tier.
No, I'm not. I'm not considered a podcaster. I'm a Twitch streamer.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's another distinction I don't know. I'm telling you, I have no problem with admitting where I have ignorance.
We must seek truth from facts.
Yeah, exactly. In the top tier, the only person on the what you would call the liberal end of the spectrum was Mehdi Hasan. Everybody else was right wing.
Yeah.
And so by virtue of the size of the audience they reach, just by virtue of the size of the audience they reach, they have become the voice of the Gaza. And that's a very strange phenomenon.
Yeah.
The idea that, for example, Megyn Kelly cares about poor brown Muslim children in Gaza, I just find that very peculiar.
Yeah.
And my problem is, you said I have a problem with the right wing. That's not my problem.
I do. I personally abhor reactionary thought.
That people on the left don't see this as somehow strange and problematic.
I also agree with you on that.
There's no raising of eyebrows, like, what quite is going on here?
Yeah.
And then you have to ask yourself, well, what is going on here? And I think there are issues. I would not call them major issues at this point. I think it's the anti-Semitism is pretty much a marginal phenomenon.
Mm-hmm.
But I do believe, which is within the realm of possibility, I said it before it became a common discussion. I said, if Tucker Carlson wins, if he runs for office. This was before there was any talk about it. I said, but speculating, if he were to run for office, and if he were to run on the real America First, and if he ran with a Thomas Massey or her name just the woman
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Or Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yeah.
And he ran on the platform of, like the Nazis did, that they had a solution to the economic crisis.
Yeah.
If the economy crashed, I think there could be a problem. And I don't see any reason why not to raise that prospect, even though I recognize right now it's marginal. I recognize that. And I don't believe, if you look at the history of the Nazi Party, before the 29 crash, it was completely marginal. It was the crash before they were polling around 3 to 5%. Right after the crash, they polled 18%, then they polled 36%, because it wasn't anti-Semitism that won the Nazis' power. It was they promised they had a solution. So, people like with Trump, let's give him a try. Let's see what he can do, So I believe it could metamorphose into a problem. And I do find it problematic that people on the so-called left don't recognize this as, at the very least,
No, I think they do.
an odd. I didn't find that.
No, well, you're at the epicenter of the people who do. But so here's the thing. I actually agree with you almost 100% of the way, as far as I've heard you talk about how anti-Semitism historically has been an issue, of course, pogroms, the Holocaust, but then also even in the United States of America, there were systematic forms of discrimination that Jews faced. Anti-Semitism in contemporary American society it happens on an individual basis, but it's not. There's no systemic anti-Semitism in the United States
Quite
of America
the contrary.
currently.
On the contrary, if you're applying for a law firm, if you're applying to work in a hospital, if you're applying to teach, the system is rigged in your favor. You apply to a law firm right now, and if you're Jewish, it helps. It's a plus. So if anything, Jews benefit from a privileged position.
Yeah, and
or housing.
Jews are specifically Ashkenazi Jews in America, which is most of the Jewish people in America, are under the banner of white. Like no one.
I think white plus.
Yeah. Well,
if you ask me,
white plus.
It's true. If you go into a job interview, so if you walk into a job interview and you're black, okay, you have to prove that you're smart, because the default setting is you're stupid. If you're Jewish,
you're sounding kind of woke here.
No, well, I think that part is true. If you're Jewish and you walk into a job interview, you have to prove you're stupid, because the default setting is you're smart. And you know what? On top of that,
Aiden Ross is doing a good job of changing that.
Most of the time, your interviewers are Jewish. If you're, let's say, you're applying for an Ivy League school, your interviewer is going to be quite a significant amount of the time is going to be Jewish, So I recognize that. I think far from being a liability, it's a plus to be Jewish.
So
but
we
on the
agree.
other hand, everybody walks in with their stereotypes, their prejudices.
Yeah.
And it may be a plus, but they'll still think you're cheap if you're Jewish. They'll think he's smart, but they'll still think you're cheap. It just has no effect. It has no impact on your life opportunities and chances.
So we largely agree on that. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because
Mr. Piker just agreed Jews are cheap. For those of you,
no. I'm the stereotyping we agree on. I would say that I think that what Tucker is doing is I mean, he's one of the most sophisticated propagandists for the white nationalist movement.
Mm-hmm.
I've been tracking a lot of. I'm one of the people that you would probably consider woke, but I've been tracking his commentary for many years, almost a decade at this point.
Mm-hmm. I have not.
And I'm intimately familiar with the things that he says and how he is capable of channeling white supremacist propaganda, but make it palatable for American audiences,
Folksy.
even mainstream audiences, as he did for years and years at Fox News. He became a very dangerous propagandist, and he's very good at what he does. One thing that I've always found very strange about American fascists is the fact that they actually demonstrate the exact ethnic chauvinism and tribalism that they oppose in Israel when they almost offer some of the most scathing, like Nick Fuentes. Are you familiar with Nick Fuentes?
Yes.
Yes, he's a neo-Nazi, self-avowed neo-Nazi.
Well, it
sometimes
depends.
he runs
It depends
away.
on the day of the week.
Yeah, sometimes he runs away from the moniker, but
then he's just
let's be real.
one of the guys.
Yeah. So his critique of the ethnic chauvinism or Jewish supremacy is scathing because I think he's very familiar with a worldview that he has, which is almost identical. So from my perspective, I see very little daylight. And this is what really frustrates the likes of Jonathan Greenblatt. He is my Alan Dershowitz, if you will, my primary opposition. What is frustrating to me about that is that Jonathan Greenblatt has the exact same odious worldview of supremacy, of extermination, and a defense of extermination.
Right, but he wants to defend the rights of Jews here because here he's a minority. And in Israel, he wants a Jewish supremacist state.
Yeah.
Now, the thing with people like Tucker Carlson, exactly what you just said.
But I think
they criticize Israel for its Jewish supremacy, but they want a white supremacist state here.
They want to do Israel, but for white people. Richard Spencer, another neo-Nazi, once openly admitted this. He said, I like Israel. I don't like Jews. I like Israel.
Yeah.
I want the American Christian whites to have an Israel here in the United States of America. So there's not a lot of daylight between their framework, which I find very odd.
Look, I get them. I get the hypocrisy. And now I'm going to say something which I'm reluctant to say because, I'm an older man and I don't like to get involved in the internet gossip and wars. It doesn't interest me. I'm a reader, and
you don't even have a cell phone.
And I own a cell phone. I've never even used, believe it or not, I've never even used an ATM. And now I'm told ATMs are obsolete, but I never even used it when it existed. Yeah. I never learned to drive. I never had a driver's license, nothing. I thought the end of the 19th century was a great time, and I tried to, as best as I can, stick to the protocols of that era. In any event, so I'm listening to Glenn Greenwald. And he says, my friend Tucker, he's such a unique person because he always admits when he makes mistakes. And why can't we have other people like my friend Tucker, who I happen to have a close relationship with? And he says, what's his example? He says, well, Tucker has now admitted he was wrong about Muslims. And he's now saying that Muslims aren't bad people, and he's wrong. I think to myself, yeah, that's one possibility. The other possibility is, since he's been busy attacking Israel and Jews, he sees a new demographic.
Yeah.
So maybe he's changed his tune, not because Tucker is so wonderful, because he admits to his errors, but he just made a pragmatic choice that, say he runs for president, it wouldn't hurt to have that demographic on his side.
I don't think it wouldn't hurt to also have the credibility, the established credibility as someone who is, on the right side on this moral stain.
Yeah.
Especially because for one reason or another, I think Democrats are still, at least politicians are still very reluctant to speak with clear terms, with absolute conviction on these issues. Sorry, Kai is here. I don't know how you feel about dogs. She's very friendly.
I'm perplexed.
Yeah, she's a little lady. She's tiny. She thinks she's tiny.
Well, I'm glad she's not in the apartment above mine in my building.
Yeah, she'd be stomping around.
Well, no, she wouldn't. It would be me or her.
Okay. Well, in any case, what were we talking about? We were talking about Tucker Carlson. I think he's establishing credibility to either lend it to J.D. Vance, which he is closely aligned with. And J.D. Vance, of course, has been a critic of Benjamin Netanyahu. He went on the Joe Rogan Experience. He talked about the Epstein files. He talked about how Israel actually plays a major role in American elections and all this stuff. And then a week later, he was smiling next to Benjamin Netanyahu in the White House. So not exactly certain as to how not exactly certain as to how critical he is of the American-Israeli relationship. But I do think that, yes, these guys are very cynical, and this will be a valuable tool to galvanize the masses in a manner not dissimilar.
I believe it will, assuming that there isn't a crash. But if there's not a crash, it will be a marginal. It's like what they described Hitler's anti-Semitism was an add-on. It appealed to a certain pretty marginal, but a portion of the electorate, and it helped. The problem is if there's that crash and you're looking for a scapegoat, and I have said it many times, and I'm not afraid to say that I believe the Jews brought it on themselves. They carried on in just a completely irresponsible, reckless, racist, bigoted, supremacist way, and it's caused a lot of animus to rise to the surface.
The association with Judaism and Israel.
I think it was just this kind of completely reckless arrogance. The fact of the matter is, these Jewish billionaire supremacists, they destroyed academic freedom in our universities and colleges beginning in the spring of 2024. That's just a fact. One of the ironies of the current moment is what are supposedly the bastions of freedom of speech in our country, which are the universities, this complete reign of terror. What happened was they weren't able to maintain that reign of terror in our electoral arena. So things that you can't say on a college campus, you can't say on a university campus, you can't say in an election. They were unable, they tried with money to outspend. I guess the figure I read now, Abdel El-Sayed, the last number.
$54 million. Specifically, AIPAC has spent, AIPAC and AIPAC subsidiaries.
But he said the ratio was 12-1, I believe.
It's even higher in certain areas,
Okay. So they tried to outspend, but they were not able to silence. The campaigns, the various primary campaigns, which are very harsh on Israel, they were not silenced. In the case of the universities, they threatened to withhold alumni contributions unless the encampments were crushed and all criticism of Israel was crushed. In that case, the money weapon worked. You couldn't say a word. It turns out that our electoral system is less vulnerable to financial blackmail than our universities. Our universities, they shut down all discussion. They were not able to do it.
Well,
They
at the end
weren't
of the
able
day,
to do
you
it.
vote.
What?
At the end of the day, you still vote. And I think the level of
But
enmity
they
towards
were
Israel is
not
too powerful
able-
a force.
Say that again?
I think the level of enmity towards Israel, especially in relation to its impact on American politics, is far too powerful of a force that as long as we still
but
go
that-
out and cast the vote.
Except that there was a lot of enmity on the college campuses also.
Yeah.
But the financial blackmail of the Jewish billionaire supremacists, it worked. It did not work in the electoral arena. I would also
Don't you think
want to
there's
add
also a financial component there, though?
There
As far
was a
as
financial.
not just direct
In
alumni
the-
donations. I'm talking about the entanglements that maybe even a campus like Columbia has directly with Israeli real estate developers, for example.
That is
like they have a campus in
okay.
Israel.
What you're saying is obviously true. I, however, believe we have to disaggregate. That wasn't the real issue that came up. The divestment, the BDS,
Yeah.
it wasn't the main issue. For the Jewish billionaire supremacist class, the issue was those encampments had captured public attention and it wouldn't go away.
Yeah.
You remember, they just kept spreading and spreading and spreading, and then they were spreading in Europe and elsewhere.
Yeah.
So they wanted to stop that because it was a problem for Israel. It meant if they were spreading, then talk about Gaza was not disappearing. It was growing. So that I think was the issue. For me, the interesting fact was they were able to succeed with their blackmail to crush the dissent, but they were not able to crush the candidacies. They tried, Mamdani was 30-1.
They're still
the
trying.
spending. It was either 30 or 40 million to 1 million. But the blackmail did not succeed. I'll tell you, I live in an old Jewish neighborhood. And I remember when the Mamdani primary, I had believe it or not, 11, 12, 13 circulars stuffed in my mailbox saying Mamdani's a terrorist, Mamdani is this, Mamdani is that. Him, I got one piece of literature and it was after the primary was over. So they tried, but they were unable to crush the open dissent in the electorate. And by the way, it wasn't just the universities. I have friends, doctors, nurses, terrified to say anything in their social media, not having nothing to do with the hospital.
I mean, the early days in 2023, there were very high-profile firings that took place, and it was almost this shameless endeavor. You had doxing trucks on college campuses that were plastering student faces.
It was only, by the way, it was not only on college campuses. You know what they did at Harvard? They rented the trucks to go into the neighborhoods of their parents.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Students' parents. 300.
It's one of the most insane things that I
had to say to myself,
I've never seen anything like it.
I had to say to myself, my parents didn't disagree with my politics. The apple didn't fall far from the trees. But if one of those trucks came in front of their house, my parents would have killed me. They would have killed me.
Yeah.
So they were really so ruthless. And that brings us back to, we're now full circle. A lot of the resentment towards Jews, it has a rational foundation.
It leans into pre-existing tropes that harken back to an era where there were a lot of falsehoods. It's the same concept as blood libel, which is a real instance of anti-Semitism, blaming Jews for poisoning the well.
Israel targets children in Gaza.
But then, yes, attributing that to something that we can visualize, something that we can see with our own two eyes, like Israel killing children in Gaza, is unbelievably harmful if you care about combating anti-Semitism.
It's not only harmful to combating anti-Semitism. See, the problem, in my view, is any definition you come across of anti-Semitism, if you were to open up a Webster's, if you were to open up an Oxford English Dictionary and OED definition, they always insert the word irrational, an irrational hatred of Jews, an irrational belief that Jews are this, the Jews are that. Here's the problem. What if a lot of the resentment is rational? What if a state calling itself the state of the Jewish people, what if your resentment at the genocide it's perpetrating, what if it's rational? What if Jews are carrying on in a flagrant, brazen fashion to suppress our right to freedom of speech and using their considerable financial power to do so? If you resent Jews for that, is it anti-Semitism? But it's rational. It's rational to resent people using their financial wealth to crush dissent, to threaten students with suspension, to threaten them with expulsion, in some cases, to threaten them with deportation. In some cases, the students are being absconded with and sent into places God only knows where. When those things were happening, did Bill Ackman say anything? Did he denounce it? Did he say it was wrong what was done to Muhammad Khalil? No, he did not. So, or when Sheryl Sandberg abets the genocide by coming out with this fake film about Hamas rape called Screams Without Silence, if you resent the power that Jews use, is it anti-Semitism? I can't see that it is, because of the problem that every definition incorporates some notion that it's irrational. There's nothing irrational about that resentment. And that's, you say it's harder to fight anti-Semitism. I think the problem is even bigger. The problem is it even anti-Semitism? When an ethnic group uses its financial and its political clout in order to further a Jewish supremacist agenda, is that anti-Semitism? I don't think it is.
So here's where you and I differ on this issue. I am reminded, and I used to use this all the time, of the March 1919 speech that Lenin delivered on anti-Semitic pogroms. And I think this is something that you will agree with me on as well, which is that the socialist, communist, Marxist interpretation revolves around class struggle, and that the obvious scapegoat, the scapegoating of any kind of ethnic minority, in this circumstance being Jews, is a very commonly deployed trope, a commonly deployed tactic, and that no group of people are monolithic. And I think you also agree with me on that as well. And that my understanding always has been, or the way that I talk about these issues always is revolved around the notion that if organized Jewry was this monolithic force, in the way that many Jewish Zionist Americans in key positions of power try to present it as, utilizing the vague interpretation of Zionism, or even saying Israel's a Jewish state, Israel has to remain a Jewish state, Israel has demographic concerns. Why should we care about that? We don't care about that with any other country. As a matter of fact, when Nick Fuentes says we have demographic concerns, or when Tucker Carlson says we have demographic concerns here in America, we understand that as white supremacy. We understand that as white nationalism, and we find it abhorrent.
Totally agree.
So why is there this distinction? The way I approach this issue is, if there was this monolithic understanding, there would not be such a gigantic generational divide, and there wouldn't be billions of dollars invested in ensuring that young American Jews, young Jews in Europe, are indoctrinated into this false understanding, this false notion
listen,
that, you know.
Hasan, Mr. Piker. Of course, what you're saying is true.
Yeah.
I have a credo. It's my own little credo. Never quarrel with facts. What you're saying is true. Okay? And we have to start with that.
Yeah.
the problem is this. If there's a significant number of people carrying on in this way, is it really irrational? And as I said, a part of a core...
that part I don't disagree with you
core
on.
definition of anti-Semitism that's supposed to be irrational. Is it really irrational if people make a leap and say, the way Jews are carrying on is completely outrageous? Does that really shock the conscience when people reach that conclusion? Israel calls itself the state of the Jewish people. So is it so shocking if people conclude that when Israel carries on this way, it's acting...
And its defenders say that they're doing this at the behest of Judaism.
At the behest of the Jewish people? Is that such a shocking conclusion?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. And I don't really, at some level, I don't really quarrel with people who reach the wrong conclusion. I'm going to say, okay, my parents passed through the Nazi Holocaust. They lost on both sides of both sides, my mother and father, lost every single member. To their dying day, they hated every German. Every German. Okay? Did I like that? Not really. Did they ever quarrel with them about it? Never. Did they ever argue with them about that? Never. I understood from their experience. I remember I once asked my mother the question. I was curious. I said, did you ever meet a German during the extermination who showed some sympathy? She thought very hard. She thought very hard. And then she said, I remember once a German soldier, he had a look on his face of feeling a little guilty. She said, I remember one. So is it so shocking that she generalized from her experience and hated all Germans? I don't find that particularly shocking. And given what she endured, there was no way on God's earth that I would dare to quarrel with that experience. Did I think it was wrong? Yes. Do I have German friends? Yes. But would I argue? No. And in the same way, will I argue with a Palestinian or a Gazan who hates all Jews? Never. I would never argue with it. That's their experience. I will now not, which is totally out of character for me, I will not talk to an Israeli. You crossed the red line. You've gone too far. I've read too many human rights reports. You have targeted, Targeted, you have targeted too many Gazan children. You have targeted too many in their head. You have targeted too many in their chest. You have targeted too many toddlers. Now you say, well, that's generalizing. That's not every Israeli. Well, it's not really, is it not? I've read the polls. The polls show that these polls are taken like every 2 weeks since the Gaza genocide. And you know what the poll showed?
80% support.
5% of Israeli Jews thought Israel was using too much force. 95% said either sufficient force or not enough force. Of those 95%, 40% said not enough force. I can go through many, many polls. Israel, to its no, I wouldn't say honor, But it has a citizen army. I think the citizen army is a correct concept. Everybody should have to pay that ultimate price to defend their country. An army should not be composed of the poor or those who have no futures. So they say, you benefit from the independence of your country. Everybody should have to serve to defend the country up to and including the ultimate sacrifice. Okay? But then there's a problem. You have a citizen army. You know what a citizen army means? It's representative of the population. Now, if that citizen army is committing genocide, it's also representative of the population. It's not an unfair generalization to say this is a nation of child killers, to say this is a nation of child murderers. That's a fact. So then you say, well, but the number who actually target children, yes, it's horrible. Yes, it's terrible. The most recent.
No, it's the complicity.
The most recent UN Commission of Inquiry report on assaults on children, they targeted an orphanage, But, okay, you say that's still a handful. But here's a question. It was being reported already in mid-2024. It was already being reported. Israel's using starvation as a method of war in Gaza. Everybody agreed on that. The EU foreign policy chief, Gutierrez, everybody agreed. Israel's using starvation as a method of war. Okay? Now, it's not easy to use starvation as a method of war. You have to seal all their points of entry. You have to blow up food banks in Gaza in order to make that work. The whole Israeli army was implicated. And you know what? You know who you're trying to starve? 1.1 million of those 2.3 million Gazans are children.
Yeah.
You are concretely implicated, or to use your word, complicitous in starving children. Okay, guys, you lost me. If I meet somebody in the street or at the beach, because I'm right near Coney Island Beach, and the person says, I'm from Gaza, I'm from Israel, I walk away. Won't talk. You lost me. So to get back to your original question.
I'm a little bit too woke for this, and only because it's interesting. I had a very similar, well, not on this issue, but
I'm not proud of, I'm not happy with what I'm saying. On the other hand, I think a line has been crossed. Because I said to you earlier...
There are things that I agree with what you said. I'm just saying that I have a more optimistic perspective in terms of changing people's minds.
Right. I said to you earlier, there are a couple of misconceptions about Gaza. And I said one of them is it's a war. And I said there was a second. And I said my mind slipped, but I know it'll come back to me. The second misconception is, as you know, even people like Bernie Sanders, who I like, just like I like Brad Landler, I don't have the litmus test sort of thing. Are you a Zionist? Are you now, or have you ever been a Zionist? I'm not too caught up on the litmus tests. I want to see a general picture. And in general, Bernie was horrible the first month. Horrible the second month, but then he turned around, whether it was public, whether it was because he saw public opinion, he wasn't bad afterwards, except for one thing, which is I'm going to get to now, and which will probably is why you're expressing reservations. And that was the question of who's the problem.
Benjamin Netanyahu.
And it's not Netanyahu.
No, it's not. I know. I'm just...
Yes, I understand. And we're on the same wavelength. It's not Netanyahu. As I've said over and over again, the problem is not the Israeli state. The problem is the Israeli society. Those folks have gone mad. They are psychotic in their relish at the death and destruction in Gaza. The problem is Israeli society. So you may say you're woke, so you're against these generalizations.
No. I just meant, I believe
Israel calls
I believe that you can still change someone's mind.
Israel calls itself the state of the Jewish people. And the problem is the Jewish people of Israel are mad. The kinds of relish they express at the death and destruction in Gaza. To me, I have to tell you, and I've said this, and maybe it's an idiosyncrasy of mine. There was a great historian once. His name was Arnold Toynbee, okay? And he once wrote this history of humanity. I guess he got through like 15 volumes, and then he passed. And when he came to discuss Israel and Zionism, he said that the Zionists have created a new Jewish psychophysical type. The Israeli Jews, they're not Jews. I know that will come as kind of paradoxical.
No.
But they're not Jews.
I understand what you're
When
saying.
I was growing up, you know what a Jew was? A Jew was somebody who was smart, read a lot, was creative, culturally creative, and physically kind of feeble. There were a few Jewish sports heroes like Hank Greenberg. Again, the names will come back.
Adam
to me.
Friedland.
No. A few, but in general, Jews were seen as being kind of scrawny, physically feeble. And so you think of a Jew, Franz Kafka, with the big ears, the high forehead. The classic one of my generation was, of course, Woody Allen. He was nerdy, very creative, he played an instrument, he acted, he was a writer, a comedian, a director. That was a Jew for us. The Israeli type is totally alien to what it was in my generation to be a Jew. So I don't even consider, if Israel called itself, believe me, if you want to solve the problem of anti-Semitism in the world, 95, not the full part, because Jews do exercise disproportionate power, wealth, and so forth, and that will always be a problem for Jews. But 95% of the problem would be eliminated if Israel just called itself the state of the Nazi people. It'll be over. Just drop the Jewish part. And a large part.
I don't disagree with you. That's why my criticism is entirely around the identity on Zionism, which is why I talk about the distinction, regardless of how people perceive it. There's very stubborn. There's a very stubborn retort towards that to say, no, Zionism means something different to me. And this attitude, I think, is carried by a lot of American Jews.
Well, I don't care very much what it means to you. You can.
No, I'm not saying it means to me.
Right, but
I'm
saying, they can say whatever it means
Yeah.
to them. I just want you to take a stand on one question. Do you believe that Jews as Jews should have superior rights to non-Jews in the state of Israel, for that matter, anywhere else? And then you say Zionism is the national liberation movement of the Jewish people. Fine. I don't really agree with that, but if that's what you believe, that's fine. For me, that's an ideological question. It's not a political question. You can believe whatever you want. But on the practical political question, do you think there should be a state which privileges one ethnic group over another? And that to me is the way Mamdani handled it, and I thought it was correct. It was very well done.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Let's see. So I wanted to talk to you and thank you. This has been 3 hours now that we've been talking. I know you brought up, I think you said you had a conversation with Candace Owens for
2 hours and 45 minutes.
Okay, well, we passed that point.
Candace Owens, I'll tell you one thing I was impressed by.
You were impressed by Candace Owens?
She has absolutely limitless energy.
Okay.
Do you know when we got off the interview, she was still after me about Freud and what a pervert he was and how a child molester.
So
I was very impressed by her reserves of sheer physical energy.
Yeah. So you sat down with Candace Owens, you discussed your books. Now, the reason why I'm bringing that up is because I don't know if you saw this, but she was waving around the copy of the Talmudic Jew. And she is very anti-Semitic. And what's actually kind of ironic about this, maybe you'll find, you'll appreciate the irony here, is that Candace Owens, as well as Nick Fuentes, actually got a lot of their early notes, and Candace Owens' career is entirely, concocted by David Horowitz and then later Ben Shapiro, two very conservative Jewish Americans. David Horowitz, former Trotskyist, turned Islamophobe neocon, and Ben Shapiro is also obviously very pro-Israel. And what I have always found interesting is that Candace Owens was anti-Semitic before she got hired at the Daily Wire, and that wasn't a problem for Ben. But she only got fired from the Daily Wire because she was anti-Semitic and had become anti-Israel. This obviously feeds into the growing American anti-Semitic movement, one that goes from the, I guess, nascent anti-Semitism, stereotyping of Jews. I jokingly refer to it as, most Americans who don't live in these major cities where a lot of Jewish people live in have this attitude where it's like, yeah, Jews control the media, but I like Seinfeld. It's very funny. Or, Jews control the banking system, but they're very good with money, and I want my accountant to be a Jewish
true.
guy. So that's normally the attitude. But all of a sudden,
I know many Muslims who absolutely demand a Jewish lawyer.
Yeah. So, but what becomes a problem, that nascent attitude of stereotyping of Jews becomes a problem when all of a sudden that level of power is, from the eyes of the majority, that level of power is being used to silence dissent, to speak out against critics of Israel, and to purchase media properties, as the Ellisons are doing currently, to turn them into more pro-Trump and more pro-Israel outlets, which is laughable because they were already super pro-Israel. That is, I think, our point of agreement. But I wanted to hear what your perspective is on Candace Owens in particular, as someone who is, like, I think you and I both agree, very anti-Semitic, who's also mentioned in the dual anti-Semitism condemnation bill that I was on, where they put me and Candace Owens side by side to try to apply pressure to the platforms that have me on, to claim that I'm anti-Semitic as well as her.
Well, first of all, you don't bite the hand. As a general rule, I have to be serious about this, and I suspect you'll be serious too. You don't bite the hand that feeds you. Candace Owens had me on her program twice. And just as a factual matter, I was, with one exception, for 10 minutes. I was never on even Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera blacklisted me. 3 years. I think it's acknowledged that I'm the world's leading academic authority on Gaza.
Yeah.
The entire network blacklisted me. And mainstream media in the U.S. asked me, was I on one network program? No. Television network program? No. Was I on any liberal podcast? No. It was just a handful, a very small handful. So I have to be careful, just out of pure, propriety.
Yeah.
She had me on. She had me on twice. And she let me speak. There were moments where I significantly disagreed with her, and I was able to say what I wanted. Now, on the question of anti-Semitism, I'll be, a fancy word, nuanced. And you can disagree with me or agree with me. I don't consider Candace Owens a political menace. She carries around prejudices about Jews. As I say, everybody carries around prejudices about everybody, okay? The question is not whether a person carries prejudices. I'm sure, and I'm not saying this in any way disparagingly, I'm sure you do think Jews are cheap. That's just a prejudice that a stereotype people carry. Does it have any political consequence? In my opinion, no. It's a prejudice that people carry with them. I won't say for better or for worse, obviously, but only God knows how many prejudices I carry around with me in situations, as a professor, categorizing students on first meeting them. The question is not whether I characterize them on first meeting them. I do. It's a prejudice. The question is, do I give them a chance to prove themselves, or does the prejudice manifest itself in them getting a lesser grade? That's when a prejudice becomes a, so to speak, political problem.
The woke terminology is subconscious bias.
Yeah, I think everybody carries subconscious biases. The problem with the woke people is they have no idea how the human consciousness works, and they think you can interrupt racism as if you can pull an emergency cord in the subway, interrupt racism. It was just complete crap. But I don't want to be.
I think it's, you know what it is? I sometimes sound like a broken record. I haven't really spoken that much today, even though I speak for 8 hours a day normally. It is ultimately a capitalist manifestation. I think it's a very corporate way to approach humans, where you are supposed to present yourself as a brand. A brand is what? Sanitized. A brand is perfect. A brand can't be one way or another, right? It's supposed to be the most manicured version of yourself. And I think that the problem with our approach, even in academia, on a lot of these identity politics related issues, subconscious biases, implicit biases, is that we take away the humanity and the imperfections of humanity from the conversation and turn human beings into corporate vessels, almost brands. That's the problem.
The human mind is very complex. I mean, any 2-year-old, or I should say every 8-year-old, understands that. And when you're addressing an issue like racism, or what you call subconscious prejudices or whatever, it's the chances of being able to eliminate that in any foreseeable timeline are so remote. So maybe in some ideal society in 1,000 years from now, these prejudices will be eradicated. But for the moment, I just don't see that as a priority. The priority has to be trying to give people a fair chance in a system that's robbing them of their past, robbing them of their present, and giving them no hope whatsoever for the future. And so that's why I believe that Bernie Sanders and his progeny, they are correct in what they're focusing on.
Well, I guess I do that with Bernie.
Jobs.
In some respects, with his opinion on Israel, where I think that this is something that I've tried to describe.
Before we do that, I'm happy to engage, but for the moment, I have to get back to the Candace Owens question.
Candace Owens.
Because I want to clarify my opinion. I think that politically, she's pretty much innocuous. She's not seen as a political figure or aspiring to political office. She's kind of a figure, you might say, like Oprah. Oprah appealed to white women, as does apparently Candace Owens, obviously coming from different directions, but I would say politically pretty innocuous. I don't believe that with the case of Tucker Carlson. I think there's a potential political problem there.
I think it goes beyond immediately having an impact in politics or running for office. I think even with Candace Owens, there's definitely a significant component there because she commands the influence and attention of large swaths of the population. So I wasn't bringing up the Candace Owens thing to like try to lecture you or something, just so you understand. I just wanted to hear your perspective on your experience with Candace Owens. Because I think you should go on every platform. That's my policy.
The problem with Candace Owens is, you know the expression, you have to pick your battles.
Yeah.
There were many things that she said which I strongly disagreed with. And then you have to decide, unless I'm going to stop her at every point, when Cristobal paid Adam Smith, every 2 seconds, let's take a pause here.
Yeah.
Because she disagreed with virtually every point he made. And she did it very effectively, I thought, extremely effectively. But at some point, it just doesn't work. Then it's like, why did you come on the show? If you're going to disagree with every single word this person says, then why did you even come on?
That's not, I wasn't even saying like you should go up there and disagree.
I was careful to, so to speak, pick my battles.
You did pick your battles when it came to defending the Bolsheviks. When she said that the Bolsheviks were exhibiting an anti-Christian bias.
Right. They killed 60 million Christians and then they pretended to be Holocaust survivors.
I like that was the line of the sand that you drew for Candace.
Because then people would say that Norman is unprincipled, that for his entire life, he has identified himself with a certain historic tradition, and now that tradition is being dragged through the mud, and he just sits there nodding. And I wasn't about to do that. I wasn't about to do that because that had to do with my personal integrity. That's the tradition I consider myself part of. Well, I didn't, I wasn't appalled. Look, yours is a different generation from mine. People think they have facts when they find it on the web. And if you spend too much time on the dark side of the web, you're going to find evidence for everything. And that's not the standard of evidence of my generation, that you found it somewhere on the dark side of the web. And she thought that she had evidence for all these sorts of things. And I just tried to be calm and rational and say, no, I don't believe there's evidence for these sorts of claims that you're making. Just as I don't believe that there's evidence that Israel killed John F. Kennedy. Just as I don't believe there's evidence that Israel killed Abraham Lincoln. And just as I don't believe that...
Is that even a theory?
It will be soon, that Israel was the cause of the fall of the Roman Empire. I just think these things are a real stretch. Now, you could say whatever you want. That's not, for me, the question. The question is, do I have to take seriously what you say? You're free to say it, but I'm not going to attach any significance to it. You know, Tucker Carlson, among others. As I said, I think 70% of what Tucker Carlson says is true. But when he starts going off and saying that Israel is trying to destroy the United States because it wants to make enter into a partnership with India, I just raise my eyes, like eyebrows. Where did that come from? Or when he insinuates that Israel was involved in the Kennedy assassination. Well, no. Then I think you've gone off the rails.
Well, it's the scapegoating, right? I think this is a concept born out of American chauvinism, Western exceptionalism, American exceptionalism, where I think at the end of the day, if you truly, and I do think Tucker actually has seen the crimes of Israel and has found it to be heinous. I will say that. I think he is a shrewd operator, but I do believe that he genuinely finds it morally repugnant to a certain degree. But I think what he has done and what a lot of people do is, for example, they'll blame Israel for the Iraq War, right? And this is my distinction. I actually might even disagree with you on what you've said about the Iran War, where I do think that Israel has played a much heavier hand in the Iran War.
I do believe that.
Whereas the Iraq War is very clearly imperial extraction of natural resources.
I totally agree.
Whereas there is a divergence now.
I agree with you on both points.
So I think it's basically shifting the blame over to Israel or even to Jews as a representation of Israel to say we are blameless.
Totally agree.
We are perfectly. We would not be stained with these military quagmires if it wasn't for the Jewish state.
Yeah, I think that I've said I believe there's a problem there. I'm not going to say that Tucker Carlson is an anti-Semite. I'm not going to go there. I didn't say it with Candace Owens either. What I will say is I believe there is a problem there in what they're saying and this attempt now to blame Israel for everything. It's awful enough what's happened, but now I think it's gone kind of over the top. It's kind of, if I can use the expression, it's kind of a hate fest. And I've noticed that people are very critical of what I've said about Tucker Carlson because I'm kind of ruining the fun. The fun now is everybody thinks they're so brave and courageous attacking Israel. Well, actually, I think it's perfectly obvious. It takes exactly zero courage right now to attack Israel. I think it takes a certain amount of courage to defend it. It does.
It has shifted quite dramatically, yes. The pendulum has swung in the other direction.
And it's not that I'm in principle against hate fest. There are a lot of people who are deserving of the hate that's directed against them. But one has to, I think, always pause to be as analytically and factually rigorous as possible because we don't want to create, like you say, we don't want to create distractions and scapegoats. We have to be clear. And one of the things we should be clear about is the nature of our own society and not to pretend as if Israel hadn't come along, we would have been on a virginally white path.
Norman Finkelstein, thank you so much for coming on. This is a real honor. I have to do a podcast after this. This is my 7th hour. What is your parting words for people? Where can people find Gaza's Gravediggers?
It can be found on my publisher's website. It's orbooks, orbooks.com, one word. And I see it as the record of what happened. I'm trying now to combine Gaza and Inquest into its martyrdom with this, Gaza's Gravediggers, an inquiry into corruption in high places. And I want to make it a 2-volume set called The Black Books on Gaza, the truth about what happened. And I believe that if you know the truth, then you will have less difficulty answering the question, do you condemn what Hamas did on October 7th? I think you'll find that you're able to say, you know what, after what was done to those people, maybe what happened October 7th was wrong. But I'm not going to be on my high horse scolding them for what was done any more than I would lecture Nat Turner on why what he did in 1831 was wrong.
All right. Well, once again, thank you so much, Norm. This was a real incredible opportunity. I apologize. We were supposed to have this conversation a very long time ago, but I guess it turned out to be somewhat fortuitous, given the circumstances. Still, there are plenty of crises happening around the world. But once again, thank you so much for coming on. This was a real honor to have you on. And thank you for all of your work. All right, everybody, I am going to end the broadcast now because I have to go. And I will see you tomorrow from Michigan. I will be in Michigan tomorrow. I'm going out there for Abdul Al-Sayed. And
I'll
then
tell
going
you off camera, I had some friends communicate to him. This is off camera, right?
No, it's not. Not off camera. No, not yet.
No.
I'm doing the outro right now. No. Wait, hold on. Not yet. Okay. Oh, no. Okay. All right. Hold on 1 second. Okay.
I'm glad I asked that question.
Yeah, almost spilled the secrets.
Starting off the day.
All right, everybody. Bye.
All the chatter's trickling in. Hostile people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There it is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving Greening's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS.